Rudy Fugel, as well as break down all the exciting action from the weekend in NASCAR.
The one car with 2 wins in all the top 5s he's had. Ross and Phil have done a phenomenal job.
You can download MRN Crew Call wherever you get your podcasts.
Today it is the GEICO 500 from Talladega. Sorry, just a tad late.
NASCAR Live Race Day is brought to you by Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com.
Welcome back to Talladega Superspeedway, Motor Racing Network on the air, covering the NASCAR Cup Series, GEICO 500. We are ready to go for an intense day of racing today. One driver back in the mix that has not been for a while, except for last week, is Chase Elliott of Dawsonville, Georgia. Made his return to Martinsville after being out for 6 weeks due to injury, and now he comes back to a racetrack where last fall he had them up on their feet, and he won and took the checkered flag the last time the NASCAR Cup Series was here. Let's get his thoughts. He's with our Steve Post of Halstead, Pennsylvania.
Chase Elliott is with me and about 8 zillion fans down here. The fans getting a good chance to get an autograph from Chase. Chase getting back here to Talladega Superspeedway. You picked up the win last fall. How you feeling, and what's your thoughts as you get ready to go here today for 500 miles?
Yeah, I feel good. Just ready to get going. It's always the busy part of the day here. So
struck
just,
again.
Ready to get started and try to stay out of trouble and have get our Napa Chevy a shot there at the end.
How do you stay out of trouble here with this race, especially starting in the middle of the field? What's the mindset going into the beginning of this race?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it's just kind of seeing where everybody's at and how everybody wants to act today. A lot of that's kind of depends on everybody's mood, but for me, I try to go with the flow and kind of take an opportunity if it's there, and if something doesn't feel right, then maybe change your stance a little bit. But execute all the small stuff. A lot of those pit cycles are going to be really important in the latter part of the race, so got to be around obviously for that. But if we get there, we'll try to make the most of it.
I am sure they will. That's Chase Elliott ready to roll off here today. He will start in position number 29. Mike?
Well, let's talk to one of his teammates. Obviously, Hendrick Motorsports comes to Talladega with 4 teams. We heard from one of them in Chase Elliott. Let's talk with another, and that would be William Byron. That 24 car made legendary by Jeff Gordon over the years, and it has a rich legacy on these type tracks. Willie B will bring the field to the green flag. He's with our Georgia Hannaberry of St. Louis, Missouri.
Well, I have Mr. Ty Gibbs here with me. He's going to roll off third in today's Talladega Super Speedway race. And Ty, starting third, what can you anticipate?
Yeah, I think we got a lot of fast winners up front, so I'm happy about that. Happy about my team. They're building good cars, so appreciate them back at Joe's Racing. I feel like we've got a fast Monster Energy Camry, and we're going to see if we can keep out trouble up front and hopefully get a win.
One Talladega start for you. What did you learn last year that you could bring into this year, filling in for Kurt Busch?
Yeah, I think I learned a good bit there. I didn't make too many laps, but just kind of getting a feel out for how the track is, how the cars race here, and everything about it. But I'm happy to be here again, and hopefully we have a great finish.
When you talk strategy, what can you implement, or is the unpredictability of Talladega what ultimately matters?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of crazy stuff going on, but I think just staying out of trouble, like I said, sticking with my team and sticking with our strategy that we played out. I'm not going to tell you all about that here, but we've got a good one, and we're going to see what we can do.
That is Ty Gibbs. He's going to roll off third.
We wish Ty Gibbs the best there. What a stretch of races he's been on, flexing some muscle, and that's obviously bode well for Joe Gibbs Racing. Let's talk to a driver that will roll off for Stewart Haas Racing. Eric Almirola has won at Talladega Superspeedway before. He did it in the fall of 2018, and he is with Chris Wilner of Carmel, Indiana.
Yeah, and he starts third. The fastest Ford is Eric Almirola. Okay, so how do you quickly put away last week's disappointment as an organization and find victory lane here today?
Oh, well, you can't dwell in the past in life or in your job. So yeah, we can't go back and change anything at Martinsville. We left there disappointed that one of our 4 cars didn't go to victory lane, especially as good as we all ran it throughout the day. But we can use that for motivation too, and we're really motivated to keep the momentum going of how well we're running. And we showed up here with a lot of speed in our cars as well. So qualified second, got a great start to the day. These races have turned into track position type races. So starting up front is good. And now we just got to, go through the race, got to manage the draft and do all the little things right. Got to execute You got to be good on pit road, strategy, all those things, and you know, hopefully not get in the big wreck.
The theme of today, working together. How do you as a driver accomplish that when you have so much communication going on, especially when we get to pit stops and working with your manufacturer teammates and your teammates?
Well, you got to be aware of your surroundings. You know, you got to be aware of your surroundings, got to know what's constantly going on around you, know who's behind you, who's beside you, who's in front of you, and you got to work together with your teammates, but also your manufacturer teammates. There's strength in numbers here at these speedway races, so you got to cooperate all the way until it's time to be really selfish when we get down to the last few laps.
All right, guys, that's Eric Almirola going to roll off from the front row in position number 2, your 2018 winner here at Talladega.
Speaking of being selfish, Denny Hamlin was selfish in qualifying. He blew everybody out of the water when he made a run for the pole. He's a two-time Talladega winner. First Talladega pole coming this weekend. He's with our Steve Post.
180 as the pyrotechnics go off down here. Get all of our attention. 180.751 miles per hour. Denny, kind of boggles my mind. That's your first super speedway pole. What's it like coming here and having a fast race car?
Yeah, I've never
had the fastest one until now, so hopefully it'll increase our chances of winning. But yeah, really excited about it. Obviously, we made some good strides from Daytona to now with the Toyota. So really happy about it. Hopefully it all turns out well, and I'm looking forward to today.
We'll see what happens with it. Late in the race, is there a spot you want to be? What's the preferred spot and surroundings? The last 5 laps, a green, white checker, those scenarios. Where do you want to be?
You know, I want to be up front with teammates behind. Yeah, that's not too much to ask, right? But I would choose to be up front versus any other position. Maybe second if you've got an ally behind you, but you can never count on that.
No, well, Talladega, you can never count on that. That might be the motto other than this is Talladega. That's Denny Hamlin going to roll off from the pole position.
I expect Denny Hamlin to be in this mix today. He always is. Let's talk to a driver that won this race a year ago. Ross Chastain is with our Chris Wilner.
Starts 23rd, Ross Chastain, last spring's winner. Okay, the memories of that are of past. How do you replicate that with your Chevrolet here today?
Oh, I have no idea. Last year I sped. I got in the middle of the pack, a lap down, caused them to split. A lot of things wrong. So as long as we're running at the end, we'll have a chance. But I come to these races, and I have for the last almost 10 years, with just the expectation to be backwards in the grass. And if we don't hit anything with our new Chevy, I think we'll have a shot.
What is it about super speedway racing, though, and you in particular, especially here, 2 top 5s last year? Is there something you're seeing, something that's working better, knowing where you need to be there at the end?
No, I cannot see the air. So really fast Chevys, really fast cars, and some really fortunate moves that worked out right at the end.
All right, he's going to have some cars to pass, but Ross Chastain's going to roll out from the 23rd position.
Last week at Martinsville, Bubba Wallace snapped a cold streak. He finished in the top 10, and he comes into this race this weekend where he's won before here at Talladega Super Speedway. Matter of fact, the fall of 21, Bubba Wallace took the win here at Dega. Let's get his thoughts with Georgia.
Yeah, first career win for Bubba Wallace, 2021. Right here, coming back to the place where you got that win. How does it feel to look around and see all these fans and the good memories?
Yeah, Talladega is always a big party, so it's good to see some faces here, some characters here. But all in all, it's time to lock in and get ready for the race. I feel like our Columbia PFG Toyota Camry is really solid. Got a decent qualifying lap, starting close to the front. Just got to settle in and take our time and be there for the end.
We know there's unpredictability. We know there's somewhat strategy, but where would you like to be on the last lap?
Leading by like 3 seconds. Never going to happen, though.
I like that answer. That's Bubba Wallace.
That's not a safe position.
Don't be so sure of that. It could happen, depending on how this race unfolds, but we expect Bubba to be in the mix as well, along with William Byron. Let's go back trackside.
Yeah, William Byron down here just kind of having a little pre-race conversation with one of his fellow Chevy drivers, Eric Jones. William starts the Liberty University Chevy in the 18th starting spot. William, you're down here talking to one of your Chevy mates, and you got a couple of teammates as well. How important are teammates and manufacturer mates as you roll through this race?
Yeah, it's just good to find people that you work well, with, work good together. So Eric and I have worked well together on the speedways in the past. So I think try to do the same thing. And it's such a long race, you're going to find yourself around different guys all the time. So hopefully the
the Liberty University Chevy is fast enough to get our way to the front, and we've got a little bit of work to do here at the start, but hopefully we can get that done pretty soon.
I'm sure they will. That's William Byron rolling off Liberty University Chevy from the 18th starting spot. Mike?
Following William Byron's lead, just got easier. Liberty University is giving away several scholarships in the LU 24 $60,000 scholarship giveaway. Go to liberty.edu/24 for details.
Baseball, basketball, pickleball. Those are sports, and people love sports. If you love sports, you should know this. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. Does saving have anything to do with sports? No, but people love sports, so I'm yelling sports out. Hockey, swimming, golf. Not all sports have the word ball in there, so save big when you switch to Progressive. Go sports teams!
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
Yeah. Total cringe.
For 75 years, NASCAR has been making history.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes back to the Daytona International Speedway, leading the pack, coming to the line. He will win the Pepsi 400.
Catch the next iconic moment as we celebrate 75 years of NASCAR all season long.
Chastain did a video game move, drove it and never lifted.
Right here on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Coming up, we're checking in with NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace from Talladega Superspeedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Ruoff Mortgage wants to welcome you home with their fast and stress-free mortgage process. Ruoff knows that when you're ready to move, you want to keep things moving. From the moment you start, Ruoff makes sure the process moves quickly, often twice as fast as other lenders, so you can close quickly and settle in sooner. Visit ruoff.com to learn how you can qualify for the fastest loan of your life. That's Ruoff, RUOFF.com.
From the infield garages to the race shops, NASCAR Hot Pass is your all-access ticket to the latest news from the sport.
Well, we got them down, now we put our foot on them. And that's the attitude you got to have.
I don't think it's a move that can have any success at Martinsville. I still don't know why it worked.
Stay up to date with all of your favorite drivers all year long.
Get to the Final Four is what every driver in NASCAR's goals are.
NASCAR Hot Pass, weekday mornings from the Motor Racing Network.
From Talladega Superspeedway, this is NASCAR Live Race Day.
Michael McDowell goes to second. Kevin Harvick goes to the high side in third. Here comes Michael McDowell looking to the inside, but Brad Keselowski, the leader, off turn 4.
Crowd on their feet. Here they come, racing back to the checkered flag. They're crashing further back. Eric Jones is involved. Here comes Michael McDowell pulling alongside. It won't be enough. And Brad Keselowski has picked up the win, scoring the victory in the GEICO 500 at Talladega by a mere inches.
Now, back to Mike Bagley.
That's what it sounded like a couple of years ago when Brad Keselowski won for the 6th time here at Talladega Superspeedway. Welcome back to NASCAR Live Race Day. This place can be a handful, and it requires a lot of the driver and a lot from the crew as well. Let's check in with NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace to see what Rusty feels like will be needed to win today's GEICO 500. These keys are brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Protect your family, your phone, and your furry friends with life, electronic device, and pet health insurance.
All right, everybody, my Progressive keys to the race this week are pretty easy. Look, number one, you got to avoid the wrecks. And most of them happen in the middle of the back straightaway because of the bump traffic. You got to be very aware of that, man. Do not get involved in that. Don't get too aggressive back there, because I tell you, if you do, you'll cause a wreck and it'll be a terrible problem. Just avoid that area and be very, very careful back there when it comes to bump drafting. Number two, always pit with the leaders. This is a big one. Do not try to pit by yourself or just a couple cars. You will probably lose the draft and go a lap down. I guarantee you it will cost you the win. That's for sure. I watch it all the time. Number three, do not make a mistake by speeding on pit road or having a loose lug nut, stuff like that. I say it every week. It'll cost you a lot big time. I'm fairly positive it'll even cost you a great finish. So be very buttoned up on pit road. Do not speed on pit road. Do not have this loose lug nut stuff that we see all the time.
Do not have a
Man,
loose
just be
wheel.
very buttoned up. And number 4, with 10 laps to go, you gotta be up front. I say the first 3 rows, that's how far you gotta be up. And if you're gonna win this race, you have to have the track position. So look, if you're gonna win, be up front with 10 to go, and you might have a shot. I'm Rusty Wallace, and these are my Progressive keys to the race.
Rusty's keys are brought to you by Progressive Insurance. When we come back, we're headed back trackside one final time as we get closer to pre-race ceremonies for the GEICO 500.
Sir, are you aware you were going 40 miles an hour? This is a residential area.
Sure, but I'm on my lawnmower? Wait, am I getting a ticket?
No, I've just never seen anyone top 9 miles an hour on one of those bad boys. And mow their entire lawn in 30 seconds? What got into you?
Well, it did fuel up at Sunoco this morning.
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. We've been doing it for American racing for over 50 years. Fuel your best.
Soon it will be the end of the week, and soon you will be at a NASCAR race. An entire weekend dedicated to all things big, fast, and loud. Concerts, tailgates, friends, family, and, oh yeah, racing. 75 years of it to be exact. Soon you will have the weekend that you'll wish never ended, that you'll talk about for years to come. Soon can't come soon enough. To experience a NASCAR race in person, visit NASCAR.com/tickets.
From Talladega Superspeedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
NASCAR's next generation of stars drive in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
And here they come. Zane Smith now will try to advance his way to the lead.
Catch the excitement of every race right here.
NASCAR has made it official. Zane Smith is a back-to-back winner at the Daytona International Speedway in the opener.
On the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
For 3 decades, Racing Electronics has been the #1 choice for scanners, headsets, and all race communications needs. Racing Electronics provides the ultimate fan experience for the ultimate NASCAR fan. Don't forget to rent early because Racing Electronics rentals must be purchased in advance online. Hear uncensored communication from every team in the race with a scanner from Racing Electronics. Stop by and see them in the vendor area to purchase your very own. Visit RacingElectronics.com for more information.
Denny Hamlin is a member of the Coca-Cola racing family. While he no longer lives under his mother's roof, Denny still makes sure to stick to her rules of when it's time to enjoy a Coke.
My mom used to have a rule, no Cokes until after 12 o'clock. So even to this day, I make sure that even though I can make my own rules, nothing until 12 o'clock. But dinner time, you put any kind of pasta with Coke, whew, that's my #1 hit.
Coke Zero Sugar tastes so good, people will take a taste any way they can. So when you're enjoying a Coke Zero Sugar, be ready to protect it. Because one sip begs the question, is this the best Coke ever? Take a taste and see.
Mother Hamlin will be very disappointed in everybody here at Talladega Superspeedway. Coca-Cola and other beverages of choice have been flowing since sunrise here at Talladega Superspeedway. Welcome back. Getting ready for the GEICO 500. Drivers are being introduced to the fans and being taken around the racetrack. They're making their way back to their cars before they climb aboard for the 500 miles coming up here today. Let's go back trackside to Steve Post.
Other beverages included some Celsius, that's for sure. And Corey LaJoy is down here enjoying a nice cold Celsius beverage. And Corey, Talladega Superspeedway type racing. Your degree of optimism as you roll into a place like this and get ready to go here today?
Realistic, right? You got to be realistic. You can't go chase your previous results because you're only as good as today. And we've got just as good an opportunity as anybody here to find a way in victory lane. We just have to play it smart and be there on the last one and not, the 499 miles before that. But with this next-gen car, it's harder to get track position, so we're going to work and try to get our Celsius Camaro track position at the right time. We just got to figure out what that right time is.
Reputation. You have a reputation as a guy that does good at this kind of racing. Does that help you finding people to work with you or partner with you, or haven't you learned that yet?
I'm starting to realize, guys, if there's a 50-50 choice of pushing me or not, they're starting to go with me more often, and that just comes from positioning yourself in the right areas at the end of the races. But at the end of the day, you have to be out for yourself and know that there are no teammates, there are no help, and you got to make sure you put other people in position where they have to push you. So hopefully we can do that today, and hopefully there's nobody in front of us, but when we cross the start finish line.
Man, wouldn't that be good? Boy, we'd have a Celsius party, that's for sure. That is Corey LaJoie. He's got some work to do. He's coming from the back of the pack. He's going to start 34th, but I don't think he's going to hang out back here for long. Chris?
So too is Austin Hill, in contention yesterday in the Xfinity race for so much of that deal until the end. What did you learn yesterday before you hop aboard this Beard Motorsports Chevrolet that's full of camo? I didn't even see your race car sitting behind you.
Yeah, we had a really good Bennett Realtree Chevy yesterday, and the biggest issue that we were having is we kept having a lot of right rear tire wear. Ended up actually cording the right rear tire a few times. So normally we kind of have this good sequence of, like, we'll take 2 tires and you do lefts one stop, rights one stop, and then no tires at the end on these super speedways. And we kind of had to throw that out the window after stage 1, and we took 4 tires every stop just to make sure we didn't cord our tires. And that kind of got us back in the pack a lot. So we had to work our way up through the field, and you didn't see the 21 dominating in front and the lead because of that. But we had a fast enough car to get to the lead. It's just trying to get back up through there and making the right moves was getting a little tough when it got to the end. So thought we had a really good shot and a really good chance of winning. We had a really fast Chevy. Just got caught up in that wreck, but really excited about today having this Realtree 62 Chevy. I know we're starting back in the back, but if we can get it driving good for me and we just make it to the end, I think we can have a shot at this.
I know you were disappointed after Daytona not qualifying this car in the race. You've had this racetrack, this date circled on your calendar. What does it mean for you to start today's race for Beard Motorsports and get this opportunity?
Yeah, it means the world to me. I can't thank everyone at Beard Motorsports enough, and you know, all of our sponsors and partners with Realtree and everyone coming on board to make this still happen. It's just a dream come true to be able to run in the Cup Series, and I have a lot of confidence on these super speedways, so hopefully we can have a good day.
All right, best of luck. That's Austin Hill going to come from the back in the Beard Motorsports Chevrolet. We'll see what he could do as one of our super speedway ringers from the Xfinity Series. Georgia?
Well, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. starting out the weekend already with 2 sprint car wins right across the street of the Talladega short track. How can you plan to keep that momentum rolling, or can you plan at a place like Talladega?
Winning in anything, I feel like, you know, kind of bleeds over to everything you're doing that week. So, yeah, to start the weekend off with 2 wins in our Lawson Energy Drink sprint car was really fun. Got to do that with my dad and some good friends, and we got a long way to go here. A lot of cars to pass. You know, one area that we struggle right now is qualifying on these super speedways, just why we're back here in the back with our Kroger cheese at Camaro. But, you know, I feel like Daytona we were the same way in qualifying, and obviously the car and results showed that we can get it done. So looking forward to today. Great crowd, great weather, and we're going to the front.
You mentioned Daytona, these super speedways. They do work well with you in racing action. Why is that?
I don't know. I just, you know, I didn't really like it, you know, for the longest time in my career, and then probably like 2016-ish, I kind of felt like I learned a little bit more about speedway racing and kind of fell in love with it, and felt like, you know, I was really learning a lot, and felt like I could, you know, maneuver the car and, you know, make things happen when I have a fast race car. So, you know, looking forward to using all those tools today.
That is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He's going to roll off 33rd.
Michael McDowell going to start in position. Number 21, the Loves travel stop forward. And Michael, I'm fascinated by the way we do things now. You have a whopping 2 laps on this race car. So what do you know about your car, and how do you feel about your car as you get ready to go here today?
Yeah, as crazy as it sounds, I know nothing about my car, but I feel really good about what we'll have. I mean, you know, these teams do such a good job of being prepared and simulation and all the support that we have, that we're not going into it completely blind. We have a fairly good idea of how it's going to drive and what's going to happen. But until you get out there and mix it up, you don't know. But, you know, this Loves team has done a great job all season. We've constantly had speed, in particular at these super speedways. So I don't really see today being any different. I'm sure we'll have to make some, finer adjustments and tweaks throughout the race, but looking forward to having a shot at trying to go, win a race and get in the playoffs.
Adjustments and tweaks happen on pit stops, green flag pit stops, setting up for green flag pit stops. What are all the challenges of getting your car rode down to 55 miles per hour and allowing those guys to tweak on your car if you need it?
Yeah, you gotta go
it
from
is a tough pit
175,
road here, getting to pit road.
down to
You're coming off the track
55
so
miles per
fast,
hour
but
on
it's
this
very
pit lane.
bumpy down there. And we
It's
saw
not an
last
easy
year,
task.
I think it was Seabell,
Especially when you're
pull the left, get loose,
going
and spin
with
out. There's a lot of bumps.
other
To the
drivers.
left coming to pit road, and once you start doing those downshifts, you could get yourself in trouble fast. So, you're trying not to run in the car in front of you, but you're trying to close the gap, and you're getting all you can. But I think experience helps with that, right? Like just kind of situationally knowing where you're at and how hard you got to push. But it is a tough pit road, and then merging off a pit road, you see it fan 3-4 wide, and then you got to get to one lane. So you're never in a spot here at Talladega where you're just relaxed and calm. You're always tense because there's always something happening.
Always something happening. That's another motto that would be really good about Talladega Superspeedway. Michael starts in the 21st spot. Chris Wilder, I see you with the guy who's starting 20th right alongside.
That is right. It is six-time Talladega winner Brad Keselowski taking some pictures with that beautiful-looking Castrol Edge Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing Ford. All right. Walk me through starting 20th. What's the game plan off the top to make sure that, one, you're out of trouble, and two, you can fight for some stage points here?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to get to the lead and just control the race, but it's easier said than done when you start 20th. So just trying to be methodical, avoid whatever wrecks that we think we can avoid, and from there you got to race. You can't just lollygag around, and so I want to get to the lead and control the race.
With this new next-gen car, how has super speedway racing in general just changed in terms of the way you race and how you make moves out there?
Yeah, I think you really see with the next-gen car that the bottom lane is super
Still
dominant.
glitching.
The other cars, you would see the middle and the top lane be really good, and not so much with the next-gen car. So it's just different tactics.
All right, that's Brad Keselowski coming from 20th, going to work with his teammates up toward the front. Mike?
Starting lineup on the way as we inch closer to the start of the GEICO 500. NASCAR Live Race Day has been brought to you by Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com.
Here's Howie Long for Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear.
The world has gone hands-free. However, if you want to put on a pair of sneakers, you still need to bend down and help your feet in. Until now. Introducing Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear. You don't need to reach down to help your heel in. You just step into them and off you go. So what's the secret? Well, there's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide into place. And they stay on just like a pair of laced-up sneakers.
Get hands-free slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Looking for motorsports coverage you can't find anywhere else? Look no further than the Motor Racing Network's lineup of weekly podcasts. NASCAR news and interviews on NASCAR Live and NASCAR Live Wide Open. NASCAR Cup Series Insight on Crew Call. NASCAR Grassroots Racing News and Talk on NASCAR Coast to Coast. And Sprint Car Talk on Wing Nation. All these and more available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
From Talladega Superspeedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Chicago's seen it all, but it's never experienced anything quite like this. A two-day racing and music festival featuring the Chainsmokers, Miranda Lambert, the Black Crowes, and Charlie Crockett. It's NASCAR in the streets of Chicago, and so much more. The Chicago Street Race Weekend, July 1st and 2nd. For tickets and experiences, visit NASCARChicago.com.
The year was 1993. The NASCAR Cup Series season kicked off with the Dale and Dale Show at the Daytona 500.
Dale Jarrett's got the lead. He goes to the inside. Earnhardt's not going to get him. Dale Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500 by SDP. Earnhardt second.
The 1993 NASCAR Cup Series season. All the highs and lows. Relive them all on MRN's exclusive podcast, the 1993 season.
Okay, so
available
go
on podcast
so I'm using
platforms
Microsoft
and
Edge now.
MRN.com.
Got the raw feed up.
Here's the starting lineup for the GEICO 500. Sponsored by eBay Motors. At eBay Motors, you can be your own pit crew with 122 million parts right at your fingertips.
Let me check.
Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride. Row 19.
JJ Yaley, Phoenix, Arizona.
PJ McLeod, Wauchula, Florida.
Row 18.
Riley Herbst, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Zane Smith, Huntington Beach, California.
Row 17.
Corey LaJoy, Kannapolis, North Carolina.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Olive Branch, Mississippi.
Row 16.
Ty Dillon, Lexington, North Carolina.
Austin Hill, Douglasville, Georgia.
Row 15.
Noah Gregson, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Chase Elliott, Dawsonville, Georgia.
Row 14.
Todd Gilliland, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Alex Bowman, Tucson, Arizona.
Row 13.
Justin Haley, Winamac, Indiana.
Harrison Burton, Huntersville, North Carolina.
Row 12.
Eric Jones, Byron, Michigan. Ross Chastain, Alva, Florida.
Row 11.
Daniel Suarez from Monterrey, Mexico.
Michael McDowell, Glendale, Arizona.
Row 10.
Brad Keselowski, Rochester Hills, Michigan.
AJ Allmendinger, San Jose, California.
Row 9.
William Byron, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Kyle Busch, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Row 8.
Ryan Priest, Berlin, Connecticut.
Austin Cindric, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Row 7.
Austin Dillon, Welcome, North Carolina.
Tyler Reddick, Corning, California.
Row 6.
Bubba Wallace, Mobile, Alabama.
Kevin Harvick, Bakersfield, California.
And now, the top 10 starters. Starting 10th.
Chris Buescher, Prosper, Texas.
Starting 9th.
Kyle Larson, Elk Grove, California.
Starting 8th.
Joey Logano, Middletown, Connecticut.
Starting 7th.
Martin Truex Jr., Mayetta, New Jersey.
Starting 6th.
Christopher Bell, Norman, Oklahoma.
Starting 5th.
Brian Blaney, Hartford, Ohio.
Starting 4th.
Chase Briscoe, Mitchell, Indiana.
Starting 3rd.
Ty Gibbs, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Starting 2nd.
Eric Almirola, Tampa, Florida.
And starting on the pole.
Denny Hamlin, Chesterfield, Virginia.
That's the starting lineup for the GEICO 500.
Great drivers will be falling to the tail end of the field for unapproved adjustments. They include Austin Cindric, AJ Allmendinger, and Todd Gilliland. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network. The NASCAR Cup Series is moments away from going racing at Talladega Superspeedway in Alabama. Motor Racing Network is here to provide flag-to-flag coverage of the GEICO 500. Mike Bagley, the rest of the MRN crew here with you. Soon we'll jump out in the corners, join Dylan Welch, Dave Moody, got Jeff Striegel, Alex Hayden topside. We've already heard from Steve Post, Chris Wilner, and Georgia Henneberry. Couple of salutations today we pass along. Congratulations to Kevin Harvick. He'll start his 800th Cup start today. And tip of the cap to Alan Gustafson, crew chief for Chase Elliott and Hendrick Motorsports. Alan crew chiefing his 650th race here today. Here we go, folks. It's ready to go racing in Talladega time. Let's go trackside.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the North Forsyth High School Marine Corps Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome the Citizens Baptist Medical Center chaplain, Miss Barbara Embry.
Heavenly Father, we come in the name of Jesus. We come with a heart full of thanksgiving. Thank you for this day. Thank you for life, health, and strength, and for our time together here at Talladega Superspeedway. Because Jesus said that he would never leave us nor forsake us, we ask you to be with NASCAR, with Talladega team, the Heavenly Father, the drivers, and all of their team members. Be with these excited fans and bless us today, we pray. In Jesus' name, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome the 313th United States Army Band.
Jet fighter screaming over top of Talladega Super Speedway. It's time to go racing in the great state of Alabama.
We're ready to roll.
Will they find a home? Sponsored by GEICO. Sarah wants a yard. My own little paradise. Brad, however, hates yard work.
The only thing I hate more than cutting the grass is paying someone to cut the grass.
Compromise is tough, but these two won't have to compromise when they bundle home and car insurance with GEICO. It's easy, and they could save even more. In the end, Sarah and Brad found a great home with a yard. A very, very small yard.
Time to get it done. And I'm done.
Bundling without compromise at geico.com.
Do you have an unused car, truck, motorcycle, boat, or RV taking up space? Put it to good use by donating it to the NASCAR Foundation. Proceeds help fund medical resources for children in our racing community. Your wheels can heal. Call 844-NASCAR-9 and we'll come tow away your vehicle for free. The process is quick and your gift is tax deductible. Call 844-NASCAR-9 to donate your vehicle to the NASCAR Foundation today. Your donation will help our children survive and thrive.
From Talladega Superspeedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
From the infield garages to the race shops, NASCAR Hot Pass is your all-access ticket to the latest news from the sport.
Well, we got them down, now we put our foot on them. And that's the attitude you got to have.
I don't think it's a move that can have any success at Martinsville. I still don't know why it worked.
Stay up to date with all of your favorite drivers all year long.
Get to the Final Four is what every driver in NASCAR's goals are.
NASCAR Hot Pass, weekday mornings from the Motor Racing Network.
When you're on the go, catch NASCAR today to keep up with the latest.
It's the only thing I race for. You know, race wins are nice, but championships is what it's all about.
Every weekday, you'll hear the top stories of the day.
I'm excited to announce that I'll be taking my talents to Welcome North Carolina to drive the number 8 car for Richard Childress Racing starting in 2023.
And from the stars of the sport.
Holy smokes, we get to go race for a championship.
I'm Chase Elliott. Listen to NASCAR Today every weekday right here on the Motor Racing Network.
With the season-opening Daytona 500 10 weeks ago, the NASCAR Cup Series comes to Daytona's sister track today, the 2.66-mile Talladega Superspeedway in Alabama. Both tracks produce the same hold-your-breath style racing, something that has attracted fans from virtually every state in the Union and points beyond. While drivers know mostly what to expect, there's always the unknown that hangs in the balance at Talladega. One of today's unknowns is front of mind for Martin Truex Jr.
You know, I think Daytona, it'll be similar to that. This car, for whatever reason, seems to just like to be too wide. There's never really a third lane. It's really a lot of too wide and a lot of just track position. Hard to make your way up through the field. So I think it'll be like Daytona was, mostly too wide, I would suspect. But you never know. It depends on what everybody's wanting to do. You know, how aggressive does everyone want to be, and will we have a chance at a third lane forming? I don't know.
Live from Alabama, the NASCAR Cup Series GEICO 500 at Talladega. Next.
Live on the Motor Racing Network, it's the NASCAR Cup Series.
We're going to make thumbs up. Get ready to rock and roll past the race cars today, pal. So, boys, let's execute. Have a good day.
Today, the GEICO 500 from Talladega Superspeedway. Sponsored by GEICO. Switch to GEICO today and see all the ways you could save. By Sunoco. Fill up with top-tier certified Sunoco Ultratech today. By Skechers. Skechers. Comfort included. By Coca-Cola. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Take a taste and see. By eBay Motors. With all the right parts at the right prices. Visit ebaymotors.com. By Liberty University. Enter to win one of several scholarships at liberty.edu/24. By Ruoff Mortgage. Welcome home from Ruoff Mortgage, the official mortgage partner of NASCAR. By Progressive. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $700 on average. And by Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com.
38 drivers, 188 laps, 500 miles on this 2.66-mile super speedway, the GEICO 500 for the NASCAR Cup Series on a beautiful Sunday afternoon in central Alabama. Welcome to the Talladega Super Speedway, just about ready to go for one of the wildest races on the schedule.
It absolutely is. Big, wide, sweeping, 2.66-mile tri-oval. Plenty of racing room. The draft keeps everybody together. The moves are breathtaking. The racing is outstanding, and the party is undefeated.
Yeah, the party is underway, and it has been since, midweek when we rolled into town. And when we talk about the party, let's talk about the facility as a whole for just a moment. They haven't announced it as a sellout. There are not many empty seats in the grandstands, and what about that infield?
Jam-packed with tents to million-dollar RVs. It doesn't matter. Everybody is welcome. Everybody's here for the same thing, to see what we see every time the NASCAR Cup Series comes here, and that is racing on the high banks of Talladega.
All right, so this is not the NFL, but at the drop of the green flag, we're going to see blocking all day long.
We will, and that's the nature of the beast. You're going to have to block and defend your position at the front of the draft. But if you're behind them, how long are you going to continue to get blocked?
It just gets wild all day long. Let's get the party started. Trackside now for the command.
And now for the command to start the engines. Here are our grand marshals for today's GEICO 500.
The Alabama gang.
The legendary drivers of the beloved original Alabama gang, who have made an incredible impact in the 75 years of NASCAR and here at Talladega Superspeedway. Hall of Famer Donnie Allison. NASCAR Hall of Famer Bobby Allison. And NASCAR Hall of Famer Red Farmer.
Drivers. Hello, race fans. The Alabama gang wants to welcome you to our home racetrack. We're ready to go racing. Drivers, start your engines.
Yeah, that was lame.
And with that, the party is officially underway. 38 engines come to life.
Here we
Coming
go.
up, it's the GEICO 500, the NASCAR Cup Series, live and next, right here on the Motor Racing Network.
GEICO 500.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's gonna fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hi, I'm MRN lead reporter Steve Potts, behind the scenes each week with me and championship-winning crew chief Todd Gordon for MRN Crew Call.
Really proud of those guys and what they put together.
Where we talk to first-time winners. Crew chief for Trackhouse Racing, Travis Mack joins us, and champions from the NASCAR Cup Series. It's your 2022 championship-winning crew chief, Paul Wolf, to the Craftsman Truck Series. The championship-winning crew chief with driver Zane Smith joins us. You can download MRN Crew Call wherever you get your podcasts.
We will take you for a trip around this racetrack when we come back from Talladega Superspeedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
On Thursdays, NASCAR Live goes wide open. This podcast has you covered with interviews from the biggest newsmakers in the sport.
My job is to ultimately drive fast. It's a track that can jump out and bite you, but I feel like it's my type of racetrack.
We also hear behind-the-scenes stories on some of your favorite drivers that you won't hear anywhere else.
There's a picnic table laying up in the field. Me and Joey both looked at each other and said, we should ride this thing down the hill.
New episodes drop every Thursday. Subscribe to NASCAR Live wherever you listen to podcasts.
Are you ready? To help children forget about their serious medical conditions so they can just be a kid. Then support Victory Junction, which is the dream of late race driver Adam Petty, who wanted to build a camp where children concentrate on fun and laughter, not illness or disability. At Victory Junction, kids enjoy zip lining, horseback riding, swimming, fishing, all in a medically safe environment, all at no cost to the camper. What do you say, Richard Petty? Let's do this. Learn more at victoryjunction.org.
.500 miles is the scheduled distance. Why don't we take you for a swing around this 2.66 mile super speedway, again the Talladega Super Speedway. We're going to start just outside of turn number 2. There, as always, from Barrie, Vermont, it is Dave Moody.
Thank you, Jeff Striegel. Good afternoon, everybody. Our dear friend and mentor, the late Barney Hall, once said they don't race him anywhere in the world like they do here at Talladega. He was never more right. Let's give you the lay of the land at turn 1 and 2 here at Talladega, the southeast end of this speedway. 33 degrees of banking, a good 4 stories tall, plenty of room to spread out 2 and 3, and every once in a while 4 wide as they race off that 33-degree banking. It falls away very quickly at the exit of turn 2 to just 3 degrees as they spill out onto the Alabama Gang super stretch. We'll cover it all on a Chamber of Commerce afternoon here in Talladega, Alabama. Now to the other end of the super stretch. And Milford, Delaware's Mike Bagley.
Thank you, Dave. Good afternoon, everyone. 4,000 feet of backstretch, or the Alabama Gang super stretch, as it's known here at Talladega. This is where all of the action so far this weekend has taken place, for the most part, in the drafting department. This is where you try to seek out drafting partners and try to get as many to go with you as possible. And then at the end of the race, we'll watch all those partnerships dissolve. It's all about getting in the right line at the right time, and hope you have enough people to go with you, because if you get hung out to dry in the draft, you're going to go all the way to the back of the pack. We'll watch all of these friendships develop and dissolve over the course of the 500 miles here today. Once they have those drafting units in place, we'll thunder back up into the banking here. Turns 3 and 4 and into the view of Carmel, Indiana's Dylan Welch.
Thank you, Mike. Hi, everybody from the Busch balcony at the exit of turn 4, steering straight across the infield at the 33-degree banking of turn 3 and 4, which yesterday at the end of the race proved to be Calamity Corner. We'll hope for less than that today. But if you find your dancing partner on the backstretch, this run from the exit of 4 to the start-finish line is where you put your best moves to the test, and hopefully you've danced enough by the end of the day to know who can get you down the short chute all the way through the tri-oval and ultimately to the finish line ahead of everybody else. There will be some pushing. There will probably be a lot of shoving over here in front of us today. Hopefully everybody keeps it straight. And regardless, we'll follow all the action from the exit of turn 4 here at Talladega.
That's a trip around the 2.66-mile Talladega Super Speedway. There are 188 total laps in today's event. Before we figure out who will be down in Victory Lane, presented by Ruoff Mortgage. If you have questions about getting a home loan, visit Ruoff.com to learn how to qualify for a fast and stress-free home loan from Ruoff Mortgage. Welcome home.
NASCAR season is here, and everyone on the Toyota racing team is doing their part to perform at the highest level. From driver Ty Gibbs to amateur musician Russell Viper, who's working on the perfect pre-race pump-up track for the team.
Start those Camrys up! Yeah!
To accomplish greater things this year, everyone plays a part. Be part of the action at toyota.com/racing. Toyota, let's go places. NASCAR is a registered trademark of National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, Inc.
Don't miss a moment of the NASCAR season.
Dane drove it and never lifted. Put it against the safer barrier and all the way around the turn, passes Denny Hamlin.
Check out the Motor Racing Network's coverage of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, the NASCAR Xfinity Series, and the NASCAR Cup Series on hundreds of local radio stations around the country. Find your local station by going to MRN.com to catch the excitement of NASCAR on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
From Talladega Super Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network,
the voice of NASCAR.
MRN Classic Races.
Ricky Rudd wins the Budweiser at the Glen.
Covering over 50 years of NASCAR racing on the Motor Racing Network.
Here comes Junior to the bottom. Dale Earnhardt Jr. ducks low on Stewart. They bang a bit in 3. Earnhardt is there. They bang again in 4.
Jeopardize
Earnhardt is going to lead the first lap of the Busch 500. Dale Earnhardt is going to win the Daytona 500 in his 20th try. Car trying to maintain that lead as he moves off turn 2.
MRN Classic Races available on your favorite podcast platform.
Jeff Gordon wins the Daytona 500.
Jeff Gordon's rise to one of NASCAR's all-time greatest drivers was one like no other. Relive Jeff Gordon's journey to the NASCAR Hall of Fame with the exclusive MRN podcast, Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career. 93 Cup Series wins, 4 Cup Series championships, and 3 Daytona 500 wins, a career rivaled by few others. Check out MRN's Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
Back at Talladega Super Speedway, field is on their pace and parade lap. So let's get a final thought from the pit lane before the drop of the green flag. We'll start at the exit of pit road, and Motor Racing Network lead pit reporter from Halstead, Pennsylvania, Steve Post.
Alex, Talladega Super Speedway can turn things upside down, and if you're Harrison Burton and the Wood Brothers team, well, you wouldn't mind things being turned upside down. It's been a rough start for this team. Best finish in a 15th spot as far as the year goes, but they are hoping for some good fortune here. This is the 101st start at Talladega for the Wood Brothers. 5 wins, 3 with David Pearson, 2 wins, real special victories for the Wood Brothers here with Alabama gang members Donnie Allison and Neil Bonnet. Eddie Wood was talking to him this morning, and he said, remember, Talladega is also known for first-time winners, and they're hoping that Harrison Burton could be a first-time winner here this afternoon. Chris Wellner?
Well, Steve, we documented the news coming into today about the pit crew switch for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. over to Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing and some of Ricky's comments on that. But with crew chief Mike Kelly, I spoke to him this morning. He's the glue of the team. He told me the message to his crew was simple. Block the noise. Focus on all the momentum they've had as of late. That includes 2 straight top 10 finishes, and they've responded by even some of the crew members going over to support Ricky's sprint car effort last night across the street at the Talladega short track, where he picked up a full sweep, 2 victories on the night. Now today, they hope to make their own mark by helping Ricky to a second Talladega victory. Georgia Henneberry?
Well, Chris, I have my eye on Kevin Harvick. Today, Harvick becomes the 10th driver with at least 800 starts in the NASCAR Cup Series. He has 1 Talladega win back in April of 2010, but 4 top 10s in the last 6 races, including 3 of the last 4. And let's not forget, he's making 800 starts and has been competitive every single one of them, all the way up to Martinsville last week. The 2023 season, of course, being Harvick's final season as a full-time competitor. So the combination of his recent success reaching that 800 milestone, and this being the second to last time he'll race here in Talladega, makes me think that we're going to see a very win-hungry, aggressive Kevin Harvick today. He rolls off 11.
And that sweep down pit road presented by GEICO. Switch to GEICO today to see all the ways you could save. It's easy. Simply go to geico.com to get a rate quote and get started seeing how much you could save.
Field has just made its way down the pit lane. You may have heard that in the background as our 3 pit reporters were talking, making sure the tachometer is where it needs to be and what gear they need to be in for the pit road speed. Now they make their way back out onto the banking in turns 1 and 2 and begin to line up 2 by 2 by 2 all the way through the field. Denny Hamlin grabbed his first ever super speedway pole here in qualifying yesterday, which for a lot of people is a bit of a head scratcher. As good as he is on super speedways when it comes to racing, to grab the pole, does that spell doom for the rest of the field?
Maybe. You know, it was interesting because you and I talked about it during qualifying yesterday, how much work and how much effort TRD Toyota Racing Development has put into their super speedway program. Used to come here, it would be Ford or Chevrolet that would lead the field of the green flag here in Daytona, but not anymore. And I think, what has it been, 35 starts for Denny here, never with a pole, obviously a winner here, but now with more horsepower than ever under the hood.
It's going to be fun to see how Denny does it from the front of the field as opposed to coming, say, mid-pack or from the back of the field. He's got track position right off the bat, but it is the draft here at Talladega. More than likely, everybody's going to be going from the front to the back, all the way up and down through the running order throughout the draft.
So the field now coming off the banking over in turn number 4. Reminder, stage 1 done, lap 60. Stage 2 complete at lap 120, then a 68 lap run to the checkered flag. This race has ended in an overtime finish 17 times, second most only to Daytona. We're ready to get this thing underway.
Pace
it is
car
the
to pit
GEICO
lane.
500, the NASCAR Cup Series
Normally,
in
the
action.
racing starts at the
and
trial
for the
oval,
start from
but it's
Goldsboro,
about
North Carolina.
start-finish
Here
line
is
is
the
about
Motor Racing
2,000
Network's
feet
Alex
to the
Hayden.
north.
Field works its way through the tri-oval start-finish line on the other side of that. Here they come.
Into
Green
the GEICO
flag is
restart
in the air
zone.
from Chief Starter
Green
Greg
flag
Harris.
is in the
The
air. We're
gearbox
racing
they
at
go for the first
Talladega.
time. The NASCAR Cup Series racing at Talladega.
And into the 33-degree banking of turn number 1. Inside lane is Denny Hamlin. Top side is Eric Almirola. Almirola's got a little bit more drafting help. That will push him to the lead. Almirola to the point as they race off turn 2.
Outside line gets the advantage. Coming out at 2, Eric Almirola will go to the lead. Here's Christopher Bell. He was third in line on the outside. He'll jump down in front of Hamlin. So will Briscoe. So will Almirola as Eric will lead back to the corner.
And that leaves Joey Logano, the first car in the outside lane with drafting help from Chris Buescher. They battle for third as they work off the exit of turn number 4 the first time. On the inside lane, it's Eric Almirola, Jake Briscoe, and Christopher Bell.
Good start for the Fords as they make their way to the front of the field. Eric Almirola will lead lap number 1. Joe
Almirola leads lap 1.
The outside lane. Lap 1 done. Eric at the front of the field, and they line up behind him.
Eric Almirola in sole possession of the lead, at least for the moment. It'll be side by side for the number 2 position. Low line, that belongs to Ryan Preece. Top side, it's Joey Logano.
The outside line is rolling. Joey Logano leads that outside line. He'll inch out in front by a fender. Now he's got a lot more momentum as it kicks into the back straightaway. Here they come now, back into 3. Joey Logano takes the lead from the outside.
And they are locked up nose to tail in the outside lane. Chris Buescher
Almirola,
second in
Briscoe,
line, shoving
Bell,
Logano,
Logano, Buescher, your top
him.
5.
But a small
It's
bottle,
Hamlin, Wallace,
small breaking on
Gibbs,
one car is off the
Dillon,
face and in the wall. And
Larson.
McDowell spinning off of turn 4 right in front of us, in front of the
And
back half of the
McDowell
field.
around.
Everybody, I think, is going to miss him as he comes to a stop right at the entrance to pit lane on the apron. But a single car spin for Michael.
This will be a caution.
And that puts us under the caution flag for the first time today here on lap number 2. Michael McDowell.
Exclamation point caution in the chat.
He was off the pace by the time I got the on him at the exit of turn number 4. Maybe it looked like a tire had went down because he was kind of sideways swatting flies behind the wheel of that number 34 Love's Travel Stop Mustang. Went up and made
First
slight
yellow of
contact
the
with the
day.
outside wall and then spun down the racetrack across
Lap
the apron.
2,
And
Michael
everybody
McDowell
missed
going
him.
for a spin.
Minimal damage, if any, on the McDowell car. And as we said, thankfully nobody got into him.
And I think
Right
you're
rear
exactly right.
looks
It
to
may
be
have been a
down.
right rear tire that went down. Michael
On
McDowell
that Ford
goes
Mustang.
around, puts us under caution on lap number 2.
Pass, out of bounds. Those are sports words. Some people hear any sports word and they can't help but listen. Like drive. Drive is another sports word. And drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. You might say those savings are on par with the best in the league. You see, par is also a sports word, so I know you're still listening. And that's called covering our bases. Okay, I'm done now. But I'm serious about drivers saving big with Progressive. Now I'm really done.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
For 75 years, NASCAR has been making history.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes back to the Daytona International Speedway, leading the pack, coming to the line. He will win the Pepsi 400.
Catch the next iconic moment as we celebrate 75 years of NASCAR all season long.
Chastain did a video game move, drove it and never lifted.
Right here on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. NASCAR.
Under caution, lap number 3. Michael McDowell brought it out with a spin off turn number 4. He has been on and off pit road. For an update, here's Chris Wilner.
And the conversation, Jeff, on the radio with his crew chief was the fact that he felt like something broke in the right rear. They're going to come back down pit road after changing 4 tires. What originally thought was a flat, maybe a little bit worse, a toe link issue. So they're going to bring him back, let Michael feel it out under caution here. But possibly an even bigger problem other than a flat tire. But tough to see that for a guy who's been pretty good on super speedway races, but we'll see what happens when he comes back down pit road.
From
Toe link
Talladega
issue
Super
on that
Speedway,
34.
This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hey racing fans,
They're gonna get that
here,
fixed
driver of
under
the
yellow.
Liberty
4
University
tires,
Chevy.
fuel.
I'm excited to tell you that Liberty is giving away
He's gonna
$60,000
be
in scholarships.
at
Winners
most
can choose
a lap
from over
down.
600 online programs of study and join me as a Liberty student. Get your future on track today. Learn more about Liberty University's $60,000 scholarship giveaway at liberty.edu/24. Again, that's liberty.edu/24.
Actually, he is a lap down.
For great views, go to Kansas. For unforgettable views of action-packed racing, go to Kansas Speedway. With a premier facility that gives fans what they want, how they want to see it. And with a Saturday doubleheader, a Sunday Cup Series race, and great deals on kids' tickets, the views will get better all weekend long. NASCAR Weekend at Kansas Speedway, May 6th and 7th. Get your tickets today at kansasspeedway.com.
So as of now, McDowell's the only car off the lead lap. All he really needs to do is stay in the draft until another yellow comes out.
Back at the Talladega Super Speedway, working caution here as lap number 4 is about to go up on the board after Michael McDowell had an issue on the racetrack. A mechanical failure of some sort sent his car into a spin over there in turn number 4. Glanced it off the outside safer barrier. A lot of drivers took evasive maneuvers to avoid the spinning race car, and quite a few drivers are peeling off the racetrack as pit road is officially open this time.
Pits are open.
Here they come at 55 miles per
Here
hour.
they come.
Steve Post, one of those drivers, is Chase Elliott.
Yeah, Chase Elliott has come into the pit area. He brings the Napa Chevy over to the crew. They are looking to kick debris off the front of the car, and then really that's all the team did was just moved a little debris off from the car, a little Sunoco racing fuel. So a couple other cars are in down here, but Chris, looks like some cars in front of you as well.
Yeah, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was down here as well. Fuel only for Eric Jones. That's something that we're talking with some of the crew chiefs about, is a possible early caution opens the door for fuel only for some of these drivers to short pit and kind of change the strategy toward the end of this stage. Georgia?
Well, down on my end, drivers like Justin Haley, Ryan Priest, Ty Dillon, Zane Smith, and a few others make their way in, some choosing fuel only, but drivers like Justin Haley taking tires as well.
16 drivers in all come off the racetrack for a fuel-only splash and go of Sunoco racing fuel, then right back out on the racetrack. Not much to lose there. Michael McDowell is back in. Chris, are you near the number 34 Ford Mustang of McDowell?
I am, Jeff, and yeah, they're still hard at work on the right rear of that race car, so they're now discussing if it is indeed a tow link. He felt like he didn't have full steering lock when he was out there under caution, so right now Travis Peterson is crew chief instructing the crew members what to get under what to look at underneath the car as they continue to address it, but things starting to look a little bit worse for Michael McDowell.
Yeah, tough break. McDowell is always a player when it comes to racing on the super speedways and in the track. Certainly here at Talladega, as the team continues to work diligently on the right rear corner of that car that Chris Wilner just described. The field is now coming off of turn number 4. Behind Kip Childress, the pace car driver. When they get to the line, they'll get the one to go signal.
One to go this time.
New for NASCAR in 23, the choose rule at a super speedway, Jeff.
So the drivers will have the opportunity to select which lane they would like to restart in from one all the way to the tail end of the field. 38 cars took the green flag. Everybody's on the racetrack except for Michael McDowell. Michael looking like he is going to go one lap down as they continue to work under the right rear. The tire is off and the crew up underneath it. So, like you pointed out, do you go inside? Do you go outside? Eric Almirola, Joey Logano, the first 3 cars electing to go to the outside. I think that kind of catches us by surprise this early.
Yeah, Almirola, Logano, and Briscoe all go outside. The 4th driver to choose was the 4th place driver, and that's Chris Buescher. He said, heck, I'll go to the bottom and go to the front row. So Chris Buescher will now take that spot on the choose, and that's obviously what this rule is all about. It's something that gets used on most short tracks around the country every single week that they run short track racing. And it's made its way here because it is another option, a tool for these drivers. They're the ones driving the cars that understand where their car is good and where it isn't on restarts. Since they've gotten the one to go, that means the field is coming to the GEICO restart zone, presented by GEICO. Switch to GEICO today and see all the ways you could save. It's easy. Simply go to geico.com to get a rate quote and get started seeing how much you could save.
So the service is done for Michael McDowell. He will rejoin at the tail end of the field, and he has gone one lap down. A caution flag within the next handful of laps would give him the opportunity to get the free pass and get back on the lead lap. 4 Fords at the front of the field, Alex Hayden, and they represent 4 completely different organizations.
Well, yeah, you got Stewart Haas Racing, you got Joey Logano, Chase Briscoe, and Chris Buescher. Those teams up there in the Fords right at the front. Then you got 3 Toyotas and Christopher Bell, Bubba Wallace, and Denny Hamlin lined up before you get to the first Chevrolet in Austin Dillon, who's back, at least scored in the 8th spot before the choose. And then another Toyota of Ty Gibbs, and the second Chevrolet in the top 10 of Hendrick Motorsports is Kyle Larson.
Stewart Haas Racing with 2 of the 4 Fords up there. Eric Almirola, Chase Briscoe, Joey Logano representing Team Penske. And then you've got RFK, Chris Buescher, before you get back to 3 Toyotas as we get ready to go back into the green flag. We have had 1 caution flag. It lasted 3 laps. Getting ready to go back into the green flag on lap number 6.
They hit the GEICO restart zone. Green flag.
Green flag. Back underway in Talladega.
The NASCAR Xfinity Series, the Cup drivers can indeed lock bumpers, push, shove, and that's exactly what they're doing at turn 1.
They take full advantage of that opportunity, most notably Joey Logano, who is buried up underneath the rear spoiler of Eric Almirola. As a result, Almirola shoots out to the lead. Logano takes second.
Almirola to the lead with Cup and Logano.
Almirola, though, will throw the crossover. He'll dive right in front of Logano.
Crossover
so it's Almirola and Logano leading the inside line, but here comes the outside line.
Here comes the outside, led by Chase Briscoe. Briscoe with help.
Inside lane surges back to a side-by-side race for the top spot. It was a 4-pack. Now they fall back into the clutches of 5th on back, where Chris Buescher and Ty Gibbs battle. Back up front, door-to-door for the lead.
Boy, 185-mile-an-hour pace lap formation through the tri-oval. Absolutely side-by-side for the lead. The red of Briscoe, the white and black of Eric Almirola lead the field back to 1.
Briscoe now gets the advantage. He gets shoved out into the clean air by Bubba Wallace. He immediately will drop down into the low lane across the nose of Eric Almirola. That leaves Bubba Wallace the leader of the high lane.
But he's got a little work to do now to get back up there and challenge for the lead. He is leading the outside line. He's up alongside second place right now. Oh, he's going to get the shove from Ty Gibbs. Bubba Wallace will lead by a fender to 3.
So now it's the Toyotas teaming up in the outside lane. Ty Gibbs and Bubba Wallace lined up nose to tail there as they run 2nd and 4th on the racetrack. The bottom lane surges once again. Briscoe back to the point, but now here comes the outside lane. Bubba Wallace to the lead at Talladega.
With the exception of the lapped car Michael McDowell at the tail end of the field, everybody else tightly packed 2 by 2. They'll flash by the start-finish line. A virtual dead heat yet again for the lead.
Noah's Ark formation one more time around this Talladega Super Speedway. 2 by 2 from front to back, with the exception of Michael McDowell, who's lost the lead draft. Bubba Wallace by half a car length the lead.
That is the last thing Michael McDowell won,
but that will change by the time they exit 2 and work their way up the Alabama Gang Super Stretch. The inside line makes up some ground, but it's Bubba Wallace now that will seesaw back to the point.
And he does lead the field in the outside lane. Tried to get down in front of the inside lane led by Briscoe, but it was too late. Buddy boy, Chase Briscoe back to the point here at Talladega as they work
fighting back.
Outside lane, 10, strong with some momentum. Bubba Wallace back into the front.
Last lap, 192 miles an hour and 37 cars separated by 1.7 seconds. They're running right together, Dave Moody, and they are side by side again for the lead.
Bubba Wallace has got the point, but Chase Briscoe continues to dig hard downstairs. He's side by side with Gibbs in that wheel-to-wheel battle for the number 2 position.
Bubba Wallace does not change lanes and drop to the bottom. He's going to stay with his Toyota Racing teammate Ty Gibbs, who is affixed to his back bumper up the back stretch. So it's Bubba Wallace out in sole possession of the lead. They're side by side for the balance of the field behind him.
The inside lane with a great run. Every time they get to the end of the backstretch and into 3, it propels Briscoe back into the front by just a couple of feet. But here's the outside lane again, strong off the exit of the corner, led by Bubba Wallace and Ty Gibbs.
His first career Cup Series win came right here in the fall of 2021. Speaking of race leader Bubba Wallace, leads by half a car. Georgia Henneberry, he's back at the front of the field again here at Talladega.
Well, I was able to catch up with spotter for Bubba Wallace, Freddie Kraft, and asked him where his confidence level was at the home where Bubba scored his first career win back in 2021. He said if you would have asked him 2 years ago, his confidence would have been high, but this year, new challenges arise with the super speedway packages, such as not being able to be as aggressive as you want because you aren't generating those runs by yourself. So it makes the outcome more situational. But as we've seen and as we're going to continue to see, to expect Bubba working with teammates to gain and keep that track position.
Right now he is running second because Briscoe has inched past him. Talking about the 29-year-old driver from Mobile, Alabama, Bubba Wallace, and here he comes again. He is in the outside lane. He's got a ton of drafting help right behind him, including Ty Gibbs. Ryan Blaney is right there. Martin Truex Jr. side by side again at the start-finish line, back up in the banking in turn one.
Pretty good start for the 2311 Racing Toyotas as they run first and third right now, but maybe not for long. Chase Briscoe on the comeback trail down low.
Chase Briscoe inching forward now in the inside line. He'll get a fender out in front. Bubba Wallace leads the top lane. Chase Briscoe down low. Bubba will indeed get the advantage. Compliments of Ty Gibbs. But once again, here comes Briscoe back to the bottom.
Briscoe with drafting help from his Stewart-Haas Racing teammate Eric Almirola. In fact, 4 forwards lined up in that bottom lane. Briscoe, Almirola, Joey Logano, and Chris Buescher.
Field flashes by the entrance to pit road. We heard Georgia Henneberry do an update on Bubba Wallace. Well, his airness, Michael Jordan, is on top of the pit box down there on pit lane, watching his car by a fender, Dave, lead here at Talladega.
Maybe a fender and a half, but it's
Ross
back
Chastain,
and forth,
16,
back
Kyle
and
Larson,
forth
15,
to the bottom, to the top.
William Byron,
Briscoe
17,
down low, Wallace up high, the remainder of the
Tyler
field
Reddick,
all
21st,
still
22nd, Kevin Harvick.
Double wide formation for the entire
Austin
field.
Cindric
Nobody
started
in
in the
3
rear.
wide
He's
racing
now up to
ranks as of
26.
now. Everybody content to
27
ride
for
those
Chase
to
Elliott. He
tail,
started
either in
29th.
front or behind the car, in front or behind them. Right now it's Bubba again with the advantage in 3.
As calm as it can be to be too wide for 20 rows deep. Everybody maintaining rank in position right now. Nobody in a huge hurry to make a move. Inside lane surges briefly.
38 after the spin.
So it probably sounds like a 192-mile-an-hour pace lap, but it is anything like that at all. You can pass. They are passing since we put them under the green flag.
Another driver that started
number
the rear.
5.
He
We have
is now
seen
24.
Eric Jones up 8, Ty Dillon up 8, Ryan Blaney, Truex, and Daniel Suarez all up 7. They are passing, and those are the movers and shakers going forward. The other way around looks like what?
Yeah, there's some drivers that are losing spots, like a Brad Keselowski and William Byron. They both have lost 7 positions since the restart. Corey LaJoie, Kevin Harvick, Austin Dillon, they too have lost a handful of spots, 6 to be exact, since the restart back on lap number 5. To the line, 14 laps go up on the board. There'll be 46 laps to go here in stage number 1, and Bubba Wallace continues to show the way.
Here's football star Tony Romo for Skechers Max Cushioning Footwear. You know when you go to your kid's game, you have to sit on those uncomfortable bleachers? That's how I feel now when I wear
25.
Why? Because once I started wearing Skechers Max Cushioning, I was
he's
spoiled
losing
with
about
how amazing
a second
extra
to a second
cushioning
and a half
feels.
per lap
Skechers maxed out the cushioning with
to
a
this
thick,
lead
comfy
draft.
slice of super light Ultra Pro cushioning for a soft, pillowy feel every step. See all the fashionable styles of Max Cushioning at the Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
The NASCAR Foundation has great news for local nonprofit organizations. It's the first ever NASCAR Day Give-a-thon on May 19th, a national campaign to help nonprofit organizations raise funds to support their mission. By joining the NASCAR Day Give-a-thon, you'll benefit from a national marketing campaign to build visibility and drive donations for your organization, all at no cost to you. Visit NASCARDayGiveathon.org to sign up today. That's NASCARDayGiveathon.org.
Lap 15 on the board. Bubba Wallace still scored the race leader at the start-finish line. If you can call 2.5 feet a comfortable lead, well, that's what he's got. However, the inside lane will surge forward, and over on the Alabama Gang super stretch, Chase Briscoe will get a 2.5-foot lead. You get the picture. Back and forth they go.
No lead is ever safe here at Talladega Super Speedway.
From Talladega Super Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if one of our family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future.
And this is exactly what Alex Hayden was saying on MRN. Bubba Wallace go out to a 3-foot lead, and Briscoe goes out to a 3-foot lead.
If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org.
You can never get out to too big of a lead here at Talladega, because that is not a safe position to be in.
Welcome back to Talladega Super Speedway, still under the green flag. 43 laps to go here in stage number 1. And Jeff, it continues to be outstanding. The 37 cars in the lead draft, still, the inside lane will surge forward. Everybody will switch a position. Then the outside lane gains momentum. They'll switch those positions back. Every single lap, somebody's getting past forward or backwards.
And it's a pack of 37, that's for sure. The only one not in the pack is Michael McDowell, well documented. He cut down that tire back on lap number 2. Otherwise,
and it was a right rear
working
pilling
together,
on the 34.
staying in line. There's an inside lane, there's an outside lane. They're running at the bottom of the racetrack. I guess it begs the question, Alex, and we've seen it before here in Daytona. At some point, a crew chief will pull their driver out of that pack and say, let's not do this, at least not right now.
Well, they do, but you know, I get the sense by watching these opening.
Yeah, but
15,
which crew
16
chief
laps
will be
of
the
green
first
flag
to do
racing,
that?
The
And
drivers
say,
are being very
no,
cautious.
let's not do this.
Yeah, they're
Let's
trying
not
to
be in
move
this pack.
together,
Not right
but
now.
They do have a gap between the nose of their car and the back bumper of the car in front of them. Some 3-4 feet of space back there. What I think you have to be very cognizant of if you're the crew chief is tell your driver, when the spotter's not talking, which isn't very often here, tell your driver to give me the temperatures on the gauges, because when you're in the middle of these types of packs, sometimes the car, the engine can get a little bit hot and begin to run hot. So that's the key right now in these laps.
I think these drivers have 2 or 3 spotter stations all around this track because it's so
we
big.
make it sound so calm, Dave. It's anything
They have
but calm.
4 over at Circuit of the Americas.
Straightaway, Chase Briscoe down low, Bubba Wallace topside.
Bubba Wallace again with the advantage, halfway up the back straightaway. Ty Gibbs getting him a good shove off the end of the back stretch. Bubba Wallace takes sole possession of the lead.
And finally, somebody able to break away just a little bit. And as quickly as we say that, here's the inside line. Back again with a head of steam. They're a little bit scattered further back on the inside lane. We'll see how that affects it. But they're now side by side again for the lead.
Bubba Wallace has led 12 of these opening 19 laps. That is more laps led this
my God.
season than the rest of the races combined.
Bubba Wallace leading this race.
His 13th
I hate to get political on this one. Actually, I won't get
Grand
political.
total of about a car length and a quarter, although the way
a
it's gone this
certain
afternoon,
group,
that's a huge advantage for Bubba. He's
and I
got to
put
remain in that
group
outside lane.
in air
Leads
quotes,
the bar
a certain group
Here they come off turn number
that
2.
ruined Brandon Brown's career
Gibbs, a
must
very
be
loyal
fuming
and
right now.
disciplined drafting partner for Bubba Wallace. Bubba's got the opening to come downstairs, but he's not leading Ty. They're riding together, 1 and 2 on the outside.
And same story could be said for the Stewart Haas Racing teammates down on the bottom lane. Eric Almirola has not wavered from the back bumper of the bottom lane leader, Chase Briscoe, and again does the same. Into the nice shove, and he draws the left rear for the lead.
That inside line, 4-4, it's all stacked up right there behind Chase Briscoe, Eric Almirola, Joey Logano, and Chris Buescher. Then you get the Toyota of C. Bell. He is running inside lane 5, back to 1.
Bubba Wallace again with the lead and some open asphalt. He has the ability to drop down and throw the block. So far has chosen not to do it. Back comes Briscoe one more time.
Here comes Briscoe again, pounding away at the bottom of the racetrack. He's got drafting help stacked up behind him. He's got his teammate Eric Almirola, and he's got Joey Logano. Chris Buescher,
As Fox goes to commercial.
And now finally the top 2
And you
Toyotas
thought
fail on
NBC
the
was
top
nothing
lane
but
and go to the
commercials.
bottom. Bubba Wallace now moves down with Ty Gibbs, so they lead the inside lane, back up, or the top lane rather, and back up to a battle for 4.
So as the field comes back to the tri-oval, lap 22 goes on the board. Stage 1 in total was 60 laps in length. It was 38 laps to go here in the opening stage. So Steve Post What are we looking at as far as pit strategy here in stage one?
Well, the distance they can go is about 36 to 40 laps. So that fuel window to make it to the end of the stage is open right about now. Now, I would expect it to go a little bit longer here. The midway portion is lap number 30. I think we get to about there. We're starting to hear a little chatter, though, about teammates making sure manufacturers mates getting hooked up. And so we're starting to get a little conscious of it. I still think we're 4 or 5 laps away, but when it breaks loose by manufacturers, likely the scenario we'll see with pit stops need to pit within the next 10 to 12 laps and they'll run their cars out of fuel.
Did not take Ryan Blaney long to bring that outside lane back up and contend for the lead. Bubba Wallace, no choice but to go up and throw the block on Blaney, and that allows Ty Gibbs to now come to the bottom of the racetrack, and it's Ty Gibbs battling Bubba for the top spot.
Wallace has got the top side of the racetrack for the second groove off the bottom at least, and now here comes Ty Gibbs. The two drafting partners now will become adversaries as they race for the lead.
23-11 right now, the maestros of the orchestra, as it were. They're leading both lanes, bottom and top.
Good one there, Bagman.
He's the inside line. He's up to a side-by-side battle for third with Truex.
And Blaney gave Bubba Wallace a huge shove, brought Martin Truex with him. So now Wallace, Blaney, and Truex all out in front, and they go back to the bottom as well after they maybe try and get to the bottom for pit stops momentarily.
Yeah, that's what you're going to have to do. And that's usually a telltale, Dylan, when you know that it's closing in on pit stop time, is the lines will begin to shuffle out and everybody tries to huddle up at the bottom of the racetrack. For the moment, Dave was still wheel to wheel.
Bubba Wallace has got the point. He's got a rear view mirror full of Ryan Blaney. Blaney rides in the second spot. Low groove beginning to move. Daniel Suarez takes command up high.
Front four now, single file on the bottom. 23-11 with Bubba Wallace. Team Penske with Ryan Blaney.
Single file.
Teammates behind them with Truex and Ty Gibbs. And now you get back to the first side-by-side battle.
And that's Daniel Suarez in the outside lane who pulls the right door of Ty Gibbs, who runs on the inside lane, fourth in line. Outside lane a little bit disorganized as everybody tries to...
First battle we're watching, Ty Gibbs and Daniel Suarez. That's for 4.
Complete now, out front, Bubba Wallace last time
25 complete, 35 to go, stage 1.
In the top 10, it is all Fords and Toyotas, and here is a quick look at the top 10. Bubba Wallace leading as they come across the line over Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr., Daniel Suarez, and Ty Gibbs.
Suarez the highest placing Chevrolet right now.
And right now he is 6th. Chase Briscoe, Harrison Burton, Eric Almirola, that's your top 9, and Ross Chastain at the line by Joe Illigano, so make it 2 Chevrolets now in the top 10.
34 laps to go in stage number 1.
And Chase Elliott lagging back. I wonder if that's part of his plan.
People will take a taste any way they can. You never know when your best friend will lunge across the table and grab for it. A stranger could suddenly swipe it. Or your little brother might just ask for one too many sips.
McDowell now 2 laps down.
What you're doing or who you're with. When you're enjoying a Coke Zero Sugar, be ready to protect it from takers at all times. Because one sip begs the question, is this the best Coke ever? Take a taste and see.
Do you have an unused car, truck, motorcycle, boat, or RV taking up space? Put it to good use by donating it to the NASCAR Foundation. Proceeds help fund medical resources for children in our racing community. Your wheels can heal. Call 844-NASCAR-9 and we'll come tow away your vehicle for free. The process is quick and your gift is tax deductible. Call 844-NASCAR-9 to donate your vehicle to the NASCAR Foundation today. Your donation
And now McDowell finds drafting help. And he's now 2 laps down.
Still under the green flag, 33 to go in stage number 1. 27 laps still up on the board. Front 4 are single file down at the bottom side of the racetrack. Then we're going to go side by side for position number 5, where Suarez and Briscoe continue to race hard. From Talladega Super Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
On board with the Downs, he battles with Kyle Busch. Still getting used to Kyle Busch in the game. Like, that's always been an Earnhardt number.
The 1993 NASCAR Cup Series season.
The timeline is moving somehow.
On MRN's exclusive podcast, the 1993 season. Available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
From the infield garages to the race shops, NASCAR Hot Pass is your all-access ticket to the latest news for the sport.
Well, we got them down, now we put our foot on them. That's the attitude you gotta have.
I don't think it's a move that can have any success at Martinsville. I still don't know why it works.
Stay up to date with all of your favorite drivers all year long.
Uh-oh. That was almost a caution. That crossover moved by the 23.
NASCAR Hot Pass, weekday mornings from the Motor Racing Network.
On a beautiful Sunday in Talladega, Alabama, the NASCAR Cup Series racing the GEICO 500.
Briscoe, Blaney, Suarez, Truex, Albus for top 5. As we come to the halfway point of this first stage.
Started over in front of you, Bubba Wallace throwing a big-time block, trying to hold on to the lead.
Well, he had two
But
choices.
here
Either throw
comes
that big
Suarez.
time block, or have Daniel Suarez just drive neatly around him in the outside lane, through the block,
Nice onboard from the Goodyear blimp right there. Let me check chat for a bit.
Daniel Suarez that has stepped up to the plate to lead the outside lane. Right now, you've got Bubba Wallace for dragging help from Ryan Blaney. Truex and high gives.
Here comes the outside lane. Wallace went to the bottom to defend Ryan Blaney, and the outside lane had a run, but bailed out of that. Daniel Suarez still leading the outside lane with help from Kyle Busch, Harrison Burton, and Ross Chastain.
What's been very encouraging here today is the outside lane every bit as strong as the bottom side. Normally you think the bottom of the racetrack is the quick way around at a lot of facilities, but Dave, that's not the case here at Talladega.
Well, it's usually the case here at Talladega, at least in the early going, Alex. It takes usually 30, 40, maybe 50 laps to get some rubber down in that second groove and equalize it out. No such luck this time. They are dead even.
Side by side again, Suarez and Bubba Wallace, 1 and 2. Here's Suarez. He'll get the advantage. He's got Kyle Busch just buried right in his trunk. Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney trying to ease Bubba
And that 30 and the dropping help for the 34 came in the help of Ford teammate Brad Keselowski.
Again, as they wrap the double yellow line out of turn 4 and hit the short chute. New leader is Daniel Suarez at Talladega.
Suarez to the lead.
Back to the tri-oval here at the Talladega Superspeedway. Indeed, it is Daniel Suarez is being shown as the race leader. Let's go back and talk about something you said. Equal lanes inside and outside, I think, is a crew chief. You better make a note of that, because we talk a lot about the passing going on maybe outside of the top 10, but up front there, it's going to be difficult if you fall out of the top 10 late in the race, it's going to be difficult to get back up there.
It is. You have to maintain your track position, and that's going to happen on the racetrack. But more importantly, when you have to come to pit road, specifically if we have green flag pit stops, you have to be disciplined, come to pit lane with a group of cars so you have enough drafting help to maintain speed when you
need the draft help.
So this is going to get very interesting. We heard Steve Post say they can go somewhere in the neighborhood of about 40 laps on a tank of Sunoco fuel. Well, we just clicked off lap 32. Yeah, we had a
32 laps complete.
Earlier today. That will
156 to go, 28 left in the stage.
Figure out how are you going to get to the bottom of the racetrack so you have a free entry to pit road?
Mike Bagley, that's easier said than done for those drivers working lane number 2. They need to be on the bottom of the racetrack if they're going to pit.
And these moves to come to pit road, they normally start over here on the backstretch. But the problem is, if you're in the outside lane, you've got nowhere to go, Dylan, because the inside line is landlocked.
And the inside lane for now actually has some openings as they're a little bit scattered. Now Blaney able to draw back into the rear bumper of race leader Bubba Wallace. Just like that, the outside
Bubba Wallace back to the front now.
Typically, you want to pit with manufacturers that are like yours, whether all Toyotas, Chevys, or Fords, but when you look at the bottom lane right now, Dave, it's Toyotas, it's Fords, it's Chevrolets. You got a little bit of everything there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a buffet right now, and I don't know how they're going to get themselves organized because there's not much room at the inbound stairs. Not a lot of daylight for somebody to slide down and take that low through.
Waiting for something to open up downstairs for those drivers that are in the outside line to move down to perhaps maybe take that opportunity to come to pit road. Basically, the inside line, bumper to bumper to bumper, about 20 cars deep as they continue to try to seesaw their way back to the point.
Expecting pit stops in the next, I want to say 10 laps. 7 to 10 laps.
So here comes Daniel Suarez again in the outside lane, and again a ton of drafting help behind him in the form of Kyle Busch. Right behind Kyle, and a good run early on, Harrison Burton in that Wood Brothers Ford Mustang.
And Daniel Suarez will get catapulted to the lead. He drives around
Suarez
the outside.
back to the
This
lead.
time he's going to hang a left turn. He jumps to the bottom of the racetrack, slides across the nose of Bubba Wallace.
And will lead Kyle Busch, the leader of the outside line. He's got Harrison Burton right behind him on the outside. So downstairs, it's now Daniel Suarez leading with Bubba Wallace and Ryan Blaney behind him. But here comes Kyle Busch to the outside.
Courtesy of a nice push to the end of the backstretch from Harrison Burton in the Wood Brothers Ford. Ross Chastain third in line in the outside group. Blaney a little bit out of shape off of turn 4. He may get hung in the middle. And back here comes some Toyotas on the pit road.
They are going to bail out of the draft. Oh, one of them slides. Nearly wrecks and now spins it around. It's Tyler Reddick.
Tyler Reddick around.
Contact with the inside wall. Car ricochets
This
across
should
the
be a
pit
yellow.
lane into the grass. He's going to grab a gear and try to pull in. Disaster for Tyler Reddick.
No
He's
yellow.
going to get back to his pit box. We stay under the green flag.
We remain under green.
Yes, indeed. Here's Ty Gibbs in. Going to be fuel only on the Monster Energy Toyota Camry. Same call for Denny Hamlin. Fuel only. The first, the Toyotas. In on lap number 35. Towards the Hamlin.
It was a close call for race leader Bubba Wallace, but he made it to his pit stall unscathed. He took 2 right side tires and a splash of fuel. Tyler Reddick, who spun on pit lane just now, leaving his pit stall. Chris?
Well, right now, nobody in front of me, but the queue has been at least 1 or 2 more laps for the Chevrolet drivers. The Trackhouse crew, ATV boarding crew already up on the pit wall, so we're about to see the next group of manufacturers come down pit road.
Well, Bubba Wallace led them, the Toyotas, onto pit road. He goes off fifth. So he's going to lose a lot of spots on pit road. Disaster for Tyler Reddick. You're running
maybe
192 off turn number 4. You've got to slow the car down to 55. You can see that car begin to wheel hop. He chased it to the right, he chased it to the left, and then around it
Next group of manufacturers should be coming in momentarily. This green flag pit stops get underway here.
So normally in a regular race, if you're coming to pit road by yourself on your own strategy, you can focus on what you're doing, but it can be daunting when you come to pit lane.
Toyotas just came in. Should be expecting the Chevys in this lap or the next.
Meaning more brake in the front or more brake in the back. You can have the scenario that we just saw with
Chevys do
Tyler
not come
Reddick,
in.
where he spun the car. It was far worse than just spinning the car coming to pit road, Jeff.
You want to come in with your manufacturer, with your team.
Now out here soldiering on completely by himself, no drafting help at all, and you have to wonder whether the damage on the body of that race car will affect it, even if he can get back into pack racing. 38 laps are complete. Ross Chastain, Eric Jones, and how about Ty Dillon right now running in 3rd position, and Alex, Ty Dillon on a drafting track is always good.
I am surprised that was not a caution.
Running at the front of the field at Talladega. He was 3rd here in October of 2020. That was his career best in the NASCAR Cup Series. And here he is back there racing inside the top 3.
I'm honestly surprised that was not a yellow.
22 to go in stage number 1.
Will they find a home? Sponsored by GEICO. Susan has always wanted to live in a chateau. I like a certain je ne sais quoi, while Jake is more into the Cape Cod style home.
It's a classic look.
Compromise is tough, but these two won't have to compromise when they bundle home and
100
car
miles
insurance with GEICO. It's easy, and they can save even more. In the end, Susan and Jake have a Cape Cod style home where they will only speak French.
Bonjour, je t'aime, merci beaucoup, and cordon bleu.
You'll get better with time. Bundling without compromise at geico.com.
Jeff Gordon wins the NASCAR 500.
Jeff Gordon's rise
Expecting the
to
Chevys and Fords coming
all-time
fairly
greatest
soon.
driver was one life. Noah, relive Jeff Gordon's journey to the NASCAR Hall of Fame with the exclusive MRN podcast.
This is the
Jeff
Ford
Gordon, a colorful career, 93 Cup Series wins, 4 Cup
No, these are
Series
the Chevys.
championships, and 3
Chevys are in.
500 wins, a career rivaled by few others. Check out MRN's
At least the
Jeff
Ford
Gordon, a colorful career
and
on
some of the
podcast
Chevys.
platforms and MRN.com.
Got the Trackhouse guys, got
Sunoco gas
the
station is
Childress.
open for the Chevrolet. Steve Post.
A bow tie brigade here on pit road. Chase Elliott going to the first one off from pit road.
Looks like the legacy guys stayed out.
Kyle Busch is in getting pit service. Chevy pit stops. Lap 39, Chris Wilner.
Yeah, and for the Hendrick Motorsport Chevrolet, fuel only for William Byron, Alex Bowman, Trackhouse as well for Ross Chastain, all fuel only at this point. Georgia was
all fuel only.
Bowman, Trent, Martin Truex, Jr., fuel up as well as Austin, they both join the field.
11 Chevrolets making their pit stops. Ford should be coming up shortly from Talladega Superspeedway. This is the Motor Racing Network.
Expecting the Ford and whatever's left of the Chevy to come in
keep up with the latest.
at some point.
I'm a Daytona 500 winner. I would have never dreamed it.
Every weekday, you'll hear the top news stories in
And
the
this would
sport.
cycle things back to Bubba Wallace.
An opportunity of a lifetime for me I had to take.
Plus insights from your favorite drivers.
Can't thank NSC enough and everybody, involved for sticking with me and believing in me. I'm Chase Elliott. Listen to NASCAR Today every weekday right here on the Motor Racing Network.
This is Steve Post. If you love sprint cars, you'll love Wing Nation. Join World of Outlaw winner Aaron Evernham
And the Ford.
Tuesday at noon Eastern Time.
And everyone else.
Racing Networks and
Whoa, look out!
Facebook pages.
Chase Briscoe around!
The weekend's winners and newsmakers from around the country.
Like he just got
You
loose.
can also find the podcast of all past shows on
This is not going to be a caution.
Subscribe to the podcast on any of your favorite podcast providers. Wing Nation, all sprint cars, all the time.
Lap 41, all of the Fords have come to pit road. Chase Briscoe did exactly what Tyler Reddick did. He spun on entrance onto pit road. Let's find out about the rest of the Fords. Steve Post, you're up.
Oh, he corded the left rear. Briscoe just corded the left rear tire.
Austin Cindric, also 2 tires in Sunoco fuel, as well as Brad Keselowski and Eric Almirola. Everybody
I'd be throwing the caution like right now.
At this point in the race.
Caution on the speed
There it is.
here on lap number 42, and that's for Chase Briscoe.
I knew it. I knew it.
The right rear is down on the car, and the car just simply won't move. He's just spinning around and basically doing
I
donuts.
freaking knew this was going to end up as a yellow. I told you.
In front of you, what do you see?
Chase Briscoe stuck on pit lane. Crew not able to do anything. They were ready for that.
McDowell will be the beneficiary.
Ford camp, that was going to hurt the Ford camp going forward, but like I said, he's stuck on pit lane. Joey Logano, one of the takers that did make it to his pit stall, fuel for him.
No, excuse me. That'll be Tyler Reddick who'll be the beneficiary.
Now down, and we are under caution for the second time. It comes out on lap number 42. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification
On the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Under caution, lap number 42. It's the NASCAR Cup Series in action. It's the GEICO 500 at Talladega, currently under the caution. Eric Jones is being shown as the leader. Right now, you're listening to us live on the Motor Racing Network. Back with more in a moment.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some Nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. That looks like this cutoff man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
For great views, go to Kansas. For unforgettable views of action-packed racing, go to Kansas Speedway. With a premier facility that gives fans what they want, how they want to see it. And with a Saturday doubleheader, a Sunday Cup Series race, and great deals on kids tickets, the views will get better all weekend long. NASCAR Weekend at Kansas Speedway, May 6th and 7th. Get your tickets today at kansasspeedway.com.
The marathon that was a pit stop attempt by Chase Briscoe is over, complicated by the fact that he was, busted too fast on entry. So he is now 2 laps down. Free pass for Tyler Reddick. And an update for you when we come back from Talladega Superspeedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Too fast on entry.
The NASCAR Foundation has great news for local nonprofit organizations. It's the first ever NASCAR Day Give-a-thon on May 19th, a national campaign to help nonprofit organizations raise funds to support their mission. By joining the NASCAR Day Give-a-thon, you'll benefit from a national marketing campaign to build visibility and drive donations for your organization, all at no cost to you. Visit NASCARDayGiveathon.org to sign up today. That's NASCARDayGiveathon.org.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries worried about COVID-19. COVID-19 tests are now covered by Medicare Part B. That's right. Achieve DX will ship you your rapid COVID-19 test at no cost straight to your home. These easy-to-use FDA EUA authorized tests will give you results in 15 minutes. Even if you have a Medicare Advantage plan, you can have these tests delivered to your home at no cost to you, and the shipping is free. For your free COVID-19 tests, call Achieve DX at 800-249-8212. That's 800-249-8212. Call now.
Pit stops going on here with 16 to go in stage number 1.
Lap 44, under caution, a number of drivers, not everybody, but a good number of drivers electing to come to pit road for service. Steve Post, what did we see down there?
What we saw was in my area of the pit road, a lot of the Toyotas, they came in on lap 35, they did fuel only, so they came down now, 4 tires, Sunoco Racing Fuel. That's Denny Hamlin, that's Ty Gibbs, Christopher Bell. The only other driver that wrote down here, A.J. Allmendinger was in. That was his first pit stop, and I believe when the Chevy camp lined up to come in, he was stuck on the outside and not able to make it down pit road. Chris Wilder, how about in front of you?
Tires for a couple of Chevrolet drivers, including Eric Jones for tires and Sunoco Fuel, as well as Ricky Stenhouse Jr. again working with that new pit crew here this weekend. No major complaints from either of them. Fuel was originally the plan, but they thought because it is under caution, they're going to go ahead and change 4 tires and send it back out underway. Georgia, what about you?
Steve, you mentioned the Toyotas doing fuel only. Bubba Wallace come back to pit lane. He took 2 left side tires and fuel again along the lines of Justin Haley, Ty Dillon, and Martin Truex Jr. down here.
So after these handful of drivers make their pit stop, here's a look at the leaderboard presented by Liberty University. Liberty University, where you can win one of several scholarships in the LU24 $60,000 scholarship giveaway. Go to liberty.edu/24 for details.
And this will come on lap number 45. 2-time Talladega winner Chase Elliott currently out front over his teammate.
Oh my.
Alex Bowman and Kyle Larson. They go 1, 2, 3. The Chevys with the advantage after the pit stops. Ross Chastain 4th. Daniel Suarez 5th. William Byron is 6th. Then you get the 4th of Joe Logano in front of Zane
Chevy's
Smith.
in the top 6. That's the advantage of fresh tires.
Top 10.
The rest of the top 20 look like this. Kyle Busch is 11th. Noah Gragson is 12th. Eric Almirola goes 13th. Ryan Preece is 14th. J.J. Haley 15th. 16th is Austin Dillon. 17th is Todd Gilliland. 18th is Harrison Burton. Riley Hurst is 19th, and Brad Keselowski is 20th.
21st, B.J. McLeod. 22nd, Ty Dillon.
Does B.J. McLeod know his one of his main
Eric
sponsors is a
Jones,
financial scam?
A.J. Allmendinger, 25th. 26th, Justin Haley. Corey LaJoy is 27th. 28th is Chris Buescher. Kevin Harvick, 29th. And Martin Truex Jr. is 30th.
31st is Christopher Bell. 32nd is Bubba Wallace. 33rd, Ty Gibbs. 34th, Denny Hamlin. 35th, Austin Hill. 36th, just getting the free pass, as Jeff mentioned a moment ago, is Tyler Reddick. Chase Briscoe being scored 37th. 38th is Michael McDowell. Both Briscoe and McDowell, the reasons for the 2 cautions we've had today.
So when you take a look at how they came to pit road in manufacturing groups, Toyota, then Chevrolet, then Ford, it is clear to see who has the advantage. Alex Hayden, Chevy over Ford over Toyota.
They do. The highest running Toyota right now is 30th, and that's Martin Truex Jr., and that's where the rest of the Toyotas line up behind him. So to your point, Jeff, the Toyotas they simply don't have strength in numbers as far as many cars out there in Toyotas compared to the Fords and Chevrolets. They pitted by themselves. I'm not so sure they weren't thinking or hoping, at least, a handful of Chevys or a handful of Fords would come down the pit lane at the same time. It did not work, and they're going to have to start deep in the field.
6 Chevrolets line up 1, 2 through 6. That's Elliott, Bowman, Larson, Chastain, Suarez, and William Byron before you get back to the Fords. So Logano, Zane Smith, Blaney, Cindric, and then more Chevrolets and then more Fords after that. So you've got to get the car, Steve Post, as a group on and off pit road. If you work together,
Finally have a viewer.
well, it works out well. If there's an issue, you go to the tail.
Oh, absolutely, and we saw issues, and ironically, the issue with both Tyler Reddick and with Chase Briscoe is they spun in front of their compadres as far as the manufacturing goes. Both of those cars caused everyone to slow down. There was some concern about flat spotting tires. I did not hear any problems with that, but that really not only impacted the specific drivers, Reddick and Briscoe, but it forced everyone else off from their rhythm too.
Whoever's watching, welcome to the stream.
You gotta be flawless on these pit stops individually, and then with it being such a tight pad, you can't mess up the rest of the group, and that's what we saw, and I'm sure that, of course, with fast race cars, one of the reasons that the bow ties are right now finding themselves at the front of the field.
They just had the opportunity to choose which lane they wanted
Choose
to start
time.
in. Race leader Chase Elliott opted for the bottom of the racetrack. His 2 Hendrick Motorsports teammates, incidentally, went topside. So Alex Bowman will start outside front row, and Kyle Larson will start behind Bowman on the outside of the second row. That enabled by choice Ross Chastain to move up to the inside of row 2.
46 laps down.
Now the question is, can Elliott trust Chastain?
47, getting ready also for another GEICO restart. Switch to GEICO today and see all the ways you could save.
We'll go back green with 12 to go in stage 1, 48 laps complete.
You could save as they form up down the back straightaway. They climb the banking up in turn number 3. That steep banking, Dylan Welch, they're up there now at 70 miles an hour. Next time by, about 190.
They are indeed. Chase Elliott will be the one that brings us back to the green flag with his teammate Alex Bowman outside, and Ross Chastain lining up inside of row number 2 on the inside with Kyle Larson at his right door. Hendrick Motorsports in strong force here in the early going, at least on this restart. They've got 4 cars in the top 5 as they line up right now.
There'll be 13 laps to go in stage number 1 when the field gets back to the GEICO restart zone and gets back underway as they make their way now into the tri-oval.
Into the tri-oval they come.
Massive crowd here today at the Talladega Super Speedway, and they are on their feet. Here we go, getting ready to go back into the green flag. Lap number 47.
Green flag! Exclamation point. Restart in the chat.
Ross Chastain to the outsides. Teammates Alex Bowman and Kyle Larson.
Here they come into turn number 1, up through the gearbox, beginning to climb now through the accelerator. Chase Elliott to the inside line, trying to get a little bit of drafting help on his back bumper from Ross Chastain. 2x2 with Alex Bowman.
Here's Alex Bowman now, pin around in front, coming out of the 2 as Chase Elliott will leave the lane down low. Matter of fact, Chase has got drafting help stacked up behind him in the persons of Ross Chastain, William Byron, also Austin Cindric. Elliott now drawing even for the point.
So far, Elliott can trust Chastain, but for how long?
The rear bumper, second place, Ross Chastain, about a car length, half car length. Now they're on the rear bumper. From the inside time leader, Chase Elliott, they work into the tri-oval.
Right back we go. Inside lane has significant drafting help. Outside lane has the same. Flashing by the start-finish line, it's Alex Bowman from the second lane up. He's going to be the race leader.
Bowman to the race lead.
Advantage over Chase Elliott, but Elliott beginning to fight back on that inside line. Much to the delight of the infield spectators in turn 2. Chase Elliott to the lead on the back stretch.
And the fans at the end of the Alabama Gang Super Stretch just as jubilant now as Chase Elliott leads for a moment out of 2.
First time he has led since his injury. Jeez. Kyle Larson with a major push to the 48. Bowman to the lead.
Motorsports teammate Chase Elliott opts to stay in front of another teammate in Kyle Larson, who patrols the outside lane right now. They're side by side for the race lead.
Which Chevrolet is going to lead this lap? It's going to be among teammates with Bowman on the outside, Chase Elliott on the inside.
Who has the better help? Right now it is Bowman with help from Kyle Larson.
Only by inches, it's Alex Bowman.
Bowman now to the outside line with Kyle Larson. Daniel Suarez in hot pursuit, trying to open up a bit of a lead now. Bowman could cross over if he wants, but he does not take the opportunity.
He does not. He will stay loyal to Kyle Larson at the outside line. He could have jumped down in front of Chase Elliott. Elliott continues to pound away at the lane down low. Ross Chastain getting all the driving help. He did stand back to the
Daniel Suarez, Ross Chastain's teammate at Trackhouse Racing, right here in the mix as well as they run side by side for the 4th spot. Chase Elliott, a little separation from Chastain on the inside lane, allows the middle lane and will come back to front.
With Alex Bowman pulling that freight train on that middle lane, he's going to have the lead again, but here comes Chase Elliott.
Here comes Chase again down the tri-oval.
10 laps to go.
10 to go, stage 1.
The lead continues to be up for grabs.
Back and forth they go as the top spot continues to yo-yo between Alex Bowman and Chase Elliott. Bowman with a clear advantage this time through.
Bowman has the edge right now.
The outside line is where it's at right now, while Chase Elliott is doing the best he can do. Slowly but surely, one by one, they're starting to migrate topside, and it's showing at the front of the field. With Bowman and Larson of a 2-car breakaway, but here comes that freight train back to the bottom.
And that's Chase Elliott leading that group with Ross Chastain up his back bumper. William Byron in the mix as well, 3rd in line on the inside lane. Back to side-by-side racing for the lead. Elliott ahead by a nose, but not for long.
Going to take you all the way to lap number 60 before we see the green and white checkered flag.
He flashed by the tri-oval.
Right now,
9 to go. Stage number 1.
Go right behind with Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson.
They come into turn number 2. Clear breakaway now for the outside lane. As a matter of fact, the first side-by-side battle will be for 3rd. Daniel Suarez alongside Chase Elliott, but Chase gets a kick in the face to Ross Chastain. He's back in for the lead.
For a lead again.
Now a side-by-side battle for 2nd. Now he's trying to get a piece of the lead. He's inching alongside Alex Bowman. He's got a quarter panel. He is there side-by-side.
Every single time the outside lane looks like it has an advantage, Ross Chastain shoves Chase Elliott to the front. He does it again.
Massive shove from Ross Chastain to the 9 of Elliott. Elliott to the lead.
He's going to stay Chase Elliott on the bottom of the racetrack. Had an opportunity to drift up and make it 3 Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolets on the 2nd lane. He'll stay, however, right on the bottom of the racetrack, and here comes Bowman.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I'd give up that bottom lane either because Ross Chastain is one heck of a bump drafter right now. He's giving Elliott exactly what he needs, exactly where he needs it. Chase Elliott by a nose to the lead.
Chase Elliott, Ross Chastain, William Byron. They are the 3 cars that lead the inside line. Behind them on the bottom, you've got Austin Cindric, Noah Gragson, and Ryan Preece is down the mix.
Inside lane nearly broke away in the front 2. Chastain not able to clear Bowman, but Elliott does, so he's out in front by himself once again. Chastain on the bottom lane, exits in front of Bowman, briefly for the 2nd spot.
Ross, check that, make that Ross Chastain tucked in right behind Chase Elliott as they make their way through the tri-oval. And it will be Chase Elliott leading here on the left. I'll give you a quick look at the top 10. Only 7 to go in the stage. It's Elliott leading over his teammate Alex Bowman, Ross Chastain, Kyle Larson, and
Oh boy, this is going to be one heck of a battle to the stage caution.
How about Noah Gragson right now running in position number 9? Zane Smith completes the top 10. Mike Bagley, they're at your feet.
They are, and they're looking 3 wide around mid-pack, led by Eric Almirola.
Uh-oh, 3 wide of Talladega. That might not work.
Leading that brigade, Austin Dillon on the bottom, Kyle Busch in the middle, Eric Almirola on top. This is just outside the top 10.
They're beginning to make their progress forward. You heard Dylan mention Eric Almirola.
Coming to 6 to go, stage number 1.
Yeah, Eric Almirola is doing a solid job. I talked to his crew chief, Drew Blickensurfer, this afternoon. He says, we have nothing to lose. We felt like as an organization, we let one slip away last week. They feel like they have to get a win, and this is right now their best opportunity. They're not going for stage points. They're going for race win. Right now, Eric Almirola loves being the pusher. We'll see if he can get back up toward the front.
Box step formation headed towards turn number 3.
Here they come off the end of the back straightaway. That 3-wide line continues to grow, and now it's moving forward up against the wall.
It is indeed, and it's growing by the row here. You've got 2 of the front row motorsports cars. In fact, 3 Fords now lined up that were 3 wide. The extreme outside lane, led by Zane Smith, about the 10th spot.
Beauty of Talladega Super Speedway. Easily 5 lanes wide, and here is a 3rd lane. Now beginning to percolate. Working that outside, Zane Smith. He's got the field running behind him on that outside.
Anything you've got in mind, you can find the room to execute if you're brave enough to try it. Smith still needs a little more help upstairs. He begins to fall back in that 3rd lane.
About 6 rows of side-by-side racing up front, and then you go 3 wide from that 7th row on back. That's jostling back and forth, front to rear, side to side. As everybody jostles for that real estate, chasing
Chase Elliott. And there were only 4 cars in that very top lane. They were bunched together nose to tail. They're not anymore. A lot of separation up there, and that line is dying as they work off the exit of the corner. Chase Elliott.
4 to go in stage 1 this time by.
At the end of the stage, the top 10 get points. Some already bailing out of this big pack, and for good reason, Dave. 4 laps to go. Pay window will open soon, and they continue to run inches apart.
Jeff, I think that 3-wide line could have gotten something done, but Zane Smith just couldn't find enough disciples to join him up there. It's now fallen completely out. They're all back to Gilbert.
Yeah, we're back to side-by-side racing, but some tense 3-wide moments there, just beyond the mid-pack portion on back. Out front, Elliott on the bottom, Bowman up top, they continue their side-by-side battle.
And it's a little bit of a 6-pack there before you get back to the side-by-side racing for the 7th spot. You got Chase Elliott leading the inside lane, Alex Bowman to his right side. Behind them, Ross Chastain, Kyle Larson, William Byron, and Daniel Suarez.
Making their way back to the tri-oval. Nobody again at the front has an advantage. Wheel to wheel. Chase Elliott at the bottom. Alex Bowman goes top side. Ross Chastain lending, drafting help to Chase Elliott's back bumper.
Here they come into turn number 1, and they are in lockstep now. 2 by 2, not an inch between the 2 front runners. Chase Elliott down low. Alex Bowman up high. Nobody with
This time around, 2 to go. Stage 1. Pits will close.
Chase Elliott down low, giving him appropriate pushing and drafting assistance when needed. You got Brian Blaney now right behind William Byron. So you got Elliott.
Ross Chastain's one heck of a bump drafter.
Chastain again latches onto the back bumper of the Napa Chevrolet as Chase Elliott shoves him out in front. Side-by-side race. The first one is out for second with Chastain inside. Bowman outside. He got help from Kyle Larson to the outside lane move forward.
The pack continues to thin out. 2 to go. The pack now down to maybe 20. Alex Bowman with the lead. Kyle Larson goes second. The side-by-side battle is between Suarez and Chase Elliott.
And that is back around the number 3 position. Elliott's got the inside lane. Suarez is up high, and they come 2 by 2 off turn number 2, heading for Peter.
Bowman now with a car length out in front of that outside line. Larson had faded for a moment, but now that will accordion back together with Bowman leading the outside all by himself out in front. And the battle is on side by side for second.
Chastain got again to the back bumper of Chase Elliott, only able to push him to the 2nd spot this time as he edges in front of Kyle Larson. But they're building momentum down there around the yellow line. Chase Elliott now side by side with Alex Bowman for the lead as they work down the short shoot.
Seems when they come up off of the corners, the inside lane has the power. Outside lane comes to life the further they go on a straightaway. Same here at the start-finish line. Lap 59 on the board. Final lap, stage number 1.
Final lap, stage 1.
Turn number 1 is Bowman with the advantage by a couple of car lengths now. His Hendrick Motorsports teammates 2 by 2 behind him. Elliott down low. Larson up high. Here comes Chase Elliott for the lead.
Elliott to the lead. Maybe no.
He's trying to overtake Alex Bowman win this first stage here this afternoon at Talladega. Elliott is there. So is Bowman. But Elliott has the fender out in front thanks to Chastain.
Chastain giving him some help. 9 car with the fender. 3 and 4.
Side by side through 3 and out of 4. Chastain doing his job, pushing Chase Elliott to the point.
The first checkered flag of the afternoon, and they all want it. The green and white checkered flag is out. Chase Elliott will take the lead. Chastain, Bowman side by side for second. At the line, it is
Chase Elliott will win stage number 1, his first stage win since his injury.
Over his teammate, Alex Bowman, second, followed by Ross Chastain.
This will bring up
William Byron,
our
and
third
Kyle
yellow
Larson.
of the afternoon.
5 finishers in stage 1. The rest of the top 10, Austin Cindric, Noah Gregson, 7th, Joey Logano, 8th, Ryan Priest, 9th, and Daniel Suarez, 10th. Chase Elliott scoring the stage 1 win.
That's brought to you by Sunoco. Sunoco puts the same focus and care that goes into the fuel at its stations that it does for the race fuel that powers the fastest racing machines around the world. Sunoco, fueling NASCAR for 20 years.
Those are sports sounds. And people in sports so much, it makes them pay attention when I say drivers who switch and save with Progressive can save hundreds. And we all know how sports fans feel about big saves. See what I did there? Save is also a sports word. So save big when you switch to Progressive. That's golf club.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Potential saves will vary.
Buying a house can feel like you're going 200 miles per hour, bumper to bumper traffic with a dirty windshield and the sun in your eyes.
Mortgage has the technology, expert staff, and resources to simplify the process while speeding up the time it takes to get clear to close. So while getting a loan can seem intimidating, Rudolph Mortgage will have you opening the doors to your new home fast and stress-free.
So that's 10 much-needed stage points.
While 13th, Chase Elliott after the pit stops. Bubba Wallace, 14th. Alex Bowman, Austin Dillon, William Byron takes you down through 17th. Then Ty Gibbs, Noah Gregson, and Corey LaJoie are your top 20. Have we learned? I mean, it's so hard to learn anything, but have we learned anything here from your seat after 65 laps?
Two things I've really took note of here in the fact that, yes, we've had a lot of side-by-side racing, but the third lane started to move before people started bailing out of that. That's something I'm filing away because we saw that outside lane, the third lane, start going and picking up positions, finally got to mid-pack, and some cars started getting out of that draft. So we know a third lane could very well make some progress. I think the other thing is this is a long race. We still have 123 laps to go in the GEICO 500. There's going to be more pit stops, obviously, and if they're green flag pit stops, you can't afford to make mistakes, and we've seen good cars have problems on pit road already.
Kyle Busch is in Steve Post. I assume that is to top off fuel, and you have an update on A.J. Allmendinger.
Yeah, Kyle Busch was topping off fuel. Same for Chris Buescher. He had that penalty you guys documented. When we talk about A.J. Allmendinger, his car is bottoming out. Now, he just went back out on the racetrack. He kind of gassed it up a little bit, revved it up out there, and he says it's still bottoming out. So I'm not sure exactly what they found. They made a shock adjustment on the front of the car, but I'm not sure that AJ's all that comfortable with that race car right now.
Just did the choose.
I wouldn't be comfortable at all at 194 miles an hour, and the bottom of my race car is bouncing off the racetrack.
Laptop
that
went
would
emergency
make me
shutdown
want
on
to come
me.
to pit road for an
So,
and that's why he did that, and hopefully he got the right adjustment that AJ would need. AJ was one of the quick cars when we put him under the green flag, advancing quickly up the leaderboard, but now he will have to do it again, starting deep in the field, getting ready for a GEICO restart. Switch to GEICO today and see all the ways you could save. It's easy. Simply go to geico.com to get a rate quote and get started seeing how much you could save.
Mentioned at the top of the broadcast, you have to use some patience, and you got to have some self-discipline. Patience paying off, different sequence, a little pit strategy, and the Toyota of Denny Hamlin, our pole winner, is back at the front of the field. Kevin Harvick is now running second, Haley third, Chastain fourth, Truex is fifth. Field tightens up again, 2 by 2. We look for the green flag this time by.
Remember, stage 1 done. Chase Elliott picking up the green and white checkered flag. Bubba Wallace has led more laps today than anybody else at 23. Elliott with 11.
Alex
to win
Bowman
tonight with 8. Eric Almirola with 6. Getting ready to go back into the green flag here.
Green flag!
67.
Exclamation point restart in the chat.
Restart zone and the green flag goes back in the air. Racing once again at Talladega. Outside lane led by Denny Hamlin. He's got a trunk full of Kevin Harvick. Downstairs it is Justin Haley. He's being shoved for all he's worth by Ross Chastain.
Chastain not quite up to where he needs to be though, and that is going to allow Denny Hamlin to get away with the lead. He gets a good shove from Harvick. Hamlin will take the top spot. Harvick and Haley now side by side for second.
Hamlin into the clean air all by himself. Battle for second. Haley on the bottom, and you got Kevin Harvick right behind Denny Hamlin. The inside line starting to make some progress. Matter of fact, Ross Chastain will now shove Justin Haley up into a battle for the lead.
Everybody wants to be in front of Ross Chastain. He has been the best pusher of the day so far, and pushes Justin Haley into a side-by-side battle for the race lead with Denny Hamlin off of turn number 4.
Problem is Chastain backed off of Justin Haley, and Haley will no longer battle Denny Hamlin for the lead, at least not at the moment. Hamlin, Harvick, Truex,
Hamlin
that's
will
the
lead
outside
this
lane.
lap.
Joey Logano is there as well.
1:20 to go.
The number 4 spot as he powers the nose to the outside of Justin Haley. Haley still looking for some drafting help. Still needs a little more from Ross Chastain as they hit the back straightaway.
2 and 3 and clear. That's Hamlin and Harvick. Truex in third, trying to do the same. Had the advantage coming out of 2, and as they race up the back straightaway, here comes that inside line again. Chastain back to the point.
They went from 3 to 2 to 1 on the inside lane, and now Justin Haley in control.
Justin
at the front
Haley
of the
to
field
the lead
at
at Talladega.
Chastain
With top
trying to squeak by Denny Hamlin. He's got him by a nose, and they race for the second spot.
Justin Haley knows how to draft. He's won here at Talladega in the Xfinity Series. His career best in a Cup car, well, that was a win. Came in July at the World Center of Racing in Daytona Beach. He leads the inside lane right now. He's got Denny Hamlin topside.
Hamlin to the outside of the racetrack. He's going to power back around and into the lead. He slides down right across the nose of Haley. Hamlin now will take the lead and the bottom.
And he will take that inside line, and he will take control of it. You got Hamlin leading, got Justin Haley right behind him. That leaves Kevin Harvick to work on the outside line. He's got Truex and others stacked up there, but they've got some more work to do to get back to the point.
And the work is working so far. Harvick gets back to the right side of Denny Hamlin as they battle for the top spot. Truex pushing Harvick forward as the outside lane continues to march forward.
Career start number 800, career wins 60 for Kevin Harvick. He's in the outside lane. Two-time winner at the Talladega Superspeedway. Denny Hamlin downstairs by inches. Advantage goes to Denny.
2 laps ago, Hamlin was getting pushed to the lead by Kevin Harvick. Now he's going to be kicked out of the lead by Kevin Harvick. Harvick to the outside line. Big-time drafting help in the rear-view mirror. He'll take the lead on the outside.
That drafting help in Harvick's rear-view mirror comes in the person of Martin Truex Jr. Now it's Kevin Harvick's turn to take control. Can he do it? No, because Haley is shoving Hamlin back to the lead on the inside lane.
4-pack up in the front of the field. Hamlin inside, Harvick outside, right behind them, Haley and Truex. And now the rest of the pack closes back in as we go 2 by 2 all the way through the field. Door to door for the lead with Hamlin on the inside.
Denny Hamlin downstairs. Kevin Harvick in his 800th NASCAR Cup Series start works the outside lane. He's got the red, white, and blue Mobil 1 colors at the front of the field. Kevin Harvick has become the new race leader at Talladega.
Harvick by about a car length. Denny Hamlin not done yet, but he hasn't got quite the drafting help downstairs that Kevin Harvick has from Truex up high. Harvick to the point off turn number 2.
In fact, Harvick is going to get out in front of Truex by about a couple of feet, but that will change as Truex draws back up on the back bumper of that Mobil 1 Ford Mustang. All the while, Justin Haley laying off and laying back off of Hamlin, and now Harvick does take control.
Outside lane doing a great job of staying tightly bunched together. Joey Logano third in line doing just as much help as Truex is giving to Harvick. And out in front of the field, Harvick pulls Truex 1 and 2.
34 cars right now running on the lead lap. All 38 of them running right together in the pack. And Kevin Harvick has got the Ford Mustang out front. Joey Logano has got the Ford Mustang on the outside of that row as they try to run down Kevin.
Harvick's got the lead, but it's no walk in the park. Now he's going to face a challenge from Martin Truex. MTJ drops to the bottom. Across the nose of Hamlin, he wants the lead off too.
Kevin Harvick drifted to the high lane to throw the block on Joey Logano. It worked for a moment. Truex changes lanes. He goes to the bottom. Harvick now out in front by himself, but Hamlin will shove Truex downstairs.
A couple of Joe Gibbs Racing teammates working well together in the bottom lane, and in fact, that move pushes Truex to the front just briefly. Harvick in the outside lane. 2 Fords lined up there. Joey Logano pushing him back up front.
Coming back to the tri-oval. Lap number 73 will go on the board in the GEICO 500. Gives us 47 laps to go in stage number 2.
Bundling and saving with GEICO is an easy choice, so you're free to ponder life's big questions, like, what's the best animal in the world if not humans? I'd strongly consider ducks to be somewhere up there on the list. Think about it. Ducks can swim, ducks can fly, and ducks can walk on land. They have access to all terrains. They are the ultimate animal. And they wiggle their butts when they walk, which is funny. Yeah, ducks are awesome. End of story. Bundling and saving with GEICO. It's an easy choice.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries worried about COVID-19. COVID-19 tests are now covered by Medicare Part B. That's right, Achieve DX will ship you your rapid COVID-19 tests at no cost straight to your home. These easy-to-use FDA EUA authorized tests will give you results in 15 minutes. Even if you have a Medicare Advantage plan, you can have these tests delivered to your home at no cost to you, and the shipping is free. For your free COVID-19 tests, call Achieve DX at 800-249-8212. That's 800-249-8212. Call now.
Last time by, Kevin Harvick was scored the race leader. However, on the bottom side of the back straightaway, Martin Truex Jr. will grab the top spot away as they continue to race hard in the draft here at Talladega. 45 laps to go here in stage number 2. That means 75 are complete. From Talladega Superspeedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Do you have an unused car, truck, motorcycle, boat, or RV taking up space? Put it to good use by donating it to the NASCAR Foundation. Proceeds help fund medical resources for children in our racing community. Your wheels can heal. Call 844-NASCAR-9 and we'll come tow away your vehicle for free. The process is quick and your gift is tax deductible. Call 844-NASCAR-9 to donate your vehicle to the NASCAR Foundation today. Your donation will help our children survive and thrive.
Are you ready? To help children forget about their serious medical conditions so they can just be a kid. Yeah! Then support Victory Junction, which is the dream of late race driver Adam Petty, who wanted to build a camp where children concentrate on fun and laughter, not illness.
200 miles down, 300
At Victory
to go.
Junction, kids enjoy zip lining, horseback riding, swimming, fishing, all in a medically safe environment, all at no cost to the camper. What do you say, Richard Petty?
Let's do this.
Learn more at victoryjunction.org.
We welcome you back to Talladega Super Speedway, still under the green flag. Still side by side for the race lead on the Alabama Gang Super Stretch.
Joey Logano finds his way to the bottom of the racetrack, and he finds his way alongside Kevin Harvick. Logano in his Ford to the inside of Harvick's Ford. Joey Logano gets pushed to the lead by Martin Truex Jr.
And out in front go both of those cars. Logano and Truex out in front of the pack by a couple car lengths. Hamlin is inside of Harvick as they race for the third spot with Haley behind them and Ryan Preece as well.
1 lap to go. Kevin Harvick enjoying the biggest lead of anybody so far this afternoon. It was about 6 feet. Right now he's trying to hold on to third. Logano will lead. Truex goes to second. Side by side for third, Hamlin and Harvick.
Harvick trying to rally the troops back up again in that outside lane. So far, nothing doing. The advantage goes to Denny Hamlin. Harvick will fall back into a side-by-side battle for fourth with Justin Haley.
Two-car breakaway now. Oh, now Truex is going to leave Logano high and dry. Here's Truex. He'll dart to the outside. And Hamlin will go as well.
Truex
to the lead. Hamlin to second. Harvick to third.
Truex to the lead.
Battling for fourth.
It's the Jersey boy.
Two with Truex and Hamlin. Kevin Harvick runs in the third spot in the outside lane. Inside lane comes back. Logano's up to third. He's up to second as they work off of turn number 4.
That's on the bottom side of the racetrack. However, the outside lane seems to have the momentum, and the most momentum we've seen the outside lane have for a while. It's Truex leading, being shoved by teammate Denny Hamlin. Kevin Harvick is stacked up in that line as well.
That was a big-time move for Martin Truex Jr. on the back straightaway a lap ago. He had about a half a second to make his decision and execute the lane change. He did it perfectly.
By Truex.
He's staying in the outside line with Hamlin right behind him. Behind Hamlin, you've got Kevin Harvick. It's a 3-car breakaway. Side-by-side battle for fourth. That's where Joey Logano is racing alongside Ryan Preece. But hang on, here comes Justin Haley behind Logano.
They work back into the banking of 3. Top 2 are gone by about a couple car lengths once again as the rest of the pack closes in. Logano leads the inside lane. Harvick on the high side. Logano getting a push from Haley.
You mentioned, Mike Bagley mentioned just a moment ago, Justin Haley, just a 23-year-old driver out of the state of Indiana, and he is always so good here on drafting tracks. And right now, he will tuck in line right behind Joey Logano.
Trying to shove Joey back to the point. For the moment, that's a side-by-side battle for the number 4 position. Logano down low, Ryan Preece topside.
It still continues to be Truex and Hamlin and Harvick. They
are
1, 2, 3. They're right now driving down the middle of the racetrack, but it's the outside line as far as drafting is concerned. Logano is trying to keep pace with Preece in a side-by-side battle for fourth.
Top 2 in a tandem almost at the end of the back straightaway, but then they backed up to the rest of the outside line, and they are packed in nose to tail as they work off of 4. Logano leads the inside lane. They pull in the second spot.
They come thundering off of turn number 4. They come rocketing back through the tri-oval. This will be lap number 80. 40 more laps to go in the stage. It is the GEICO 500. And here is your top 10. It is Truex at the line over his teammate Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick, Justin Haley. That is your top 5. 6 through 10 at the moment, Ryan Preece, Ross Chastain, Kyle Larson, Austin Cindric, and Alex Hayden, Bubba Wallace.
it's not too far away, about a month or so and some change before we go back to the Worldwide Technology Raceway at Gateway for the NASCAR Cup Series. Enjoy Illinois 300 presented by Ticket Smarter, and also the Toyota 200 NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series weekend, June 2nd through the 4th. I'd like to welcome to the broadcast Executive Vice President and Promoter of Worldwide Technology Raceway, Mr. Chris Blair. Welcome to Talladega. How you doing?
Oh, doing great. Had a great time here all weekend long, and we're just getting us pumped up for our race coming up in just 6 weeks.
Well, you got a lot going on there at the racetrack. You guys have got some really cool things happening that are going to be available for all the race fans once the doors open up. Tell me about the 360-degree fan immersion infield experience.
Yeah, this is just phase 2 of an ongoing process that we're going to be doing through 2025 of upgrades and improvements to the facility. And, we've been traveling around to a lot of the races, taking a look at what's been going on with the garage spaces and what we have to work with, and taking examples from some of the other ones. And, we wanted to be able to give those fans those opportunities to get in up close and personal with the garages. Some of the experiences you may see some other places, but this will be the first time in our area that fans will be able to have that great experience and get up close.
And part of what you're doing is that Gateway Garage experience. How important is it to do things like this for your race fans?
Well, that's one of the things that we see is I'm going along in a lot of the places that I have to travel for races as we're working on getting ready for the Enjoy Illinois 300. I go to the tracks that I know have those fun enhancements because it makes it better for me. So if I enjoy it after all these years I've been around, the fans are going to love it. And I feel like you have to get the fans closer to the action and get them up close and personal, and that's what we're trying to accomplish.
So much going on for the race fans. That's obviously job number one. Let's make sure all the guests have a great time. So the fan zone, that's going to be really ramped up, obviously. But it's not just about NASCAR racing all weekend. There's some music going on.
Yeah, the second annual Confluence Music Festival. Last year we had Old Dominion and some others playing. This year we got an incredible lineup. Dirks Bentley's playing post-race, doing a full show because we want fans to stick around after the races are over. Our lead-in on Sunday, Bailey Zimmerman, Brothers Osborne. On Saturday night we have Flo Rida. We have a lot of different things going on there on the music front, and then in addition to that, we're doing some community outreach programs to benefit the Jackie Joyner Kersey Foundation with the JJK 5K. Steve Post has promised me that he's going to run in that 5K that weekend, so we're just trying to do so much that we can to showcase our community, but at the same time, get our community involved in the sport of NASCAR.
And Jackie Joyner Kersey also will be the Grand Marshal of the NASCAR Cup Series race. She's a 6-time Olympic medalist. So how can folks get tickets to come out and join us out there the first weekend of June?
Just go to www.traceway.com and we can get you taken care of, or call our ticket office and find our numbers there on the website, and we'll be happy to walk you through all the different packages and everything that we have available. One of the things we try to remind everybody, we're making last year, and I think it's going to be just as good again this year.
I back that up 100%. Can't wait to get there. So come join us, folks, June 2nd through the 4th. Chris Blair, Executive Vice President and Promoter, Worldwide Technology Raceway.
One lap, it is Truex out front. The other lap, it's Joe Illigano. Then mix in Denny Hamlin, Kevin Harvick, and Justin Haley. That is your top 5. Right now, we are working lap number 85. 35 laps remain in stage number 2.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. It delivers super fast internet to power a house full of devices with ultra low lag, and it's only getting faster. Now, Houston won't like me saying this, but this is bigger than the moon landing. You didn't hear it from me, though.
Oh, we heard you, Neil.
You did?
Yeah, we hear everything, Neil.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed.
At Victory Junction, it's simple. We believe every child, no matter their diagnosis or disability, deserves the chance to just be a kid. So we provide a medically safe environment where children who live in a world of hospital stays and doctor's visits are free to do everything from riding horses, ziplining, swimming, fishing, and bowling, all at no cost to the camper. The experience inspires confidence, builds self-esteem, and changes the life of every child who comes here. Help us change a child's life at victoryjunction.org.
Inches apart as they come across the line, 9 1/1000ths of a second. That is the lead that Truex has over Joe Illigano. Now, 24 lead changes at the line. We're going to step away. When we come back, we'll give you an update on some of the front-running cars. We'll do that next. From Talladega Superspeedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hi, I'm MRN lead reporter Steve Post. Go behind the scenes each week with me and championship-winning crew chief Todd Gordon for MRN Crew Call.
Really proud of those guys and what they put together.
Where we talk to first-time winners. Crew chief for Trackhouse Racing, Travis Mack joins us, and champions from the NASCAR Cup Series. Your 2022 championship-winning crew chief Paul Wolf to the Craftsman Truck Series. The championship-winning crew chief with driver Zane Smith joins us. You can download MRN Crew Call wherever you get your podcasts.
When you're on the go, catch NASCAR Today to keep up with the latest.
It's the only thing I race for. You know, race wins are nice, but championships is what it's all about.
Every weekday, you'll hear the top stories of the day.
I'm excited to announce that I'll be taking my talents to Welcome, North Carolina to drive the number 8 car for Richard Childress Racing starting in 2023.
And from the stars of the sport.
Holy smokes, we get to go race for a championship.
I'm Chase Elliott. Listen to NASCAR Today every weekday.
Next
right
time,
here
bye.
on the Motor
100 to
Racing
go.
Network.
Here they come again, and there they go on lap number 88. 88 down, 100 remaining. A quick look at the top 10, Alex, to call out a couple of drivers in particular. Truex leading that lap over his teammate Denny Hamlin, who led the field of the green flag. We should get an update on Denny. Joey Logano third, Kevin Harvick fourth, and how about Justin Haley, who's running in position number 5?
Fantastic drive, and not surprising for Justin Haley up at the front of the field here at Talladega Super Speedway. You mentioned get an update. Why don't we do that? Why don't we sweep the pit lane and get a couple of stories at this point in the race? 88 laps into it here in the GEICO 500. We'll start at the exit of pit road and Steve Post.
Alex, we are nearing pit stop, so there's a little conversation about that as the cars thunder by and some drivers start to look for position. But let's talk a little bit about Denny Hamlin. He is so good at this kind of racing. It's a fascinating listen with Denny Hamlin on the scanner, because not only is he directing his efforts, but he's really coaching Martin Truex Jr. as well. And Truex is a very accomplished racer, but Denny is so good at this. He said, Martin, whenever you want to go, I'm ready to go with you. Dave Moody described that move, and that was a coordinated move between Denny Hamlin and Martin Truex Jr. This duo has really got their cars together and running at the front of the field. That's one of the drivers I'm keeping an eye on. Chris Wilner, what are you looking at?
Well, a tip of the cap to Team Penske driver Austin Cindric. Remember, he had to start at the rear for failing technical inspection twice. Crew chief Jeremy Bowens went ahead and made adjustments after qualifying to get that race car to fire off better. Well, he's already up inside the top 10 and feels like he's got the best handling race car right now. Just wants to find his Penske teammate of Joey Logano currently in that front pack. So right now things really good for Austin Cindric after a difficult start to the weekend. How about you, Georgia Henneberry?
Well, as you mentioned, Alex, no surprise that Justin Haley is running up front. But to get even further into it, he has 4 Xfinity Series wins, 2 at Daytona, 2 at Talladega, and 1 Cup win at Daytona. So there's a little bit of a theme here. This is his type of racing. He started 26th, currently 4th.
You know, and thank you very much. By the way, again, that was Steve Post, Chris Wilner, Georgia Henneberry. They've got you covered on everything going on down on pit road. Alex, I think it's going to happen. We've come very close, where the differential between first and second is absolutely 0. We just had them come across the line, Truex over Logano by 9 1/1000ths of a second. It's like that lap after lap. I think that's as close to triple zeros as we've seen. But man, oh man, sooner or later, with them racing inches apart, it may happen here today.
Yeah, we may see the dead even triple zeros on the timing and scoring. Dave Moody's out in turns 1 and 2, and Dave, 91 laps into this.
That's about the only time
and
I'll
only
get
14 caution flag laps. We've seen side-by-side racing at 194 miles per hour. You can almost get lulled into a false sense of security, but not. You can't take away the fact that this is inches apart.
No, you're exactly right, Alex. And it really is kind of
you're
mind-boggling.
Exactly right there,
90 laps going on the board, and it is still, the only thing we're lacking is the pace car at the front of the pack. It's 2 by 2
good
by
one,
2
Bagman.
by 2 all the way from first to last. But you're exactly right. They are running inches apart, 200 miles an hour plus, one tiny little mistake, and this whole thing blows up, and nobody wants to see that.
Well, it is a ticking time bomb. There's no question about that. And Mike Bagley, as they come by you now, we do see that third lane beginning to form up once again. We saw it in stage 1. Now it is coming back here in stage 2. Lap after lap, we see that inside lane and the outside lane. I think at some point during this event, that third line is going to form, and that third line is going to come to the front.
Well, that was one of the concerns pre-race. We didn't see that happen in the Daytona 500. There was some optimism that it could break loose today. This is only the second time we've seen it be attempted. It was attempted in the first stage. It got up to about mid-pack and then dissolved almost as quickly as it developed.
Next lap, we
see a couple of cars trying to step out there and get it going, but you got to have more people to get up there and make it happen. And right now, no one's willing to step out and lose their space in the line that they have in the outside lane. So therefore, that's why we're locked into this double wide formation that we've had virtually since the dropping of the green flag this afternoon.
And Dylan Welch is out in turns 3 and 4. And Dylan, we see bump drafting. That's the nature of the beast when it comes to drafting at these types of racetracks. But at least to this point, 94 laps in, has it been fairly tame?
It has been, and as the cars go by,
Very tame for a
that third
Talladega
lane
race.
continues to try to advance forward, but it has been, and I think Mike and Dave both hit it on the head. Look, it's been aggressive. We've seen guys make moves or try to make moves, but everybody's been calm, has been respectful, and it's been good racing so far. So I think that naturally, as we get closer to the end of not only stage 2, but the end of this race, the pushing and shoving will increase as we expect it to always here at Talladega. But for now, everybody's done a nice job to hold a pretty wheel, and we haven't had too many problems so far.
Hands down, 3 of the best in the business. Dave Moody, Mike Bagley, and Dylan Welch. They're covering the action for you out in the turns. We were talking about triple digits, meaning a dead heat first and second. How about 4 1/1000ths of a second last lap Truex over his teammate Denny Hamlin, working now lap number 95. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network.
It's projected to go to 7. The way things are going,
this mid-race update is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Coke Zero Sugar tastes so good, people will take a taste any way they can. So when you're enjoying a Coke Zero Sugar, be ready to protect it. Because one sip begs the question, is this the best Coke ever? Take a taste and see.
At the start-finish line, 24 official lead changes among 15 different drivers. Bubba Wallace has led the most laps today, a total of 23. However, rapidly approaching that lead lap count is Martin Truex Jr. He's led a total of 17 laps. Truex continues to be the race leader. We've only been slowed by 3 caution flags today. First came out on lap 2 when Michael McDowell cut down a tire and caught the wall in turn number 4. Then on lap number 42, during green flag pit stops, Chase Briscoe spun on the pit lane and got stuck in the middle of the pit lane and could not advance. Had to put the caution flag out there. And the third and final caution, at least to this point in the race, came on lap 60 at the end of stage number 1, where Chase Elliott picked up the stage win.
Chase Elliott currently 25th.
This could be when my lady and I got lost at sea. We tossed and turned and we nearly drowned when my brave little boat went down. Whoa, 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 no, none of that's true. You haven't had a date in a year or 2. The sea was calm and the sky was clear and you crashed right into the pier. Yeah, fine.
Accidents don't just happen in sea shanties, so Progressive Boat Insurance has you covered. Take as little as 4 minutes to see what you can save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms and not available for all boats or in all situations.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. You can meet with an InventHelp representative who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. Take action and get the help you need from InventHelp.
Much of the early part of
Call 1-800-455-7790. That's 1-800-455-7790. Again, 1-800-455-7790.
Hamlin.
Back at the Talladega Super Speedway, another lead change, but it's the driver who's led the most laps so far today. Bubba Wallace has gone to the top of the leaderboard. 3 Toyotas now at the front. Wallace, Hamlin, and Martin Truex Jr. from Talladega Super Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Wing Nation TV, presented by Sage Fruit, is your go-to destination for all the latest sprint car news and interviews with the stars of sprint car racing from around the country. This is Steve Post. Join Ashley Stremme and me each Friday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time on MAV TV. In Canada, check us out Wednesdays at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Rev TV. Ashley and I talk with all the biggest names in sprint car racing every week. If you love sprint cars, make sure you join us on Wing Nation TV.
Looking to rent a scanner? Racing Electronics rentals must be purchased in advance online at racingelectronics.com. No walk-ups will be allowed. With a Racing Electronics scanner, hear uncensored communication from every team in the race or tune into the live radio broadcast. Don't forget to rent early. Head over to racingelectronics.com/rental info for important rental dates and to secure your weekend rental today.
Racing hard for the lead once again at Talladega. Kevin Harvick now has it by half a car length over Martin Truex Jr. They'll spill up off of turn number 4, Jeff, and again the lead will change.
It will indeed, and it will change now for the 26th time. Bubba Wallace had to lead just a lap or so ago. We are 100 laps in, 88 remain, and they're headed back to turn 1 in front of Dave Moody.
It's not just that Bubba Wallace took the lead, it's how he took the lead. He went 3 wide to the outside, got 6 other cars to go with him. They went from the 10th row to the lead in a lap and a half, so Mike Bagley can be done.
It can be done, and now it's changing even more. Here's Harvick. Ryan Preece have gone 1 and 2 to the lead, and they're stacked up from 3rd on back.
Stewart-Haas Racing teammates 1 and 2, 3rd place battle. Martin Truex Jr. inside. Ty Dillon in the outside. He falls back now into a 4th place battle. Bubba Wallace to his inside.
Wallace was on the outside lane, and I say that. He was the 3rd lane. He has gone to the middle, now at the bottom of the racetrack, and he's pinned in right there. Ty Dillon is at his right elbow. They'll fire their way back across the start-finish line and race to turn 1.
Into the banking of turn number 1, it's Kevin Harvick, Ryan Preece, Martin Truex Jr., Bubba Wallace. They are all single file, bottom of the racetrack with Hamlin in tow. Top side, the charge led by Ty Dillon.
And he's got his brother Austin right behind him as well. Right now they are racing for the 3rd position as they race up the Alabama Gang Super Stretch. Harvick in sole possession of the lead. Preece there as well in 2nd. And continue to stack up from 3rd on back.
It's still Truex who's 3rd in line on the bottom lane. Race leaders Harvick and Preece in front of him running the bottom lane as well. But side by side still for 3rd. 4th making Ty Dillon outside Bubba Wallace.
Well, how about the Dillon boys running the outside lane and running it together? Ty Dillon leading the outside lane. Austin Dillon, Alex Hayden, right there and working in the draft with his brother.
He's a Daytona 500 champion, knows how to win on a drafting track. He was 2nd here at Talladega this race a year ago, so not at all a surprise to see Austin Dillon here at Talladega running at the front of the field. We talked a moment ago about his brother Ty. Never a surprise to see Ty. Both the Dillon boys, Jeff, are outstanding on these types of racetracks.
Right now they are both solid inside the top 10. Now we are hearing that perhaps we may see a manufacturer break ranks and come to pit road. We are again working now lap 103 if this happens with 17 laps remaining in the stage. We're going to see 1, 2, here they come. Somebody breaking out of line. It is time for pit stops. It may be the Toyotas. Check that. It is the Chevrolets. Chase Elliott among them. Georgia Henneberry, here they come.
I have no takers down on my end, but Steve and Chris, they're heading your way.
Yes, they are headed this way, and here they come. Chase Elliott works his Napa Chevy into the attention of the Alan Gustafson-led crew. Fuel only the call. Fuel only for his teammate Kyle Larson. Fuel only for Kyle Busch as well. And Daniel Suarez also getting service, Chris.
Fuel only for William Byron as well as Alex Bowman, and that is all on my end at pit road. So a lot of fuel only stops as well for some of these Chevrolet drivers. We'll see who's next.
Field exits turn number 4. There's a lot of them huddled up on the bottom side of the racetrack. Looks like the couple of other Toyotas now are going to peel off the racetrack. Denny Hamlin, Bubba Wallace, Martin Truex Jr. Also, a few Chevrolets are sprinkled in. We start with Georgia Henneberry.
Just as you said, the Toyota's coming to pit lane. Martin Truex Jr. in, Bubba Wallace in. This looks like fuel-only stops for them. Bubba Wallace was told, make sure to watch out for the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. when you come in. He's the first pit stop, but they're all down and away. Chris?
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Eric Jones on my end of pit road, fuel only. They wanted to pit with this group that they were running with, so they kind of mixed in with the Toyota. Steve Post.
Fuel only. There goes Ty Gibbs. Denny Hamlin is down and away.
All
Christopher
fuel
Bell
only
is down and
stops.
away. We also had the Chevy of Noah Gregson come down that round of pit stops here for most of the Toyotas. Lap number 104.
And that wave included 14 different cars, leaving only the Fords, and here they come. The Fords
Here come
now
the Fords.
from 192. Running out on the racetrack, slowing down to 55 on pit road. Georgia, here they come.
The Fords make their way down pit road. Joey Logano in, Ryan Preece in, Chase Briscoe in. It looks like fuel only stops for most of these. Joey Logano down, Chris.
Eric Almirola is into his box, fuel only, as well as the Team Penske driver Austin Cindric. And Todd Gillen is away, Steve Post.
Harrison Burton's in, fuel only. Ryan Blaney, fuel only as well. And now the Fords, the Blue Ovals, making their way back out on the Talladega Superspeedway.
So that is, for the most part, the teams coming to pit lane. However, Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher, J.J. Yaley, and Riley Herbst, all of them are in Ford Mustangs. They have yet to come to pit road. There was a speeding penalty handed out, and this is going to be a tough one, and it's going to be for Joey Logano, who's going to have to do a pass-through penalty. Logano busted for speeding here on this exchange, as Keselowski and the rest of that group will finally make their way to pit road.
Pass-through penalty, that is something we do not want.
Sir, are you aware you were going 40 miles an hour? This is a residential area.
Sure, but I'm on my lawnmower? Wait, am I getting a ticket?
No, I've just never seen anyone top 9 miles an hour on one of those bad boys. And mow their entire lawn in 30 seconds? What got into you?
Well, it did fuel up at Sunoco this morning.
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. We've been doing it for American racing for over 50 years. Fuel your best.
For 75 years, NASCAR has been making history.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes back to the Daytona International Speedway, leading the pack, coming to the line. He will win the Pepsi 400.
Catch the next iconic moment as we celebrate 75 years of NASCAR all season long.
Chastain did a video game move, drove it and never lifted.
Right here on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Back at Talladega, Joey Logano will have to serve a pass-through penalty for speeding on the exit on that last green flag pit stop. He will not come to pit road this time by. Another lead change, and again, Chase Elliott is at the front of the field.
Chase Elliott to the front.
Super Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
You're on lap
The
107.
NASCAR Foundation has got great news for local nonprofit organizations. It's the first ever NASCAR Day Giveathon on May 19th, a national campaign to help nonprofit organizations raise funds to support their mission. By joining the NASCAR Day Giveathon, you'll benefit from a national marketing campaign to build visibility and drive donations for your organization, all at no cost to you. And there will be special incentives and prizes along the way to help maximize your efforts. Visit NASCARDayGiveathon.org to sign up today. That's NASCARDayGiveathon.org.
From the infield garages to the race shops, NASCAR Hot Pass is your all-access ticket to the latest news from the sport.
Well, we got them down, now we put our foot on them. Then that's the attitude you got to have.
I don't think it's a move that can have any success at Martinsville. I still don't know why it worked.
Stay up to date with all of your favorite drivers all year long.
Get to the Final Four is what every driver in NASCAR's goals are.
NASCAR Hot Pass, weekday mornings from the Motor Racing Network.
Back at the Talladega Super Speedway, they're 3 wide for the lead in front of Dylan Welch.
They are indeed, and Austin Dillon got booted from the bottom lane all the way to the top lane. Recovered, thankfully, because they're 3 wide, second on back, all 4.
And guess who is back out front at Talladega? Name is Chase Elliott. Now, how long can he hold the lead? Because here they come. You've got Truex in the middle. You've got Austin Dillon way outside. Dave, 3 wide and headed your way.
Boy, it's like a street fight right now. Attacks coming from all different different angles. Chase Elliott, bottom of the racetrack. Drafting help from Bubba Wallace and others. Martin Truex Jr. in the middle, and a little further back. Here comes Austin Dillon, 3 wide.
3 wide, 8 rows deep, just outside the top 5. But Austin Dillon now in the extreme outside. You got Truex leading the middle. Chase Elliott leading downstairs. A massive race cars racing for the lead.
And it's still Elliott out in front and in control. He pulls Bubba Wallace with him briefly to the second spot. Those two break away, but there's still 3 wide behind him. Almirola on the bottom, Truex in the middle.
To the line, there'll be 10 laps to go in stage number 2. Here's Bubba Wallace. He'll shift from the bottom to the top side. He's going to go for the race lead on Chase Elliott, and he's got drafting help. Toyota's lined up behind him, and Truex and Hamlin.
The Toyota camp forming up in that, well, middle lane, second lane now. Bubba Wallace surges ahead by about a half a car length, but Chase Elliott is not done yet. He fights back on the bottom, and they're side by side.
Chase Elliott leading the inside line. He's got drafting help behind him from Eric Almirola, and the drafting help does not stop there downstairs behind Almirola. You've got Kevin Harvick, Harrison Burton, Ryan Preece, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
The third lane begins to advance once again. They're just outside about the top 8 or so, but losing numbers as they come out of 4. Chase Elliott in front by himself, controlling the field.
A pack of 30 right now with 9 to go in the stage. And again, last time by, the 30 were separated by only 1.2 seconds. They are running nose to tail, side by side, and at the front of the field on lap 111 is Bubba Wallace.
Drafting help from Martin Truex Jr. Wallace now into the clear air, and he will take advantage, drop down across the nose of Chase Elliott.
Bubba Wallace takes the lead in turn 2. Now it's Chase Elliott behind him on the inside. That's going to leave Truex to lead the middle lane, and the outside 3 wide line is fading. Only 3 cars in the outside line as they race their way to the corner.
The middle lane, which is now the top lane at the front of the field, beginning to surge forward once again, led by Martin Truex Jr. Bubba Wallace in control, bails off the bottom lane to pick up Truex outside.
Good racing yet again.
Very
lap
good
after
racing.
lap after lap at Talladega.
Very
no
good
longer
racing
3
on
wide
Talladega,
except for
despite
further
the
back
lack
in this lead
of
pack.
caution.
They're double wide. How's that for the race lead? Wallace on the outside will surge ahead courtesy of the draft.
Bubba Wallace will take the number 1
8
spot
to go,
by a car
stage
length. They're coming
2.
up on the limping car of Michael McDowell. McDowell will give way all the way to the outside. Safer barrier gives them all free passage down low.
That's exactly what they'll do. McDowell will stay up against the outside wall, and that allows the field to pass him in that double wide formation. Chase Elliott rallying back downstairs. Elliott out in front by a nose.
Side by side, all the way through the field. Elliott leads the bottom with drafting help from Eric Almirola and Kevin Harvick. Bubba Wallace pacing the outside lane. He's got Toyota help. Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin.
At the front of the field, you got a driver from Georgia. You got a driver from the state of Alabama. Pick out your favorite. It's Chase Elliott. It's Bubba Wallace. They're side by side, wheel to wheel, again at the line. Eric Almirola and Martin Truex Jr. come right behind again as they go 2 by 2 back to 1.
Chase Elliott gives a massive push from Eric Almirola into turn number 1. That'll catapult him back into the lead. Almirola down low on Wallace for second.
Elliott got out in front by about a car length or so, but that'll quickly dissipate as Almirola will again reconnect with the back bumper of Elliott. All the while, Bubba Wallace still continues to get assistance from Martin Truex Jr.
Inside lane prevails at the end of the backstretch. Elliott goes back to the front of the field, drifts up to the middle to pick up Bubba Wallace, floating right in between. Now we'll head back to the bottom as they work off turn 4.
Elliott downstairs. Take your pick on which lane is better. To me, it's a complete toss-up. Elliott leads the inside charge. Bubba Wallace has that one spearheaded topside. Truex will now take a peek to the outside of Wallace, maybe just to get some fresh air to the grill.
About the only thing you can predict right now at the front of the pack is that if you've got the lead, don't get comfortable because it won't last long. For the moment, it's Chase Elliott down low by a bumper.
As the leaders come onto the Alabama Gang super stretch, they're on the same straightaway as Joey Logano. Logano running all by himself. That's Joey right there coming off the end of the backstretch. That is the lead draft about to overhaul him.
And Elliott goes back to the front of the field courtesy of a big shove from Eric Almirola. Outside lane and inside lane a little bit separated, but the inside lane prevails again as they pull to the back bumper of Elliott.
Joey Logano is just praying that green and white checkered flag comes out before Chase Elliott and Bubba Wallace run him down and put him a lap down. But the problem is Dave, I don't think that's going to happen.
No, he's running out of time. There's no question about it. That pack is about ready to gobble him up. Led by Chase Elliott. Eric Almirola now to second. Bubba Wallace trying to fight back in that outside lane third.
All two to the back straightaway. Joey Logano looks in his rearview mirror and he sees the pack coming, and they are bearing down hard. Logano going to split the difference. He's in the middle of the racetrack, and he's going to force the leaders to split him in three.
And they do. Logano in danger here as everybody goes beside him and to his left, to his right. He's able to find some drafting help further back from Austin Cindric, but it's broken up the front three as they run single file.
A smart move by Logano. He's trying to find some of his Team Penske teammates. Logano now a lap down. Only one other car is being scored one lap down, and with the impending caution coming at the end of stage 2, Dave, Logano and Chase Briscoe are the only cars one lap down.
Boy, it was a gutsy move to trust that everybody was going to split him high and low, but it enables Joey to fall in line about mid-pack, and he will continue on one lap down, waiting for the caution.
Joey Logano is sixth in line on the outside lane, but through that maneuver, it's allowed the pack to break up just a tad. Matter of fact,
now with Logano a lap down, Briscoe has to get by the 22
at the front of the field. Eric
to be the beneficiary
Harrison
at
Burton
the stage
and Ryan Preece, the top 5 single file. Then you get into a side-by-side race for 6 between Stenhouse and Wallace.
Yeah, you also have a side-by-side race between Logano and Briscoe for that free pass opportunity. Logano just a car length in front of Briscoe. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, it is Elliott, Eric Almirola, Harvick, Harrison, Burton, Ryan Preece, top 5.
Low line has got the advantage for the moment. Bubba Wallace is the lead man in the second group. He's back side by side with Preece for position number 5.
They'll race that way to the back straightaway, so now the front 4 have broken free into the clean air. They are using the inside line. That's the lane down next to the double yellow line at the bottom of the racetrack. Elliott, Almirola, Harvick, and Burton, those 4 drivers.
And the 4th
Eric
place
Almirola,
battle,
Kevin
courtesy
Harvick
of Bubba Wallace and Harrison Burton heating up. Martin Truex Jr. on the back bumper, second in line in the outside lane, trying to push Bubba Wallace forward.
To the line, there'll be 2
to
laps
to
go
go.
in stage
Pits
number
are
2.
closed.
It's Chase Elliott, the stage 1 winner, out front. Eric Almirola second. Kevin Harvick is third. They go single file at the bottom of the racetrack.
Let's see how bad they want it now as they hit turn number 1. Outside lane trying to reorganize. Bubba Wallace is there at the head of that pack. He is back in a side-by-side battle with Harvick for third as Chase Elliott leads the way.
Bubba was racing for 4th. Now he's up to a side-by-side battle for 3rd. Now he's inching forward into a battle for 2nd. Here's Bubba Wallace. He's side-by-side in the lead with Chase Elliott.
A Toyota teammate in Martin Truex Jr. doing his duty here, pushing Bubba back to the front of the field.
But here
He's not
comes
clear of Chase
Almirola.
Elliott yet as the inside lane
Chase
comes
with help
back
from
with a head of steam.
Almirola.
Elliott goes back to the point as Wallace falls to second.
Off 4 and back through the tri-oval one more time. This time, though, it will be the last trip around before we see the green and white checkered flag
Final
to
lap,
complete
stage 2.
stage number 2. They're off and running. Chase Elliott showing the way.
Chase Elliott into the banking of turn number 1. He's got a half a car length now on Bubba Wallace. Looking for some drafting help from Eric Almirola. Almirola about 2 feet off the back bumper of the leader.
Now that tightens up as they exit 2. Bubba Wallace comes flying around the outside. He's leading that outside line. He gets the advantage over Chase Elliott, but Elliott gets more drafting assistance from Eric Almirola. But Chase Elliott back to the lead by the time they get to 3.
And Elliott will get out in front of everybody. Almirola tucked onto his back bumper, and he'll pull himself past Bubba Wallace as well. It's a top 2 breakaway. Chase Elliott leads Eric Almirola and Kevin Harvick.
Down to the bottom of the racetrack, Chase Elliott has the
for
field
the
behind him, coming to the tri-oval,
Heading for the
and
tri-oval.
the green and white checkered flag.
Green and white
Chase
checkers come
Elliott
out.
now will get a challenge from Eric Almirola to the line. It's a dead heat.
Eric Almirola will come across the line and score the win, the stage 2 win over Chase Elliott.
Takes
Kevin
a stage
Harvick.
2
Bubba
win.
Wallace, here's a look at your top 10. Eric Almirola, Elliott, Harvick, Wallace, Harrison, Burton.
It'll be Almirola,
Truex
Elliott,
comes
Harvick,
across the line
Wallace,
6,
Harrison,
Ryan
Burton,
Preece
and
7th, Denny
Truex,
Hamlin
Preece,
8th,
Hamlin,
Ricky
Stenhouse,
Stenhouse
and
Jr.
Noah
9th,
Gregson.
and Noah Gregson
All
was 10th.
That look at how they scored points at the end of the stage,
laps
presented
to
by
go.
Liberty University. Liberty University, where you can win one of several scholarships in the LU24 $60,000 scholarship giveaway. Go to liberty.edu/24 for details.
Will they find a home? Sponsored by GEICO. Susan has always wanted to live in a chateau. I like a certain je ne sais quoi. While Jake is more into the Cape Cod style home.
It's a classic look.
Compromise is tough, but these two won't have to compromise when they bundle home and car insurance with GEICO. It's easy, and they could save even more. In the end, Susan and Jake found a Cape Cod style home where they will only speak French.
Bonjour, je t'aime, merci beaucoup, and cordon bleu.
You'll get better with time. Bundling without compromise at geico.com.
The year was 1993. The NASCAR Cup Series season kicked off with the Dale and Dale Show at the Daytona 500.
Dale Jarrett's got the lead. He goes to the inside. Earnhardt's not going to get him. Dale Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500 by STP. Earnhardt second.
The 1993 NASCAR Cup Series season. All the highs and lows. Relive them all on MRN's exclusive podcast, The 1993 Season. Available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
The aggressive maneuver by Joey Logano worked. He will be the beneficiary of the free pass and will get his lap back. From Talladega Super Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
And it's the fourth yellow
for great views
of the afternoon.
For unforgettable views of action-packed racing, go to Kansas Speedway. With a premier facility that gives fans what they want, how they want to see it. And with a Saturday doubleheader, a Sunday Cup Series race, and great deals on kids' tickets, the views will get better all weekend long. NASCAR weekend at Kansas Speedway, May 6th and 7th. Get your tickets today at kansasspeedway.com.
MRN Classic Races.
The race to the Daytona 500 victory at the stripe. Kevin Harvick gets it by inches.
Covering over 50 years of NASCAR racing on the Motor Racing Network.
World 600. Richard Petty, career win number 170. This is going to be close. They lead on one another. Ricky Craven gets the win, and they continue the crash headed up into turn one. Craven pounds the wall. Kurt Busch right back at him.
MRN Classic Races available on your favorite podcast platform.
Motor Racing Network's coverage from Talladega Superspeedway is brought to you by GEICO. Switch to GEICO today and see all the ways you could save.
Working the caution flag for the fourth time today. This one for the end of stage number 2.
Oh. Really?
Eric Almirola picked.
Remain. Why don't we go back, Alex, and revisit NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace, his keys to winning presented by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply today. This look at the keys presented by Progressive Insurance. What do you say?
Well, the first one was make sure the bump draft is clean. And for the most part, everybody's done a nice job with that. They haven't really been bumping each other too much in the corners where things can get a bit hairy. So that's a check mark on the positive side for the field for the moment, according to Rusty Wallace. Second one is pit with the pack. And everybody's done a nice job with that. They have had some pit problems, though, and that's number 3 on Rusty Wallace's list. Have clean pit stops. There's been all kinds of problems, from speeding to crashing to spinning to getting stuck on pit road with flat tires. There's been some issues down there for sure. And the last one, and that'll come into play a little bit later on today, be in position with 10 laps to go for the win.
You know, along with that, I'm going to call out 4 drivers in particular that are having great days and from time to time are putting themselves in that position you're talking about. How about Harrison Burton, Wood Brothers Ford Mustang? 5th at the line. Noah Gragson having the best day, I think, at the NASCAR Cup level career so far. Came across the line 10th. Corey LaJoy. No surprise there, Alex.
He's 11th.
He was
Justin
11th,
Haley,
just outside of the top 10.
13th.
And we talked about it, although he is faded, at least at the moment, back to 25th. Ty Dillon has been a factor in his run inside the top 10 today.
I tip my cap to all those drivers because you're spot on with that, Jeff. All those drivers are having great days to this point. Pit lane is open. Here they come. Georgia Henneberry.
Martin Truex Jr. first to get to his pit box. It looks like he's going to be taking 4 tires and fuel. Bubba Wallace to the attention mention of his crew as well. Kevin Harvick taking 4 tires of fuel. A popular pit stop among pit lane. Chris?
4 tires all around for your stage winner, Eric Almirola. Packet full of fuel, he says, and give me a water bottle, as well as Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Austin Cindric. William Byron will come by next time. Steve Post.
The race off from pit road is on, and here they come. Going to be Eric Almirola. No, Denny Hamlin or Eric Almirola right at the finish line. Might have been Eric Almirola, Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott, Bubba Wallace, and Harrison Burton.
Elliott off
Everybody
pit lane
down
third.
here, 4 tires, Sunoco Racing Fuel. That includes Harrison Burton. We just talked about Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott in, Chris Buescher in as well. Pit stops into stage number 2, lap number 123.
So far, no penalties have been handed out on this particular round of pit stop. 65 laps to go.
Hello there, my name is Seychelle, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is the punch of flavors that's unlike any other. You get the crispy tenderness of the chicken and that hint of sourness from the pickles. Ta-da!
Hey, I'm Juan, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is you know you're gonna get chicken that's crispy, golden, and juicy. This is the gold standard of chicken sandwiches.
Order the original Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries worried about COVID-19. COVID-19 tests are now covered by Medicare Part B. That's right, Achieve DX will ship you your rapid COVID-19 tests at no cost straight to your home. These easy-to-use FDA EUA authorized tests will give you results in 15 minutes. Even if you have a Medicare Advantage plan, you can have these tests delivered to your home at no cost to you, and the shipping is free. For your free COVID-19 tests, call Achieve DX at 800-249-8212. That's 800-249-8212. Call now.
From Talladega Superspeedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Don't miss a moment of the NASCAR season.
Chastain drove it and never lifted. Put it against the safer barrier and all the way around the turn, passes Denny Hamlin.
Check out the Motor Racing Network's coverage of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, the NASCAR
No one will ever be able to do that again because
and the
NASCAR
Cup Series
outlawed
on
that
hundreds
move.
of local radio stations around the country. Find your local station by going to MRN.com to catch the excitement of NASCAR on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hi, I'm MRN lead reporter Steve Post. Go behind the scenes each week with me and championship-winning crew chief Todd Gordon for MRN Crew Call.
Really proud of those guys and what they put together.
Where we talk to first-time winners. Crew chief for Trackhouse Racing, Travis Mack joins us, and champions from the NASCAR Cup Series. Your 2022 championship-winning crew chief Paul Wolf to the Craftsman Truck Series. The championship-winning crew chief with driver Zane Smith joins us. You can download MRN Crew Call wherever you get your podcasts.
We welcome you back to Talladega Superspeedway here in East Central Alabama. About an hour and a half or so drive from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. While we have a moment, I want to pass along our hello and well wishes to former Motor Racing Network colleague and current voice of the Alabama Crimson Tide, Eli Gold. He rang the bell to end his cancer treatments Friday. Our continued thoughts and prayers go out to Eli and his entire family. Roll Tide, Eli.
Will they find a home? Sponsored by GEICO. Sarah wants a yard. My own little paradise. Brad, however, hates yard work.
The only thing I hate more than cutting the grass is paying someone to cut the grass.
Compromise is tough, but these two won't have to compromise when they bundle home and car insurance with GEICO. It's easy, and they could save even more. In the end, Sarah and Brad found a great home with a yard. A very, very small yard.
Time to get it done. And I'm done.
Bundling without compromise at geico.com.
Victory Junction was young race driver Adam Petty's dream. He worked toward building a camp where children with serious medical conditions could concentrate on fun and not their illness or disease. When he died tragically, his family and friends around NASCAR made sure that dream came true. Today, Victory Junction is a camp that provides fun, life-changing experiences to children dealing with illnesses and disabilities, all at no cost to the camper. Help us serve more children by visiting victoryjunction.org.
From Talladega Superspeedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Soon it will be the end of the week, and soon you will be at a NASCAR
NASCAR race. An entire weekend dedicated to all things big, fast, and loud. Concerts, tailgates, friends, family, and, oh yeah, racing. 75 years of it to be exact. Soon you will have the weekend that you'll wish never ended, that you'll talk about for years to come. Soon can't come soon enough. To experience a NASCAR race in person, visit NASCAR.com/tickets.
The year was 1993. The NASCAR Cup Series season kicked off with the Dale and Dale show at the Daytona 500.
Dale Jarrett's got the lead. He goes to the inside. Earnhardt's not going to get him. Dale Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500 by STP. Earnhardt second.
The 1993 NASCAR Cup Series season. All the highs and lows. Relive them all on MRN's exclusive podcast, The 1993 Season. Available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
We welcome you back to Talladega Super Speedway. What was sunny skies earlier today have given way to overcast skies. No threat of precipitation, just an overcast Sunday afternoon. The field's coming to the GEICO restart zone.
Coming to the GEICO restart zone.
Switch to GEICO today and see all the ways you could save. It's easy. Simply go to GEICO.com to get a rate quote and get started seeing how much you could save.
Stage 1 was won by Chase Elliott in a Chevrolet. Stage 2, Eric Almirola in a Ford, and Eric Almirola is going to lead the field back to the green flag, but he's got the Toyota of pole sitter Denny Hamlin starting alongside. Chase Elliott, Bubba Wallace, Harrison Burton, Kevin Harvick, Noah Gragson, Austin Cindric, Martin Truex Jr., and Ryan Blaney. That is your top 10. 62 laps remain.
Field hits the GEICO restart zone
and green flag. We're back underway. Talladega stage 3.
Flag stand. Eric Almirola, the outside lane, has Denny Hamlin behind him. Inside is led by Bubba Wallace with Harrison Burton.
Nobody able to get the advantage as they work up through the gearbox and begin to come up now to full song. Bubba Wallace creeps ahead by about a half a car length. Big time drafting help from Harrison Burton in the low line.
Wallace was able to get out in front. Now he's going to jump up into the outside line and block that advance. Very aggressive move by Bubba. Coming off turn number 2. Matter of fact, he's going to jump up in line in front of Eric Almirola. That will leave Harrison Burton to lead the inside lane.
Almirola, another one that's been a great pusher so far today, but Noah Gragson pushing Harrison Burton to the lead on the bottom groove as they work out of turn number 4.
How about the Wood Brothers Ford Mustang? Could it lead here at Talladega? Harrison Burton at the controls. Harrison Burton may lead this lap. The Wood Brothers are out front at the Talladega
and it will be the Wood Brothers leading
right
here.
Behind him
61
comes
to go.
Freight train 2 by 2, but it's Harrison at the point.
The Youth Brigade making it work in the bottom lane. Harrison Burton getting a shove from rookie Noah Gragson. Okay, no rookie behind them. Martin Truex Jr. looking for third.
The veteran watching the youngsters do all the work right now. Harrison Burton, Noah Gragson, 1 and 2 in the lane down low. Here's Bubba Wallace. He'll draw even with Martin Truex Jr. Side by side battle for third on the end of the back straightaway.
It's two Toyotas racing door to door there for that third spot, chasing the youngsters up front. Harrison Burton getting a shove for Noah Gragson, who's locked onto his back bumper. They run 1 and 2 in front of the field.
And they run right on the double yellow line to their left elbow. That separates the racing surface from the apron. Go below that and advance your position. That's considered out of bounds. You'll be penalized. You can go down there with a wheel or two, but just don't advance the spot. Here they go, back to turn 1.
It continues to be Harrison Burton, Noah Gragson, Martin Truex Jr. Bubba Wallace continuing to pound away at the outside lane. Needs a little more help from Eric Almirola.
Bubba Wallace now had a little bit of air between his back bumper and Eric Almirola's front bumper. That goes away as they try to get locked up, make their way to the front. They will, and they are. Here they are now up to position number 2.
Inside lane has got their act together. They were nose to nose, 4, 5, 6 on back there, and it allowed Harrison Burton to get out in front just a little bit. Now it's side by side for second. Gragson inside Wallace.
Harrison Burton led 9 laps at Daytona. He has never led prior to this at the Talladega Super Speedway, but he will lead again. He's got Noah Gragson right behind him. That outside lane, Bubba Wallace and Eric Almirola.
Some of the newest stars of NASCAR shining brightly right now here at Talladega. Harrison Burton, the leader. Here comes Bubba Wallace up the outside. He's got a wheel up on Noah Gragson for the 2 spot.
Bubba Wallace has a very strong race car. He's able to pull away from Almirola in the corner. Almirola catches him on the straightaway and gives him the shove he needs. Bubba, though, only up to a side-by-side battle for second. That outside line needs to tighten up just a tad more.
Well, the inside lane does not, because Gregson is latched onto the back bumper of Harrison Burton again. They go 1-2 out in front of the field, bring Truex and Ryan Blaney with them to third and fourth.
And that's all going to go away from the double file action. Now the fourth place driver is going to stick his car out of line, go from the bottom to the top. That's Ryan Blaney. He's going to get drafting help from Bubba Wallace. Blaney's going to try to get the lead.
Blaney's been lurking in the top 10 or 12 throughout most of this afternoon, and now he's got some giddy up. Drafting help from Bubba Wallace. He will power around the outside of Harrison Burton for the lead.
Ford goes back to the lead. Compliments of
Ryan
Ryan
Blaney
Blaney.
to the lead with
He
help
will
from the
grab the
23
lead
Bubba
and he'll
Wallace.
stay in that outside line. Put Ryan Blaney atop the leaderboard, but for how long? Here comes another Ford back to the inside in the person of Harrison Burton.
And that Ford of Burton trying to take the lead, again courtesy of a push from Noah Gregson. Gregson backs off a little bit, but Burton still has some nice momentum as they work out a four side-by-side for the lead.
Boy, what a race we have. Two
Burton,
Fords at the
Gregson,
front
Wallace,
of the field. Ryan
Truex
Blaney
on the
trying
roll,
to
your top
break
five,
a
and Blaney,
long
Hamlin,
winless streak of
Reddick,
55
Chase
races.
Elliott, Kevin
And
Harvick.
for the Wood brothers, Alex
Rounding
saying
your
if
top
they
10.
can pull it off here today, it would be win number 100.
Their 99th win came in the 2011 Daytona 500 with young Trevor Bayne at the wheel, getting his first career NASCAR Cup Series win. Well, Harrison Burton trying to do that today, get his first career Cup win. And there have been 12 different drivers that have gotten their first Cup Series win right here at Talladega Super Speedway, and 6 of those 12, it was their only NASCAR Cup Series wins of their career, dating back to the first race in 1969 when Richard Brickhouse took the win. Dick Brooks won in 73, Lenny Pond in 1978, Ron Bouchard in 1981, Bobby Hillin Jr. in 86, Phil Parsons in 1988. Their first and only Cup wins, and they happen here at Talladega.
They're going to lead another lap. Talking about the Wood brothers, their first ever start came way back in 1953. Dave, the Wood brothers looking pretty good right now.
No doubt about it. They are in a side-by-side battle for the runner-up spot. Harrison Burton,
That's gonna be
bottom of the
battle we'll
racetrack.
watch.
Bubba Wallace up high. Oh,
Battle for the
chasing
runner-up
Ryan Blaney.
Bubba Wallace right behind Ryan Blaney right now. The outside line begins to tighten up halfway down the back straightaway. But Harrison Burton's got some good drafting help as well. It's only enough, though, to keep them up into a side-by-side battle for third.
And friends working well together in the outside lane. Bubba and Blaney pushing each other past the rest of the pack and into the lead. 1 and 2, they're out in front of a third place battle. Harrison Burton inside, Eric Almirola outside.
Upon further review, I mentioned that the last win for the Wood brothers was in 2011 with Bayne. It wasn't. It was with Blaney driving the Wood brothers car, and they're going to race side by side, Jeff, across the start-finish line.
Harrison Burton and Ryan Blaney at the front of the field, then Bubba Wallace and Noah Gregson.
They say if you ever race for the Wood brothers, you're a member of the family forever. Ryan Blaney right now might just get not invited to the reunion, as he is standing right now.
Bad joke there.
Burton Fender out in front. Blaney trying to rally back top side, tight formation, drafting help on both sides. Bubba Wallace applies pressure to Blaney and propels Blaney back to the point.
That tandem and that duo working great together. Bubba shoves Blaney out in front of the pack by a couple car lengths. Blaney drops to the bottom, then back to the top, searching for where to go. He'll choose the bottom and pick up his Ford teammate of Burton.
Ryan Blaney at the front of the field, not a surprise. You mentioned some of the other drivers earlier on, Jeff. That's not a surprise to see him at the front of the field. Blaney is not one of them.
No, not at all, but he is trying to break that long winless streak. Ryan Blaney, 55 races without a win. He wants one here this afternoon.
And it's not like he hasn't been competitive enough to win this year. There's just been something that goes wrong late in the race. Like Bagley, he's looking like $1 million right now.
He indeed is, and he's holding pat in the outside line. He's got Bubba Wallace behind him. He's got a lot of drafting help there. Noah Gregson, the loyal draft mate to Harrison Burton, continues to ride behind Burton in 3.
Blaney does not get out in front of the pack this time through 3 and 4, but Wallace still on his back bumper. Instead, it's Harrison Burton back to the point. The Wood brothers Ford, he's your leader at Talladega once again.
They make their way back to the tri-oval. Once past the tri-oval, they'll head for the start-finish line and click off lap number 135. Gives us 55 laps to go in the GEICO 500.
135. That's 53 to go.
Coke Zero Sugar tastes so good, people will take a taste any way they can. You never know when your best friend will lunge across the table and grab for it. A stranger could suddenly swipe it. Or your little brother might just ask for one too many sips. So no matter what you're doing or who you're with, When you're enjoying a Coke Zero Sugar, be ready to protect it from takers at all times. Because one sip begs the question, is this the best Coke ever? Take a taste and see.
NASCAR's next generation of stars drive in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
And here they come. Zane Smith now will try to advance his way to the lead.
Catch the excitement of every race right here.
NASCAR has made it official. Zane Smith is a back-to-back winner at the Daytona International Speedway in the opener.
On the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Official lead changes at the start-finish line continue to grow. We're up to 39 now at the start-finish line. Harrison Burton back to the front of the field here at Talladega Superspeedway. From Talladega Superspeedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Looking to rent a scanner? Racing Electronics rentals must be purchased in advance online at racingelectronics.com. No walk-ups will be allowed. With a Racing Electronics scanner, hear uncensored communication from every team in the race or tune into the live radio broadcast. Don't forget to rent early. Head over to racingelectronics.com/rental info for important rental dates and to secure your weekend rental today.
From the infield garages to the race shops, NASCAR Hot Pass is your all-access ticket to the latest news from the sport.
Well, we got them down, now we put our foot on them. And that's the attitude you got to have.
I don't think it's a move that can have any success at Martinsville. I still don't know why it worked.
Stay up to date with all of your favorite drivers all year long.
Get to the Final Four is what every driver in NASCAR's goals are.
NASCAR Hot Pass, weekday mornings from the Motor Racing Network.
I hate commercials. I really do.
Official lead change number 40 at the start-finish line. Ryan Blaney back to the lead in one.
And they will once again power two abreast to the inside of the Michael McDowell machine. McDowell having a miserable afternoon. Just hugs the safer barrier and watches them cruise on by.
He will stay in that outside
50
line.
to go.
Leaders make their way through to his left elbow. Ryan Blaney continues to lead, but Harrison Burton still getting that drafting help from Noah Gragson.
And indeed, it's the same story. This four-pack up at the front breaks away again briefly. Burton and Blaney the front row with Gragson and Wallace in that second row battling for the third spot side by side against the lead.
What a race we have seen here this afternoon. The GEICO 500, the NASCAR Cup Series in action at the Talladega Superspeedway. 49 laps to go. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, brought to you by Skechers. Skechers, the comfort and fit specialist. Try Skechers Relaxed Fit, Wide Fit, Stretch Fit, Arch Fit, and many more.
Ryan Blaney at that start-finish line was the race leader this time by. Harrison Burton was second, Bubba Wallace third, Noah Gragson fourth. Eric Almirola was fifth and Martin Truex Jr. sixth. Denny Hamlin seventh, Tyler Reddick eighth, Eric Jones is ninth, and Chase Elliott 10th.
Kevin Harvick 11th, Ty Gibbs 12th, Austin Cindric 13th, Corey LaJoie 14th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 15th. 16th, Ty Dillon 17th, Christopher Bell. Chris Buescher, 18th, 19th, Ross Chastain, and Kyle Larson is 20th.
21st, Ryan Priest. 22nd, Kyle Busch. 23rd, Justin Haley. 24th is Todd Gilliland as the field clicks off another lap. Running 25th is Riley Herbst. 26th is A.J. Allmendinger. 27th, Zane Smith. Brad Keselowski is 29th. Or rather, Brad Keselowski 28th, Joey Logano 29th, and J.J. Yaley now 30th.
Daniel Suarez 31st, Austin Dillon 32nd, William Byron 33rd, Austin Hill 34th, Alex Bowman 35th. Everybody else is at least one lap down. Chase Briscoe in free pass position at the moment, 36th. B.J. McLeod, 37th, and Michael McDowell is being scored 38th on lap 140.
Now, during that rundown, you might have just heard Jeff say, two Hendrick Motorsports drivers back in the 30s. William Byron, 33rd, Alex Bowman.
I don't think laps remaining. Ryan Blaney, Eric Almirola, Bubba Wallace, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr. That is your top five, 2 Fords, 3 Toyotas. Then comes Noah Gragson, who has the highest running Chevrolet. Chase Elliott, 7th. Ty Gibbs, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Kevin Harvick, that is your top 10 as we get ready to put him back under the green flag. Alex mentioned the sun gone, cloud cover now over the Talladega Superspeedway. Crowd coming to their feet, anticipating the green flag.
They'll have to hit the GEICO restart zone first. Blaney is the leader. He can jump on the gas anytime in the zone. He does it late, and the green flag goes back in the air. But the outside lane gets a good run, led by Bubba Wallace, Denny Hamlin, and Martin Truex Jr.
Denny Hamlin giving a pretty good shove to Bubba Wallace into turn number 1. He'll run side by side for the lead now. Ryan Blaney drafting help from Eric Almirola. Blaney to the lead. Almirola now to the inside on Wallace for second place.
The outside line is the first to get accordion back together. The inside line a little disorganized coming out of turn 2, and that will allow the outside line to get the advantage and reclaim the lead. Bubba Wallace back to the point. Denny Hamlin now the second.
Hamlin pushing the car that he owns, driven by Bubba Wallace to the race lead, but here comes Blaney back to Bubba's left elbow. They're side by side for the lead as they work out of turn number 4. Blaney on the bottom, Wallace on the high side.
Dylan mentioning that Denny Hamlin, the car owner for Bubba Wallace, he owns that car along with Michael Jordan, who is here as well on the box and watching Bubba Wallace lead as he makes his way across the line. 148 laps
40
down.
laps to go.
Challenge is on for a second. Ryan Blaney dives to the inside of Hamlin. He'll take the second spot. Slides up under Bubba Wallace. Now it's on for the lead. Blaney and Wallace off turn 2.
Blaney did not have Eric Almirola to count on coming out of turn number 2. There was too much separation between the two of them, while Hamlin and Bubba Wallace were locked together. That'll give Bubba the lead back, but here comes Almirola to Blaney's rescue down low.
And indeed, Blaney will be able to pull ahead just a moment and take over the race lead on the bottom. The strength and numbers were in the outside there with Truex third in line, pushing Hamlin and Wallace.
There's a lot of experience on that outside lane, just like there is at the bottom side of the racetrack. Outside, extreme outside. A third lane begins to form. Those are Chevrolet Camaros. They're led by Eric Jones.
That started on the restart when Daniel Suarez took it 3 wide to the outside. Got a few guys to go with him. A couple have jumped up in front of him. Still a lot of work to do, though. They're back outside the top 20.
Yeah, matter of fact, that's about 21st position where that outside lane, that third lane, gets kicked in. We'll see how much progress they can make. They're going to need a lot more drafting help to catch the front of the field, which is right now led by Bubba Wallace.
And he's got the drafting help. 2 Toyota teammates pushing him, but it's not enough for now as Blaney pulls ahead momentarily. Outside lane comes back with a head of steam, and again, side by side, all the way through the field.
You have Fords at the bottom of the racetrack. Toyota's now in the middle of the racetrack, and of course those Fords are Ryan Blaney and Eric Almirola. The Toyotas, Denny Hamlin, Truex, and Bubba Wallace. And then that outside lane, those are Chevrolets.
They continue to try and fight their way forward. They're making some progress, led by Eric Jones. But at the front of the pack, they're all chasing Bubba Wallace to the
400 or 500 miles.
By a car length is Bubba Wallace, or at least that's the way they enter the Alabama Gang Super Stretch. Bubba's in the middle of the racetrack. He's leading the middle lane. Ryan Blaney leads the lane down low. Oh, Denny gets Bubba crossed up. Bubba now gains control of that car, but that was a close call.
And that breaks up the outside lane momentum. They're single file 1 through 4 on the bottom. They were the 4th place car. Ty Gibbs jumps up and rescues his Toyota teammate.
And he's going to slide across the nose of the Bubba Wallace Toyota is Ty Gibbs, and he'll now lead the 2nd lane. We've talked about the 3rd lane. The numbers are beginning to grow in the 3rd lane. Ryan Preece has jumped topside, and he'll be the one to spearhead that effort.
And now they are up to approximately 15th, maybe 16th position. Still trying to fight their way forward in that extreme 3rd lane up next to the
top 5.
Preece leads that lane. They need a couple of more cars up there to give them the assistance they need. But up front, it's Ryan Blaney leading the low lane. Ty Gibbs leads the middle. Gibbs up to a side-by-side battle with Almirola for 2nd.
And just as quickly as the outside lane fell backwards, here they are again. That middle lane, we should say. It's Ty Gibbs patrolling the front of that group. Bubba Wallace and Hamlin behind him. Blaney still leads the inside.
But I think right now all eyes are on that extreme outside lane because they're rolling. They were 22nd, then 17th, Then
Numbers beginning to
13th
go there.
and Dave,
Ryan
they are
Preece
coming to the
heading
front.
up that
Ryan
pack.
Preece at the front. He's up to 9th and looking for more.
There is precedent for that to work. We saw Bubba Wallace run the third groove outside all the way to the lead earlier today. Ryan Preece trying to do it again here on the outside.
Ryan Preece is having success. They get a couple of more cars to go out there and help them. And right now they are trying to break their way into the top 10, perhaps maybe into the top 5. Right now, Ty Gibbs gets a shove. He'll grab the lead for a moment.
And it's Wallace pushing him to the
Ty
front
Gibbs
just
now to the
momentarily.
lead
Preece
with
in
help
the
from the
tall or
23.
the extreme outside lane up against the outside wall, marching forward further still, well inside the top 10 now as they challenge Hamlin.
At the bottom of the racetrack, that inside lane is led by Ryan Blaney. He's going to grab the lead, sole possession of the lead,
Blaney
courtesy of the
lead.
push from Eric Almirola. Side by
Yes,
side
help
now
from
for
fellow
third. It's
Ford,
Noah Gregson
Eric
and Ty
Almirola.
Gibbs.
Here they come into turn number 1. Gibbs to the outside lane, drafting help from Bubba Wallace. He'll drive to the outside of Eric Almirola. Puts a fender up for second. He wants a piece of the lead on the back stretch.
Side by side for the lead, double wide among the front 7. You got the third lane that's up to 8th, up to 7th now. It's coming. Here comes Preece. He gets a huge shove from Aaron Jones. 3 wide for the lead.
And they were organized
my
perfectly
God.
as they
That
worked down the
third
back
lane.
straightaway, and we are 3
Johnson for the
wide,
lead.
rows about 1 through 10 as they work off of turn number 4. Blaney pulls the inside lane back to the front.
From 22nd to battling for the lead in 6 laps, and here comes Ryan Preece. He's on the top side. On the bottom, Ryan Blaney in the middle. Ty Gibbs, lap 154, 3 wide, headed your way, Dave.
Ryan Preece, getting all the help in the world from Eric Jones, is up to a side-by-side battle for the number 1 position. Blaney on the inside. In the middle, it's Gibbs. Outside, Ryan Preece.
Now Preece has to fall back and re-engage the front bumper of Eric Jones. Jones got him there. Preece leapfrog out in front, and here he comes again. Ryan Preece will take the lead from the outside.
Oh my
There's 5
God,
cars
Ryan
that were
Preece in
nose
that
to tail
extreme
tightly
outside
bunched
line.
on the
He's gonna
backstretch
take the
there in that
lead.
tall outside lane against the
my.
outside wall. That
Fox
propelled
is on a
Preece
bit
to the
of a delay
front,
from
but
the
again, the
MRN
shorter way
broadcast,
around
so.
prevails off of 4. Blaney leads that group.
Few things in NASCAR racing are more beautiful than 3 wide through the entire field at 195 miles an hour at Talladega. New race leader at the line by himself. Ty Gibbs in the middle lane, and they're 3 wide
now,
all
the
the way through the
rookie.
field behind him.
As the laps
Leading
begin
at
to wind
Talladega.
down, caution gets thrown to the wind. They are 3 wide for the point again. Blaney back to the inside. Gibbs in the middle. Preece in the high lane.
That's the way they will race to the Alabama Gang Super Stretch. Each lane that Dave mentioned has drafting help. Now they're trying to side draft. Ty Gibbs dipping down, trying to get a side draft off Blaney. Preece now will retake the lead.
And Gibbs and Bubba Wallace in the middle lane got separated. That's going to allow the outside and inside lanes to pull forward. It's a
3
side-by-side
wide
race for the
throughout
lead.
field.
Blaney
This
on the
is
bottom,
getting
Preece
good.
up on the high side against the outside wall. The middle lane comes back strong.
Down the back straightaway, they were 3 wide, 10 rows deep, and it's going to stay that way all the way through the dogleg on the inside. Blaney in the middle, Ty Gibbs. Ryan Preece is going to lose just a bit of momentum as they head back to 1.
Everybody's got a lane to work with. Everybody's
Take
got
your lane,
drafting
take
help.
your partner.
That extreme high lane falling back a bit. Preece will fall
32
back
to
about
go.
5 rows on the outside lane.
Now the outside line begins to fade just a tad. They're trying to break their way back into the top 10. Let's see if they can get that train rolling again. Here they come back to the front. Eric Jones right behind Preece. 3 wide for position number 7.
And the top 2 break
On board
away
with
at the front of
Preece.
the field. Eric Almirola shoves Ryan Blaney out in front, takes himself with them, so they're in control. 1 and 2 single file, side by side for third. Gregson inside Gibbs.
Noah Gregson keeping his Chevrolet right there at the bottom side of the racetrack in the number 3 position. It's Ryan Blaney up front, down to 31 laps to go.
Will they find a
Another
home?
30 to
Sponsored
go.
by GEICO. Susan has always wanted to live in a chateau. I
And
like
you
a
gotta
certain
be
je ne
there
sais quoi. While
when you
Jake
get
is more into the
10
Cape
to
Cod
go.
style home.
It's a
That's
classic
the magic
look.
number.
Compromise
Be
is
there
tough, but these two won't
in
have
the
to
first
compromise
4
when they
rows.
bundle home and car insurance with
10
GEICO.
laps
It's
to
easy,
go.
and they could save even more. In the end, Susan
coming
and
down to
Jake
crunch
found a
time,
Cape
guys.
Cod style home where they will only speak French.
Bonjour, je t'aime, merci beaucoup, and Coral
Balls
Blue.
with help
You'll
from
get
the
better
11.
with time.
That's his car
Bundling
over there.
without compromise at geico.com.
At Talladega, defending champion Casey Kerwin bested the field with a last lap pass on Malik Ray to take his 4th career eNASCAR win. Tune in live on Tuesday, May 2nd at 9 p.m. Eastern for Round 4 at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway on eNASCAR.com. This eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing update is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Coke Zero Sugar tastes so good, people will take a taste any way they can. So when you're enjoying a Coke Zero Sugar, be ready to protect it, because one sip begs the question, is this the best Coke ever? Take a taste and see.
48 official lead changes at the start-finish line. Ryan Blaney is the race leader at the moment. Down to 29 laps to go from Talladega Super Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Truex. That's your top 10.
For great views, go to
Larson
Kansas.
11th.
For unforgettable views of action-packed racing,
Kyle Busch,
go to Kansas Speedway.
Stenhouse, Suarez, Allmendinger, Christopher Bell, Todd Gilliland.
Facility that gives fans what they want, how they want to see it. And with a Saturday doubleheader, a Sunday Cup Series race, and great deals on kids' tickets, the views will get better all weekend long. NASCAR Weekend at Kansas Speedway, May 6th and 7th. Get your tickets today at kansasspeedway.com.
Looking for motorsports coverage you can't find anywhere else? Look no further than the Motor Racing Network's lineup of weekly podcasts. NASCAR news and interviews on NASCAR Live and NASCAR Live Wide Open. NASCAR Cup Series Insight on Crew Call. NASCAR Grassroots Racing News and Talk on NASCAR Coast to Coast. And Sprint Car Talk on Wing Nation. All these and more available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
What was 3 wide racing through the entire lead pack has dwindled just a bit. Dave, only to double file.
Yeah, but all they've done, Alex, is convince themselves that when we really get down to crunch time that they can do it and make it work. So, okay, we're 2 by 2 in the lead heading down the backstretch.
All but 3 cars remain in the outside line, and they're all the way at the tail end of the lead draft. Those 3 cars that are fading include Eric Jones, Daniel Suarez, and Joey Logano as Blaney leads them back to the corner.
And the field's going to work past the lap car of Michael McDowell. He'll go to the high side up against the outside wall once again. Everybody passes safely through at the front of the field, led by Ryan Blaney.
Alex Hayden, how about a tip of the cap to Ty Gibbs, who has been running inside the top 5, certainly inside the top 10 all day long. He is getting a lesson in how to draft. He's getting a lesson in how to race at Talladega. And so far, if you hand out the grade, it'd be an A+.
Agree, 100% for Ty Gibbs. He has the yellow rookie tape on the back bumper underneath the Teflon tape that these cars run here, just to signify, hey, I'm a rookie at this. But he's not necessarily a rookie at stock car racing. Obviously, he's a champion in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. He's raced here at Talladega. He's drafted before, but it's a different level of drafting right now. And you're doing it on the outside lane at the front of the field.
Yeah, with Bubba Wallace right behind him. Bubba's been working him over, but in a positive way, trying to keep Ty Gibbs at the front of the field. Right behind Bubba Wallace comes Denny Hamlin. Denny's the driver that led the field to the green flag, a 2-time winner here at Talladega. Ty Gibbs right now has second once more. Ryan Blaney leads him back to 1.
Blaney's got the lead by about a car length and a half. They're 2 by 2 behind him. Almirola to the inside, Gibbs to the outside, then Noah Gragson and Bubba Wallace to the super stretch.
Here comes the outside line again. Ty Gibbs going to draw even with Ryan Blaney for the lead out of turn 2. Again, Gibbs has drafting help from Bubba Wallace. Ryan Blaney has drafting help from Eric Almirola, and the low lane kicks in once again.
Almirola again pushes Blaney forward. He pulls himself there as well, and it's the same story again at the front of the field. Blaney and Almirola out front by themselves as they run 1 and 2. Gragson single file third as well.
I'm not convinced, Jeff, that there is a better line. We've seen this most of the day, and when the third lane got going, it was able to rally up there after a 10-lap run from 22nd up to a battle for the race lead. have you seen a particular lane that's stronger than another?
Well, I think you got to bank on the fact that the inside lane is the fast way, lap after lap, consistently. Inconsistently, lane 2. Inconsistently, certainly lane 3. But I think if you want a lane to have to pick a lane, Mike Bagley, it'd be at the bottom of the racetrack.
I would echo that sentiment as well, although here comes another 3-wide line move working with Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Boy, and they got there in a hurry. They're already challenging for the top 10 position. Kyle Larson is on the bottom, Chase Elliott in the middle, Stenhouse leading about 7 cars in that outside lane.
One of those cars behind Stenhouse is Corey LaJoie. He's having himself a drive as he's tucked in now behind the Daytona 500 champion. Justin Haley, Joey Logano, Eric Jones, they're all in that outside lane.
LaJoie started it last time into turn number 1 where he drove it deep and all the way to the outside. Stenhouse saw him come and said, I'll take the locomotive move on this one. Here they come up through the outside lane.
Here they go, trying to make some progress. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., your Daytona 500 champion, is leading that effort in the outside. It's up to about mid-pack plus, while up front, Ty Gibbs leads the middle. Ryan Blaney leads the lane down low.
In that outside lane against the safer barrier, would love a couple of these guys to start feeling racy that are in the middle groove and jump up in front of Stenhouse through 3 and 4. Nobody does, and Stenhouse is looking for a way to get down.
Meanwhile, at the front of the field, side by side, Ty Gibbs is there. He works to the outside of Ryan Blaney, but now he'll fade just a little bit. Blaney will lead him across the line, then Eric Almirola and Ty Gibbs, and keep an eye on that outside lane as it makes its way to 1.
An inches apart battle for the lead has become so commonplace this afternoon that we almost don't notice it anymore, but it continues to be Ryan Blaney and Ty Gibbs.
Now the outside line, that third lane that's kicked in, has stalled out at about 20th place. That's about 10th in line, or the 10th row in line. They need more help if they want to make their way back to the front.
They've gotten a little bit more organized. There's only 5 cars out there. LaJoie, Justin Haley, Sheldon Creed, Riley Herbst, the 5 cars in that group, but they need much more than that, and help from the front of the field would be preferred.
You have to wonder sometimes if there's a lack of confidence in some of the drivers that are in that third lane by the safer barrier. The lack of confidence coming from some of the drivers in the middle lane, not wanting, at least not yet, Dave, to jump to the top.
Well, you never know what's going to happen in the late laps. Sometimes, Alex, you just got to go where nobody else is, where there's an open lane to be utilized. Right now, the top is open anywhere in the top 10.
Leaders off 2 up the back straightaway. That outside line lead needs more help. Again, it's stalled out. All the focus is on the front as Ryan Blaney just gets another monster shove from Eric Almirola into the lead.
They go back to the front of the field. Gregson comes with them. Single file 1, 2, and 3. Battles for.
I'm still confused at what happened to the Sim League. 1 minute it's gone, next minute it's back up and running. What the heck just happened? What the heck happened? Riddle me that. Huh? Riddle me that. Come on. It's not budging. Now it decides to be a jackass. Now live leaderboard decides to be a total jackass. Hang on. Let me try something on Microsoft Edge, see if that will work. Properties. As we come to 20 to go. Okay. Ah, there we are. Or there we were. Okay. Every time. It's a jackass. Freaking... Nope. I'm not saying it. I will not say it. This is not working.
It's kind of like a chain, is how I describe it. You want to keep slack out of the chain. Keep the links tight, and that's where you're going to find your speed and efficiency. That is probably the best way I've ever been able to describe it.
Afternoon it's been for A.J. Allmendinger. Right now running in position number 8 from Talladega Superspeedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hi, I'm MRN lead pit reporter Steve Post. Go behind the scenes each week with me and championship-winning crew chief Todd Gordon for MRN Crew Call.
They're really strong and going to win races soon.
We'll talk to some of the biggest names standing atop the pit box. Crew chief for William Byron on that number 24 car, Rudy Fugel, as well as break down all the exciting action from the weekend in NASCAR.
The one car with 2 wins and all the top 5s he's had. Ross and Phil have done a phenomenal job.
You can download MRN Crew Call wherever you get your podcasts.
MRN Classic Races.
The race to the Daytona 500 victory at the stripe. Kevin Harvick gets it by inches.
Covering over 50 years of NASCAR racing on the Motor Racing Network.
World 600, Richard Petty, career win number 170.
This is going to be close. They lead on one another. Ricky Craven gets the win, and they continue the crash headed up into turn 1. Craven pounds the wall. Kurt Busch right back at him.
MRN Classic Races available on your favorite podcast platform.
Google.
Fourteen long, grueling laps remain as we welcome you back to the 2.66-mile Talladega Superspeedway. We have had 50 lead changes among 20 different drivers. Far from over. Alex Hayden, Ryan Blaney right now rock solid at the front of the field, but for how long?
That's the golden question right now. I can tell you, though, that Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in that outside lane has given it the old college try, but it just wasn't there. He's fallen in line now all the way at the back of the field in this lead draft. Just nobody up there can really get the numbers going, Jeff.
I think the big question is right now is how long will they continue to work behind Ty Gibbs? And the reason I say that, you've got Bubba Wallace there. Yeah, you know, I want to push Ty Gibbs all the way to the front. Denny Hamlin is right there. Yeah, I'm willing to work with Ty Gibbs, but we're starting to wind this thing down. And you take 2 of the best on a drafting track like Bubba and like Denny, at some point, it's going to be time to go. You can't just sit there and ride behind somebody else.
Everybody in this field wants a trophy with a GEICO gecko on it sitting on their mantle. The only way you're going to get it is if you pass the cars in front of you. I think at this point, you got to stay disciplined. Yes, there's 13 laps to go this time by, but that's going to take on the stopwatch a good, what, 12 minutes, 13 minutes of the clock to run, so you better just be patient, especially if you're in the top 5, top 10 at this point.
Right now they are running pace lap formation, 2x2, front all the way to the tail end of the field, but they're doing it, Mike Bagley, at 193 miles an hour.
And to Alex's point, they are being very patient right now, but when does the
first
patience run dry? Everyone is being loyal to the other, at least at this stage of the game.
And if you do want to get Ty Gibbs shuffled out of the mix, how do you do it without potentially causing a problem for yourself and everybody behind you? That's the mystery we're going to solve here over the final 10 laps.
This is getting ridiculous. You know?
And
This
Ty
is getting
Gibbs has got his spotter,
absolutely
Tony
ridiculous.
Hirschman, in his ear, telling him everything that's happening behind him. He's one of the best spotters out there, so he's going to do his job to try to keep his driver at the front of the field.
Ty Gibbs has done a magnificent job so far. He's had Bubba Wallace and Denny Hamlin just bird-dogging him toward the front of the pack. He's been perfect so far. They'll all go to the bottom and put another lap on Michael McDowell.
Michael McDowell to the outside. Leaders
McDowell
will shift
go another lap
downstairs.
down.
Ryan Blaney again leading the lane down low. You've got Ty Gibbs leading the outside line. Blaney again with the advantage off the end of the back stretch.
The two Fords on the bottom groove working well together. They've done so the last 50 laps or so. That's Eric Almirola in second, pushing Ryan Blaney back to the front. It's Toyota's 1, 2, 3 in the outside lane.
Ty Gibbs is just so good up there at the front of the field. He is working lane number 2.
This ain't working. Come on. Come the frick on. I can't do this. 11 to go. Coming to 10 to go. Still Ryan Blaney in front. Okay. Let me try the tab I already have open. See what goes on there. Okay. Okay, let's try this.
Here they come out of turn number 2. It's Ryan Blaney, Eric Almirola, and Noah Briggs.
What was the middle lane has jumped up to block the advance of the outside line, while half of the back of the middle lane is starting to fade. They're jostling for position in and amongst lap traffic in 3.
And it was Justin Haley who was leading the middle lane. They're disposing of the lap car of Austin Hill, and it's got him a little bit jumbled up. Christopher Bell back in the pack. They're 4 wide going around the lap car. 2x2 though at the front of the field.
GEICO 500 continues to crescendo up. Here they come back to the tri-oval. Outside lane by a fender has the lead. Ty Gibbs showing the way with the rookie tape on the back bumper. Inside lane is Ryan Blaney.
Here they come into turn number
Gibbs,
1.
Blaney,
Down to the
Almirola,
inside,
Hamlin,
it's Blaney.
Bubba Wallace.
They are side by side now, Blaney and Gibbs. Third
Wallace
lane,
to third.
still not able to get it going with Tyler Reddick to lead.
The outside line has
Chase
dissolved. It's
Elliott,
fallen back
Alex
outside
Bowman.
of the top 20, so we
Top
continue in
10.
double wide formation. Blaney leads low. You got Ty Gibbs in the middle. Almirola shoving Blaney back to the lead. Bubba Wallace shoving Gibbs Gibbs to 3.
Again, the top 4
8
break
to go.
away 2 by 2. It's Blaney inside, Ty Gibbs outside, Almirola third in line,
Yeah,
Bubba
could not pull
Wallace
up the raw
fourth in
feed.
line, backs up to the back bumper of Denny Hamlin as the Toyotas make a run again.
7
Watch it
laps
just
to go. You
come
gotta
up
wonder, will Eric Almirola try to
after
get a
the checkers,
big push on
because that's
Ryan
my lot.
Blaney, free him
That
of
is
Ty
absolutely
Gibbs,
my lot.
and then potentially make a move? He's got the opportunity right now if he wants it.
We saw him do exactly that at the end of the stage earlier today to take down a stage win, but for the moment, he remains glued to the back bumper of Ryan Blaney as the inside line leads the way.
Front 3, front 4 will now break free into single file racing. Ryan Blaney out in front all by himself. Eric Almirola sitting there behind Blaney. You've got Gregson and Harvick that have broken free from the pack.
The middle groove now is trying to rumble back towards the front. They're battling for 5th right now. Ty Gibbs still leading that lane. Ross Chastain is 5th in line on the bottom. Behind him, Kyle Larson. Gibbs on the outside leads the middle groove.
6 laps to go this time by inside lane. Now has 5 cars that have broken free and clear of double wide racing. Is that second lane beginning to just lay back and build the head of steam?
Well, we've seen it happen before where you need to get a bit of a run. So far, the leader of the pack in that second groove remains Ty Gibbs. He gets bumped from behind by Wallace, hangs onto it off too.
Now the middle lane has fallen back to 6th place. The front 5 have broken free. And now the outside line, that third lane trying to kick in. Got a couple of takers up there. Outside line being led by Corey LaJoie.
They are 3 wide and have to wonder if that disrupts the energy of that middle lane trying to get sorted. Ty Gibbs shot up the racetrack off the front bumper of Bubba Wallace, gathers it back in, but it backs the middle lane up even further.
Ryan Blaney loving everything he can see outside that rear view mirror, because right now he is out front. That second lane is faded. Ryan Blaney leading, 5 laps to go. Eric Almirola is right there.
So many strong performances in the last couple of years have come a cropper with late misfortune. Ryan Blaney pack at the front of the pack with everybody in the rear view.
Ryan Blaney's fan base right
now. Trouble back straightaway.
Uh-oh.
Joey Logano gets turned.
Logano
He's
turned.
hard into the inside wall. Harrison
Here we go.
spins. He's hard into the inside wall. As the pack comes apart, Logano was trying to lead the charge.
And that
up the
is a
3-wide
caution.
line, and he got turned into the fence off turn 2.
Caution on the speedway for the 6th time. Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s got significant damage to his Chevrolet.
Of course.
But it all
Stenhouse
started around
causes
Joey
it.
Logano and Harrison Burton in front of Dave Moody.
They were trying to organize that 3-wide run up the extreme outside lane, Alex. Logano tried to pinch up, I believe, to take the lead position in that draft. He was not clear, got turned into the outside fence. Everybody played dodgeball after that. Harrison Burton, the big loser, after such a strong afternoon, he takes the hit into the inside safer barrier.
And that will put us under the caution flag for the 7th time here this
Seventh
afternoon
yellow
as we work lap 184 of the scheduled 188.
Go to Kansas. For unforgettable views of action-packed racing, go to Kansas Speedway. With a premier facility that gives fans what they want, how they want to see it. And with a Saturday doubleheader, a Sunday Cup Series race, and great deals on kids' tickets, the views will get better all weekend long. NASCAR weekend at Kansas Speedway, May 6th and 7th. Get your tickets today at kansasspeedway.com.
When you're on the go, catch NASCAR today to keep up with the latest.
It's the only thing I race for. You know, race wins are nice, but championships is what it's all about.
Every weekday, you'll hear the top stories of the day.
I'm excited to announce that I'll be taking my talent to Carolina to drive the number 8 car for Richard Childress Racing starting in 2023.
And from the stars of the sport.
Holy smokes, we get to go race for a championship.
I'm Chase Elliott. Listen to NASCAR.
When we come back from Talladega Superspeedway, this is the Motor
No data.
Racing Network,
Oh
the
my
voice
God.
of NASCAR.
The NASCAR Foundation has great news for local nonprofit organizations. It's the first ever NASCAR Day Give-a-thon on May 19th, a national campaign to help nonprofit organizations raise funds to support their mission. By joining the NASCAR Day Give-a-thon, you'll benefit from a national marketing campaign to build visibility and drive donations for your organization, all at no cost to you. Visit NASCARDayGiveathon.org to sign up today. That's NASCARDayGiveathon.org.
For 75 years, NASCAR has been making history.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes back to the Daytona International Speedway, leading the pack, coming to the line. He will win the Pepsi 400.
Catch the next iconic moment as we celebrate 75 years of NASCAR all season long.
Chastain did a video game move, drove it and never lifted.
Right here on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Logano involved in that crash, putting us under the caution flag. Corey LaJoie, Harrison Burton, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Daniel Suarez, the drivers that were involved. And this opens up a number of different scenarios now.
It really does, because we heard Georgia, Chris, and Steve talk about how close they were on Sunoco fuel getting to the end. Steve posted, it's not bad enough that their drivers are racing inches apart, 2 and 3 wide out here in the closing laps, but now fuel comes into play.
Yeah, and conventional wisdom, and actually Denny Hamlin, Chris Gabehart, his crew chief, they ran the numbers with the engineers, and Denny asked about it. It was fascinating to hear. They believe that Ryan Blaney and Ty Gibbs, the 2 cars leading, cannot make it on fuel.
Ooh.
Which is fine, except for they were leading their respective packs. Now, we are under caution, so we're saving fuel.
3 to go.
But we could go to overtime. I have no idea what that means as
17
far
of
as
these
fuel
Talladega races
consumption
have
goes.
gone
I do think when
into
pit road
overtime.
opens, we
You
will
wanna
get a
check
number
her.
of people come down, because sometimes when we get restarts, we get multiple restarts and overtime. So I think we'll get a little busy down here, but I'm not still sure that the front runners are going to come down.
Well, then you better get ready, because pit road is open. Who will come to pit road and give up track position for Sunoco fuel? And the answer, Alex Hayden, is simple. Just about everybody but 4.
Yeah, most all the
4
lead
drivers
draft cars
will stay
are going
out.
to stay out there. Some at the tail end are going to come in. One of them is William Byron. Christopher Bell's going to be one of those drivers as well that are going to come in for Sunoco fuel right now. Perhaps a tire. No, looks like there's going to be fuel only. But this becomes quite interesting. We're going to overtime. We have reached that part of the race. Lap 186 just clicked off. It's 188 laps advertised distance. So the GEICO 500 is going to overtime here. And by the way, this will be the 18th Talladega race to go into overtime. That's not a surprise.
Second
No surprise.
only to Daytona for the number of overtime finishes. The other thing that I noticed when we talk about different scenarios and how this thing is played out, you know, we talked about Ty Gibbs, Bubba, and Denny Hamlin leading lane 2 with Ty Gibbs out front. Now, they had faded just prior to the caution flag, so this did not help them at all. Ty Gibbs right now lines up position number 6. Bubba Wallace lines up position number 10. And Denny Hamlin back in 12th. They had been right there and in a position for one of those 3 to go to victory lane.
Throw in a different wrinkle here in 2023 on super speedways. We are allowed to have the drivers choose which lane they want to restart in. With those 3 Toyota drivers not getting to choose, basically one right after another, they're going to be at the mercy of what everybody's going to do in between them. Also at the front of the field, Blaney and Almirola go 1-2, the first to choose. They're in Fords. Third place is the Chevrolet of Gregson. Fourth place is a Ford of Harvick. Then another Chevrolet of Chastain goes 5th, and that's the order they get to choose from. So do the Fords all figure out which lane Blaney's going to and get behind him and be good manufacturer teammates? Same question for Chevrolet.
All right, so wildly popular is Noah Gragson, and Noah Gragson fans are losing their mind across the country, thinking, you know what, Noah's got a shot to win here. And they're right, he does. But let's also remind everybody else that he's got that yellow tape on that rear bumper. Noah is a rookie. If Blaney and Eric Almirola go to the bottom, Gragson goes to the top. He'll line up on the front row outside of the 2 Fords. What does Kevin Harvick do? Does he tuck in behind a Noah Gragson, knowing that, you know, Noah's going to try to win. He's going to do everything he can to do it. but he's never been in this position before. What do you do?
If I'm Harvick, I go with the Fords. I think you have to. They have been the faster cars. Gregson has been lights out quick in the draft, but he hasn't been a car at the front of the field as of yet. We don't know what that car can do leading.
All right, so if that happens, and we're just playing out scenarios here, if Blaney, Eric Almirola, and Kevin Harvick go to the bottom, Chevrolet Camaros will all line up at the top. And that would be Noah Gragson, Ross Chastain, Kyle Larson, Kyle Busch. Those are all the Chevrolets. Then you get back to the Toyotas that may, I don't know, that this may be very difficult for a Gibbs, a Bubba Wallace, or a Denny Hamlin to rebound and rally back now and go to victory lane.
Overtime rules are rather simple in NASCAR racing. The green flag comes out. If a caution flies before the leader gets to the white flag, we'll slow down and do the process over. Green-white checker. However, if we take the green flag, the leader goes all the way around the racetrack, takes the white flag at the start-finish line, the next flag ends the race. Meaning, is it a caution for a big wreck, or do they race back to the checkered flag? Who knows what's going to happen?
I was just thinking while you and I were talking that there are three gentlemen out there that were listening to our scenarios, and more than likely, as you know, probably saying that our scenarios were wrong. We'll get their thoughts in a moment. Right now, let's go down to the Care Center. Georgia?
Harrison Burton has been checked and cleared from the Talladega Infield Care Center. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know what caused the wreck. They just stacked up in front of me and tried to hit the brakes, got kind of tagged in the right front, and, obviously didn't get slowed down in time and just barely clipped the fence, then got kind of stuck on the racetrack down in the bottom there. I'm not really sure what. I guess all the tires just blew and I was just stuck and dead in the water, so bummer for sure. Felt like we did a good job all race, and we're up front at, a pretty decent part of the last stage there, and had our spin, saved it, and was like, okay, it might be our day if I didn't hit anything then, and got in that one too, so kind of a bummer.
Harrison Burton, day ending after leading laps today at Talladega Superspeedway.
One to go, Choose is on, and as we predicted, the Fords, led by Blaney, Almirola, and Harvick, all go to the bottom of the racetrack. The Chevrolets, led by Gragson, Chastain, Larson, and Busch, they go topside.
Green, white, checkered flag, overtime finish to wrap it up here at Talladega. Let's swing around the racetrack. Dave, Mike, Dylan, ready to go. Dave, your thoughts?
I liked all of your scenarios. I could probably come up with 5 or 6 more of my own. And that's the beauty of it, Mike Bagley. I don't think anybody in this place has any idea what's going to happen in the next few minutes, including the guys strapped into these race cars.
There's no question about that. All things are possible right now. Once they exit 2 and they start to scramble up the back straightaway, it's game on, and it's going to be interesting to see if anybody darts out into 3 wide territory or if they stay disciplined in double wide formation. But I know, Dylan Welch, that in Talladega races past, the scramble on the back straightaway has dictated what we see or don't see in front of you in turn 4.
And remember how stage 2 ended with Eric Almirola pulling out of line at the last second. He pushed Chase Elliott as far as he felt like he could, pulled out of line at the last possible second, got the stage win by just the smallest of margins. Maybe a little bit of a foreshadowing moment. He knows exactly what he needs to do, how far he can push, how hard he can push, and when he needs to make his move. So I'm watching Almirola as he lines up inside row 2.
And we'll continue to watch if these drivers have any kind of issues with fuel. As Steve Post, Chris Wilner, and Georgia Henneberry have pointed out, there are some highly concerned people out there that they got enough Sunoco fuel in the tank to make it to the end. Kip Childress drives a pace car. The Whelen Engineering lights are out. He makes the left-hand turn. We're getting set for the restart.
Ryan Blaney has not won in 55 races. Eric Almirola, 59 races. Noah Gragson has never won at this level. Overtime, green, white, checkered flag. Here we go. The green is in the air, and Noah Gragson will get the jump thanks to Ross Chastain, but that inside lane begins to roll. The Ford's downstairs, and here comes Ryan Blaney.
Eric Almirola just shoving the down. Look out, Noah Gragson gets hit. He's head on into the wall in turn number 1. Kyle Larson.
Oh, look out! Gragson hard into the wall.
By Ryan Preece. Preece sprints down the banking. The base Aggressive move now by Daniel Suarez. A heavy hit.
Larson
Head-on
involved.
into the outside
Priest
wall
gets
for
the
Noah
worst of
Gragson.
it.
A heavy T-bone hit involving Ryan
Gregson's
Priest
done.
and Kyle
Caution's
Larson.
out.
Well,
Let's
we're going
re-rack
to
and try again.
Number 2 after the big crash over in turn numbers 1 and 2. The outside lane where Chevrolets, Dave, they had what they wanted as far as the manufacturers go, but they didn't play nice.
No, they didn't. They didn't play nice.
You were expecting guys to play nice at Talladega? I don't think
to
so.
hear that the Noah Gragson machine
I
may
don't
be bobbled
think
short
so.
of fuel going into turn number 1, because all of a sudden he just got buried from behind. Ryan Priest is trying to drive the Hunt Brothers Pizza Ford away. He can forget about that. It's shortened up by about 2 feet on the left front corner. He's climbing out of that machine. Kyle Larson has spun down into the grass. He took a hard hit to the passenger side door of that machine. He might be thinking he can drive it away, but I think he's wrong about that as well.
Overtime number 1 done. Overtime number 2 coming up next.
Sir, are you aware you were going 40 miles an hour? This is a residential area.
Sure, but I'm on my lawnmower? Wait, am I getting a ticket?
No, I've just never seen anyone top 9 miles an hour on one of those bad boys. And mow their entire lawn in 30 seconds? What got into you?
Well, it did fuel up at Sunoco this morning.
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. We've been doing it for American racing for over 50 years. Fuel your best.
Soon it will be the end of the week, and soon you will be at a NASCAR race. An entire weekend dedicated to all things big, fast, and loud. Concerts, tailgates, friends, family, and, oh yeah, racing. 75 years of it to be exact. Soon you will have the weekend that you'll wish never ended, that you'll talk about for years to come. Soon can't come soon enough. To experience a NASCAR race in person, visit NASCAR.com/tickets.
Caution is out for the 7th time today here in the GEICO 500. We are in double overtime as cleanup continues over in turns 1 and 2. From Talladega Superspeedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
NASCAR's next generation of stars drive in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
And here they come. Zane Smith now will try to advance his way to the lead.
Catch the excitement of every race right here.
NASCAR has made it official. Zane Smith is a back-to-back winner at the Daytona International Speedway in the opener.
On the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
For 3 decades, Racing Electronics has been the #1 choice for scanners, headsets, and all race communications needs. Racing Electronics provides the ultimate fan experience for the ultimate NASCAR fan. Don't forget to rent early because Racing Electronics rentals must be purchased in advance online. Hear uncensored communication from every team in the race with a scanner from Racing Electronics. Stop by and see them in the vendor area to purchase your very own. Visit racingelectronics.com for more information.
Hi, I'm Eric Almirola. You're listening to the NASCAR Cup Series, celebrating 75 years on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Now, back to the race.
Here at the Talladega Super Speedway, as we're in double overtime on the lap count, the race advertised distance for the 500 miles is 188 laps. We're working lap 192. Twice here at Talladega, we've reached the 200 lap mark. That's 32 additional miles, which means 32 more miles on a tank of Sunoco fuel.
Yeah, you're going to run it dry. You're going to run it dry in a hurry. Now, did we just see the move of the race? Well, we're working under the caution flag, and there was only 2 cars on pit road, and one of them was Denny Hamlin. Postman, what's the thoughts there?
Now, the thought was come down and fuel it up, because if we get at least one more of these, there's going to be cars pitting. There could be cars stalling on the racetrack, and Denny Hamlin's got the fuel to go wherever we need to go on this thing. So I think the fact that what plays into that is that they had dropped back a little bit too. And you guys documented they dropped back to 8th or 10th, or I forget where you said it was. So, and you know, Denny comes here for one thing, a trophy. And so at this point, you maybe we're not going to race your way forward. Come in here, put some fuel in that thing, and maybe everyone has enough problems so you can get yourself back up there again if we have another caution or 2.
It's going to be interesting to play out, and you have to consider also 2 things when you're low on fuel. by rule, you have to maintain pace car speed, meaning you have to stay tightened up in the pack behind the pace car. That's the first challenge when you're low on fuel. Then you have to worry about with these super high banks, and even the tri-oval here is banked significantly. The fuel pickup on these cars is in the right rear corner of the fuel cell. That's there because when you're at speed, the inertia pushes the fuel to the right side of the fuel tank for it to go on up towards the engine and the pickup. But when you're at caution speed, the fuel just runs down to the left side of the tank, so you could have some issues there coming up to speed when you're low on fuel. There's a lot that still has to play out.
Well, and the other thing that I'm going to start looking at, as we did prior, were Fords and Chevrolets and Toyotas. Remember, we had Bubba and Ty and Denny all but written off if we would have stayed under the green flag.
I think that was definitely Noah Gragson's fault.
With the caution flag, Bubba is already up to position number 4. Ty is in position number 6. Truex back there in 10th. If the Fords of Blaney and Eric Almirola do what we think they're going to do and line up to the bottom of the racetrack and go nose to tail, Blaney then Eric Almirola, the outside line will be occupied by Kyle Busch, and more than likely Bubba would tuck in behind Kyle. And I think you would agree with me on this one. If there's a good pusher out there, it's the 23 of Bubba Wallace. I would not mind having him behind me with a green-white checkered finish.
I think that's a great thought. It really is, because he has been one of the strongest cars today. He's led the second most laps, but he's been an outstanding pusher in the draft. Let's go to Steve Post.
Ryan Blaney just said the fuel pressure indicator has started to blink, which means that we don't have fuel pressure on the car. The crew has jumped up on the pit wall, and now they're telling him to get down on the flat, weave the car back and forth. So Blaney is out of fuel, it appears.
Ryan
That's
Blaney,
going to change
out
just
of
about
fuel. That's your race
Alex
leader.
Hayden. All these scenarios sound good in theory right up until you run your car out of Sunoco fuel. You stay up there. Blaney does not come to pit road, so he will stay on the racetrack and hope he has enough fuel. And we're going to wait and see if we get the indication at the stripe. We are going to go back into the green flag, but that is 2.66 miles away. Then green, white, checker. How much fuel can they squeeze out of these race cars?
And it's not going to be feathering the throttle when you go back under the green flag. He's going to be hammered down. Here's the choose. Blaney to the inside. Looks like Eric Almirola will go to the inside. Blaney again drops below the double yellow line. He still runs pace car speed, and that's perfectly legal. Trying to make sure there's fuel in the pickup in the right rear corner. Looks like Kyle Busch is indeed, Jeff, going to the outside lane.
With Bubba Wallace right behind him, I think the surprise, Dave Moody, is that Ty Gibbs, instead of going with the Toyota of Bubba Wallace and the Chevy of Kyle Busch, tucks in behind the Fords.
Yeah, he went to the bottom. There's no doubt about it. Everybody in the bottom lane, of the top 6 cars in the bottom lane, all ran the apron through turns 1 and 2. That gives you a pretty good indication that there's nobody out here that's very confident about fuel right now.
Steve Post, did the choose get affected by how light the back of the race car is?
I believe that's the case. You guys just said that it was kind of shocking that Ty Gibbs went to the low side. I think he went to the low side because he needed to keep that car down on the flat as far as the fuel goes, because he is very concerned about the fuel. Again, Blaney and Ty Gibbs were the 2 drivers leading. Those are the cars that have burned the most fuel. We know what Blaney's situation is. Jonathan Hassler just came on the radio and said, Blaney said, do you think we can make it 2 laps? Jonathan Hassler says, it's going to be close. Let's just roll with it. That was not all that confident.
Dylan, they're all on the bottom, basically, those that are on the inside lane.
Yeah, they are.
Pitting if I was
down
Blaney.
there, Almirola's down there, Ty Gibbs is down there, and AJ Allmendinger just dropped down there as well. So the first 4 certainly feeling a little nervous here on the inside lane.
They come back down to the tri-oval looking to start overtime number 2 in the
Second
GEICO
overtime.
500. Oh, this one's going to be interesting, especially at the drop of the green flag.
Who has enough Sunoco fuel to go the distance? A green-white checker finish, overtime number 2 at Talladega. And here
Who
they
has enough
come. It
fuel?
is
We're going
Blaney
back
on
green.
the
2
inside.
to go.
Kyle Busch on the
Overtime
outside.
number 2.
Ty Gibbs
Let's
out
go.
of fuel. Day done for Ty Gibbs as the field begins to
Ty
build
Gibbs out of
speed.
fuel.
And now
He's
it's
done.
Kyle Busch going to the lead at Talladega.
Kyle Busch takes the lead.
Kyle Busch to
Bubba
the
Wallace
lead with
around
help
the
from Bubba
outside.
Wallace.
He goes to second spot. Ryan Blaney just trying to come up to speed. He's all the way back in a side-by-side battle with Truex for fourth.
Kyle Busch and company will change lanes, pull down to the inside as Ryan Blaney now is 4th in line. It's Kyle Busch leading. Bubba Wallace right behind him. Bubba just shoving him with Brad Keselowski. He's running 3rd right now.
And Blaney has caught back up to this group as they work into turn number 3 and 4, but it's still the top 2 breaking away. Kyle Busch and Bubba Wallace. Eric Almirola, he
It's
may be
Kyle
out
Busch,
of fuel.
Bubba
He's dropping
Wallace.
through the middle of the
Chevy
pack.
in the
Keselowski
Toyota.
to 3rd now.
Outside lane begins to form up. It's Bubba Wallace coming to the outside. Challenge for the race lead. Field steaming to the white flag. Bubba Wallace, the
Bubba
new race
Wallace.
leader. Ryan Blaney's on his back bumper headed to
To the
turn
lead
1.
with
Wallace
help
around
from
the
Blaney.
outside lane to the lead. Blaney
Final
right
lap.
there for second. Wallace
Next
slams
flag
the
ends
door.
the race.
Goes up to try and block. We've got a car in the wall. Oh, Bubba gets turned in the face
Eh.
of the field. Truex gets clobbered. Allmendinger gets clobbered. Pandemonium coming off turn number 2. Bubba Wallace's car
escapes?
torn to bits. Austin Cindric is in the middle of it. Riley Hertz gets a piece. Truex gets a piece. AJ Allmendinger's car.
Caution is
crab-walking
out.
down
The
back
race
straightaway.
is over.
A massive pileup between turns 1 and 2.
And if you remember at the top of the broadcast, we said it's not the NFL, but don't be surprised if we see a block. We saw one. It went bad. Bubba Wallace spins up the racetrack. Kyle Busch may be the leader. Blaney may be the leader. The two of them, the white flag has already come out. The caution flag is out. And now the checkered flag is out. Now the question is, we have
Who
to
was
wait
the
for
leader
NASCAR
at the
to
time
make it
of
official.
caution?
It might be Blaney. It might be Busch. We don't know.
The reason we don't know is because when the caution gets put out, the field is frozen, and Jeff, it's now official.
It is
Kyle
official.
Busch
Kyle Busch
wins
has
at
won
Talladega.
here at the Talladega Super Speedway, driving a Chevrolet at the right place at the right time. Off of turn number 2, he was out front when the caution flag flew, and Kyle Busch has scored the win in the GEICO 500 at Talladega Super Speedway.
Let's go to pit road.
Busch, Blaney, Briscoe, Busher, Jones,
As
Byron,
Kyle Busch's team
Gillen,
celebrates,
Gilly,
other
Keselowski, and
drivers
Bell.
trying to get their wounded cars back down here to pit lane. It's over after double overtime, and Kyle Busch is headed to Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane.
Bundling and saving with GEICO is an easy choice, so you're free to ponder life's big questions, like, what's the best animal in the world if not humans? I'd strongly consider ducks to be somewhere up there on the list. Think about it. Ducks can swim, ducks can fly, and ducks can walk on land. They have access to all terrain. They are the ultimate animal. And they wiggle their butts when they walk, which is funny. Yeah, ducks are awesome. End of story. Bundling and saving with GEICO. It's an easy choice.
Chicago's seen it all, but it's never experienced anything quite like this. A
Chase
two-day
Elliott
racing and music
winds up
festival
14th.
featuring the Chainsmokers, Miranda Lambert,
Bubba Wallace,
the Black Crowes,
26th.
and Charlie Crockett. It's NASCAR in the streets of Chicago, and so much more. The Chicago Street Race Weekend, July 1st and 2nd. For tickets and
And yes,
experiences,
it was
visit
Kyle Busch.
NASCARchicago.com.
So,
NASCAR Live Race Day continues on the Motor Racing Network.
I think that's going to be it
Back
for
at
me
Talladega
today.
Super Speedway,
I
Kyle
will
Busch continues
release
his celebration
my
out here on the
schedule
tri-oval.
for next week
Let's check in with Georgia Henneberry
after the
down
Mets
at the
game.
Infield Care Center.
Noah
Peace
Gregson
out.
cleared and released from the Infield Care Center. Noah,
Thanks for
first and
watching.
foremost, are you okay?
See ya.
Yeah, I'm good. Just really solid day for our Wendy's Biggie Bag team and Legacy Motor Club. This 42 team just really on top of it today. Good pit stops and a fast car there in the race. I felt like we were in a good position.